Okay, it looks like they're just starting here, and okay. Sorry about that. Let's see.
Officer, I'd have you stand and be sworn in once again. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? I do, Your Honor. Please have a seat. Ms. Cunningham, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit number 74. That would have been the Google Map printouts that Detective Obert showed to Mr. Dinkins during the interview. And additionally, State's Exhibit 150-2, that was the application for search warrant that had been authored by Detective Obert. I had inadvertently forgot to move to introduce those exhibits on Friday, so I would move to introduce those at this time.
No objection to 74. I do object to 150-2 as hearsay.
I'll overrule the objection. I believe it was the search warrant. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Right. They'll both be admitted.
Thank you. Detective Obert, what I'd like to do is I want to go through and watch the video clips for the activity around 53rd after the defendant had returned back to the apartment, picked up Notorious, left and came back, and then left an additional time. And then I want to do a review of the video surveillance feed from all the locations going out on Highway 61 into Clinton and back, okay? Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit 23. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you State's Exhibit 23. Are you familiar with State's Exhibit 23?
Yes.
What is State's Exhibit 23?
It is video footage of all things that we felt were relevant to the investigation. So it's video footage from businesses that we canvassed, but then they're parsed down into smaller clips to make it more easily accessible when presenting today.
Sure. As far as the portions that will be played, does it simply show those points in time when the defendant's vehicle was observed passing various locations?
That is correct.
All right. Now, would this include also locations down along River Drive in the area of Schmidt Road?
It does.
All right. And then have you gone through and reviewed this to determine that this accurately depicts the activity relevant to this particular investigation?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit 23.
Oh, no objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 23 will be admitted.
Okay. Your Honor, the state would request just to simply play those portions involving Highway 61 and going up to Clinton and the around the area of 53rd, since we haven't gotten to the point of the testimony on River Drive.
You may.
Okay, thank you. Detective Obert, let's talk first of all about the Quick Start. Does the Quick Star have a different type of what do I want to call it? A different type of player that it didn't make it easy just to take that information and put it on what we're seeing for clips that you put on State's Exhibit 23?
That is correct. The Quick Star requires the proprietary player that comes with when you download it. So that cannot be parsed into its own smaller clip. It has to be played within the player.
Okay, all right. We'll play that here in a moment. But then let's go ahead and let's start with the video clip on Eastern. All right. Now, going back to your testimony, after the defendant left the apartment complex, what business did we see him traveling past first?
The Quick Star at East 53rd Street.
Okay. And do you recall what the time of that was?
That was at approximately 5:55 a.m.
All right. And then from there, what street does he head toward?
Eastern,
What direction does he turn on Eastern?
northbound.
Is he captured traveling northbound on Eastern?
He is.
From what address?
That is the 6138 Judson Circle.
What is the relationship of 6138 Judson Circle to traffic going either north or south on Eastern?
It captures the 6100 block of Eastern Avenue.
All right. Is that one of the neighborhoods that lies along Eastern Avenue?
It is.
And does it lie on the west or the east side of Eastern Avenue?
East side.
And then as far as the video surveillance camera, where is it physically attached to this structure so that it could pick up activity that we're going to observe?
It captures the back of the residence, which then allows for video footage to be broadcasted onto Eastern Avenue.
All right, we'll play that footage then. What's our time frame that we're going to see the vehicle traveling north on Eastern past that location?
Approximately 5:57 a.m.
What do we see?
The Maroon Impala traveling northbound.
All right, just to reset the stage then, and we're going to go back. Based on the cellular phone activity, were we able to determine the path of travel of that vehicle when it got to the northernmost point of Eastern?
That is correct.
What was its path of travel?
Towards Veterans Memorial and then eastbound on Veterans Memorial.
All right, and Veterans Memorial runs what directions?
East-west.
Okay, then when it traveled eastbound on Veterans Memorial, based on cellular phone records, where did that vehicle travel to next?
South on Jersey Ridge Road.
All right. And then, based on testimony with the vehicle going back to the apartment complex, do we ever see it returning north?
We do.
All right. What is the relevance of the address of 5915 Woodland Avenue?
This video footage captures the 5900 block of Jersey Ridge Road.
Okay. Is this a neighborhood then that lies either to the east or the west side of Jersey Ridge?
I'd have to look at a map.
Okay. All right. But at any rate, let's go ahead and we'll play this. So the first one that we want to look at is which one?
The 559
Okay. And what direction is it traveling at that point?
south on Jersey Ridge Road.
Would that take it back toward 53rd in the apartment complex?
That is correct.
Do we see the vehicle?
Yes, it was the Maroon Impala traveling south.
Okay, all right. And then does this give you a perspective as to whether or not that residence lies on the east or the west side of Jersey?
It lies on the east side of Jersey.
Okay, now let's go back down again. Okay, what time does it come back north?
6:05 a.m.
And what are we seeing here?
The Maroon Impala traveling north.
All right. Does this activity all correspond with our cellular phone record information?
It does.
All right. The next location that the vehicle is spotted at would be at what location?
Mile marker 124,
Heading what direction?
northbound on US 61.
All right. Yeah, absolutely. What time does it head northbound on mile marker 124?
6:11 a.m.
And then had the vehicle already passed at this point?
Yes.
Let me go back and I'll play that and I just won't talk. And let us know when we see the vehicle.
It is now traveling north
All right.
in the westmost lane.
Okay. And then what time did we capture on that same camera coming back that morning?
7:52 a.m.
Heading what direction?
south on 61.
And let us know when we see that vehicle.
The vehicle's now just heading out of scene. It was in the westmost lane, south.
I want to go back and I want to discuss the activity there at the quick shop when the defendant was observed going in, making the purchases and leaving. Detective Obert, what time did Mr. Dinkins leave that parking lot?
Approximately 3:38 a.m.
All right. Now, with him leaving the parking lot at 3:38 a.m., did you travel to see how much time it would take to get to mile marker 124?
There was a Google Maps printout or a Google Maps search that I conducted to get an approximate time what it would take from that quick shop location passing mile marker 124.
Okay. As you sit here today, do you recall what that time element would have been?
Approximately 6 minutes.
Okay. Now, that being said, did you go to mile marker 124 in the middle of the night to see if you could pick up any activity passing mile marker 124?
Yes, and there was 2 vehicles that are heading north on 61 at 3:44 a.m. and 3:45 a.m. However, due to the being at nighttime, the quality of the video, you can't make out the make, model, or color of any of those vehicles.
However, could you tell if it was a sedan versus a pickup versus a semi?
I was able to deduce that it's not a semi and likely not a truck, but some sort of sedan.
Okay, so would that activity, as far as the time element, then correlate with the amount of time it would take to travel from the quick shop to mile marker 124?
It does make it possible to be the same vehicle.
All right, I'm going to go back to our first video clip at 3:44. And what direction of travel are we talking about?
Northbound on 61.
Okay. And as far as activity that we've seen?
The vehicle's traveling northbound.
Okay, all right. Before it became all headlights, could you see if it was a sedan?
It's kind of hard to make out for certain.
All right, I'm going to play that just one more time and see if we can pick up on that.
The headlights kind of drowned out everything.
Certainly. All right, then let's go to the next activity within that time frame at 3:45. Again, what's the direction of travel?
Northbound on 61.
And is that the activity that we're talking about there? Oh, here we go.
Yep.
Okay.
So that one, it kind of gets dark again, which I believe makes out to be a sedan.
All right. Okay. What is our first location after the maroon Chevy Impala turns east on Highway 30 going into Clinton?
When it comes to video surveillance footage, at 6:43 a.m. passing Posh Farms or 6441 Lincoln Way.
All right. And what would be the direction of travel again?
Eastbound.
Does that take the vehicle into Clinton?
It does.
When we look at this video, where do we need to be looking out?
Up in the top left corner, the vehicle just was seen in view and is now traveling east.
Okay. For Posh Farms, does it lie on the south side of Highway 30 or the north side of Highway 30?
South side.
Okay, so would that place Posh Farms closest towards Scott County?
Yes,
Okay. And then what time is that vehicle seen traveling past Posh Farms going out west?
7:15 a.m.
And is this after the time that the vehicle has departed the Walmart?
That is correct.
Let us know when we see the activity.
You can see the vehicle from afar. Now it's going to be heading close to out of camera view now.
All right. What would be our next location that would have captured the vehicle before it gets to Walmart in Clinton?
Before it gets to Walmart in
Yeah.
Clinton would be First Central Bank.
All right, and what time is it observed traveling past First Central Bank?
6:49 a.m.
Just again, circling the wagons, what is the location of First Central State Bank relative to the Walmart?
It's right around the corner from Walmart. They're very close in proximity.
All right, and then when, based on the video surveillance footage from Walmart, does Mr. Dinkins enter the Walmart parking lot driving that maroon Chevy Impala?
Approximately 6:50 a.m.
Okay, so the feed that we're looking at is what time?
6:49.
Oh, shoot.
And then that's the Impala right there,
All right.
heading eastbound.
Was it captured, do you know, on that camera at 7:10 a.m.?
Yes, that would be after it's just left Walmart.
Okay, I'm going to play that. And so what direction would it be heading on Highway 30?
West. There, the Impala's in view and now out of view.
All right. What would be our next location?
DeWitt Travel Center.
Okay. For purposes of perspective again, where is the DeWitt Travel Center located relative to Highway 61 and the exit into Clinton if you were to travel east on Highway 30?
It'd be on the north side, be on the north side of Highway 30, but it'd be the southernmost part of DeWitt.
Okay, and is that fairly close then to Highway 61?
Yes.
All right.
This one requires the player as well.
That's okay.
The file, the name of the folder, that's the exact time that you'll see the maroon Impala passing.
All right, yep, that's right. All right, so let me just go ahead and I'll pick the correct player for us to be able to play this. Okay.
The timestamp on this player is approximately 4.5 to 5 minutes off real time.
All right. Let me do this again. I need to blow that up. Before we play this, Detective Obert, can you give us a perspective of where we want to look to on this video?
In the top part of it, and then kind of like towards the middle. With a semi in the way right now, it blocks a decent amount of traffic, but when that one's taken out of consideration, you can see the top part of the screen is traveling vehicles on Highway 30.
Okay, and what's our time frame so that we can get our counter to the right point?
7:30:45, which makes it at approximately 7:26 a.m.
And was that our maroon Impala there?
It's going to be coming up here shortly.
Okay, gotcha.
There it is right there.
Got it.
And then camera view.
Let's see. You ready? Okay. We're going to switch laptops here so that we can then focus on Quick Start. We need that. Okay, there we go. All right. What was our time element on this one?
5:55 a.m.
Okay. Before we play this, may the record reflect that I'm showing council what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 25. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 25 for purposes of identification. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 25?
Yes.
How do you recognize State's Exhibit 25?
DVD with the Quick Start video footage on it.
All right. And this is the one that has a different format that requires us to use.
Yeah, it requires the player that was downloaded with the video content.
And does this then reflect the relevant activity of that maroon Chevy Impala passing by the Quick Start during the early morning hours of July 10th?
It does.
What time?
At 5:55 a.m.
Your Honor, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit number 25.
No, no objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 25 will be admitted.
And then, Your Honor, may we go ahead and play this footage?
You may.
All right, go ahead and set the time again for me.
The maroon Impala is seen heading westbound on 53rd Street at 5:55 a.m.
Where should we be looking in this video?
In the top left corner. There's the Impala.
All right, thank you. All right, let's go ahead and take ourselves back to the day of July 10th of 2020. You've done the interview of Henry Dinkins, correct?
That is correct.
Your next interview would have been?
With Aisha Lankford.
Then your next interview would have been?
DL.
Okay. And then, of course, during your interview of DL, we've talked about just different things that he told you. But what developed during the course of your contact with DL?
We conducted a ride with DL, myself, and Detective Hamas, and that led us down to Credit Island.
All right. When you arrived to the area of Credit Island, describe what developed.
An area was pointed out where the defendant had said to walk over to. We went over there, observed fresh footprints in the mud area around Credit Island. Evidence tech was dispatched to help process that area.
Who was our civilian crime scene technician that came to the area to process it?
That'd been Joe Foster.
All right. Detective Obert, I'd like for you to look at the whiteboard. Do you recognize an area that's been drawn that will be relevant to this testimony?
Yes.
Okay. You've got your pointer right there behind you. And then if you could, show us what area you were directed to by DL. Okay. For our written record, just to describe that, if you are driving on River Drive and you use that access road coming onto Credit Island, would it be located on the west or the north side of that access road?
It'd be on the west side.
All right. Describe that area for our record.
The area I'm pointing to is kind of like gravel parking lot in a way. And then what's labeled as Mississippi River is more just runoff water. Depends on the time of year and how much rainfall, how full that gets, or it can sometimes get close to being dried out. And then just south or north of that, it's overgrown foliage or sometimes just mud. Again, depends on how much runoff is in that area. And then further to the west, there's a little tree line here, and it starts getting heavily wooded.
All right. Would it be fair to say that it's heavily wooded along that runoff area on both the north and the south side
Yes.
of that area? All right. Did those footprints take describe the path of travel of those footprints for us, if you could?
They were east to west.
Okay. And then what I'm going to do is I want you to come down to the board, and I want you to take this blue magic marker and just give us a general perspective of the path of travel of those footsteps. Certainly. Go ahead and take your seat. I believe we discussed this on Friday, but let's go ahead and let's talk about the surface of the location where DL indicated that Mr. Dinkins stopped and parked the maroon Chevy Impala. How would you describe that surface?
Again, kind of depends on rainfall or the time of the year or the runoff. But that day in particular, it was pretty muddy just because of the rain that we had the day before.
Okay. And to be clear, are you talking about the area where we saw the footprints?
Yes.
All right. Now, where the vehicle would have pulled off to what you call that gravel area, was that muddy as well, or was there just a lot of gravel there?
It was just gravel. It's not like you're sinking into any of that portion of the ground over there.
This gives rise to another discussion that I'd like to have. Going back, when we had discussions about the maroon Chevy Impala after it had been seized and it had been raised to have the gas tank dropped for purposes of determining the amount of gas in it, what was noted on the undercarriage of that vehicle?
There was several areas where there was mud clumped under the undercarriage.
Okay. Where did you park your vehicle when you went down to the area of Credit Island that day on the trip with DL?
In that gravel lot that I explained.
Okay. Did you note anything as far as your vehicle sinking down into mud or having a lot of mud collected on your tires?
No.
All right. That being said, though, was there a request made for what
area? Yes, a request was made, and FBI agent did the collecting of those soil samples.
Who was that FBI agent?
Cameron Smith.
All right. Then I'm going to just go ahead and jump ahead to the events of July 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th, and 19th. That massive canvass that was conducted there along Highway 30 in Clinton, once it was determined that the child had traveled to the Walmart with his father. Were there soil samples collected out there along Highway 30?
Yes, and that was done after the test ride with DL.
All right. Were those soil samples sent into the FBI laboratory for analysis?
They were.
All right. Now, just very simply, are you aware of the results of that analysis for Credit Island and for the soil samples collected along Highway 30?
Yes.
All right. Once Breasia Terrell's remains were discovered, were there soil samples collected in the area of Kunow Implement?
There was.
Okay. And do you know who would have collected those soil samples?
FBI agent McMillan.
Were those soil samples submitted
Yes.
at Kunow markedly different than the results of the soil samples collected from Credit Island and along Highway 30?
Sustained.
Where did DL direct yourself and Detective Hammes to next?
In regards on July 10th?
Yeah.
That was the only place that we went that day, was down by Credit Island.
Okay. How about in the area of Schmidt Road where the RV was located?
As well as the area of where the RV, yes.
Describe why that was an area important to the child.
Because that's where the defendant's motorhome was parked, and it said that they went there sometime that morning.
Okay. And then was there an item of evidence that the child had described either in an interview to you or Detective Hammes that later formed the basis for a search warrant executed by Detective Patrick Sievert of the Davenport Police Department?
Yes, DL, when he spoke with Detective Hammes, talked about a long knife being wiped down, and then that's what indicated detectives to say they did see a long knife in the motorhome.
All right. So as far as the child's descriptors of going to Walmart, was that corroborated?
Yes,
The child's descriptors of there being Clorox that his father used, was that corroborated?
yes,
The child's descriptors of having placed the battery back into the cell phone while Mr. Dinkins was in the Walmart, was that corroborated?
yes,
The child's description of Mr. Dinkins having gone over to the area of Credit Island, was there physical evidence to corroborate that?
the footprints, yes,
Okay. And then the child's description to law enforcement about going back to that trailer and there being a large knife that was wiped down, was that corroborated?
video footage has them there that morning, and then detectives locating a large knife on top of the microwave, yes.
Okay. What further involvement did you have with DL that day?
There was little done with DL the remainder of that day. I stayed down at Credit Island and helped search the area.
All right. Let's talk about that. How long were law enforcement officers down in the area of Credit Island on July 10th?
Till approximately 9:30 p.m.
Okay. While you were down there, was there an item of evidence, or I should say, was there an item located out there that law enforcement thought may be associated with Breasia?
Yes, sandal / flip-flop was found down in Credit Island by one of the detectives, and so we wanted to do some follow-up with that.
What was the color of the flip-flop?
I'd have to refer to the photograph that was taken.
All right. Give me a moment. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Please let the record reflect that I'm directing counsel to the previously introduced exhibit of 3-139 and 3-140. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
We previously introduced photographs taken by civilian crime scene technician Foster. I'd like for you to look at State's Exhibit 3-139 and 3-140. Do you recognize that item of evidence?
Yes,
How do you recognize that item of evidence?
it was a flip-flop found down in the area of Credit Island on July 10th,
What was the color of that flip-flop?
pink.
Was that a descriptor that had been provided by Aisha for potential footwear the child would have been wearing when Mr. Dinkins picked her up while Miss Langford was at work?
Yes, according to Aisha, that possibly could have been the color, that flip-flop that she had with her.
Okay. With that a flip-flop being located, were steps taken to either confirm or disaffirm that this was a flip-flop that would have belonged to the child?
That is correct.
Describe.
Myself and Detective Hammis drove up to Danita Gardner's residence to make contact with Aisha Langford to show her a picture of that flip-flop to help her confirm or deny if it was in fact Breasia Terrell's.
How late in the evening was it?
It was approximately 9:30 p.m.
At that time, was it dark?
It was
Where did you locate Aisha?
just outside of the apartment complex of Danita Gardner's.
Okay. And describe then, well, let me ask you this. During that contact with Aisha Langford, were body-worn cameras being worn by yourself and or Detective Hammis?
That is correct.
All right. Did it capture her reaction when you showed her that flip-flop?
It does.
Okay. Has that segment of the body-worn camera been taken out and placed on a disc?
It has been.
Have you had a chance to review that?
Yes.
And does that accurately depict what occurred when yourself and Detective Hammis responded out to the complex where Danita Gardner lives and where you spoke with Aisha about that flip-flop?
That is correct.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that Counsel Mr. Marcus States Exhibit 140. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 140. Do you recognize States Exhibit 140?
Yes.
How do you recognize States Exhibit 140?
DVD with Detective Hammis's body cam footage from July 10th of myself and her showing Aisha Langford the picture of the flip-flop.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce States Exhibit 140.
I have no objection.
Exhibit 140 will be admitted.
May I publish this, Your Honor?
You may.
Set the stage for what is happening here.
Myself and Detective Hammis have been out of our facility vehicle.
We can be
So
on
they
the
made
sidewalk.
contact with Aisha.
You know where we can also get some more printouts of, we got some flyers that we're about to go out and hang out.
Where we could get some more?
Like, printing, because my cousin, she ran out of ink.
I know Quick Start might have one of those things where you pay like a quarter or a copy or something like that, if that's something you want to look into.
So there was a flip-flop that they found down there, and we just want to make sure if it's if something she would wear or not. If it was hers, okay?
No, I don't think that one was.
No.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, but I know Quick Start will do that, and then tomorrow during the day, I'm sure one of those copy places.
Sure, is it all
and
over
even if you
Facebook?
talk to them and you show them, I'm sure they'll be even willing to do something.
For
help you guys
free,
out.
that's
Yep.
what I was
Yep,
saying.
that's what I would
But
imagine.
we already, gonna put them out.
But that's a blessing. That's a blessing.
So
Thank you.
we're going down to the station. So with everything,
No, that's not hers.
so there's behind the scenes type stuff. Okay, we're doing search warrants. We're doing pinging the phones. Okay. Okay. But we have his mobile home down there. The FBI is down there. Everybody is working on it. Okay, it doesn't end. Okay.
I know, but it's 9:31 and I haven't heard from her. There's no way. I know, Juju. I know. No, that's not her shoe. It's
No,
not her
we
shoe.
just had to make sure. Okay.
Yeah, but we appreciate it.
We.
Not
Okay.
okay. I can't go to sleep with that. Like, what the fuck? It's 9:30 and she's nowhere. Nowhere. I can't even talk to him. What the fuck, man? She's dead. What the fuck?
Detective Obert, based on just what the child had showed you down in the area of Credit Island and where the RV was parked, was there any video canvassing that was done down in that area?
Yes,
Describe.
there were several detectives that went out and recovered video footage from businesses and residential areas. Some of them included Jack's Break and Alignment, which is near Schmidt and River Drive, as well as Perina, which is near Schmidt and Rockingham Road, Devon Self Storage, which is for in the 2000 block of West River Drive, and then Sarah Lowe's residence, which is 2358 West River Drive, was also canvassed and video footage was recovered from there.
Okay. We're going to go ahead and erase what we have on the diagram, and I'm going to have you draw the location of those various addresses so that we have some perspective of where they're located relative to the RV and Credit Island, okay? Detective Obert, would it be fair to say that we actually have some aerial maps of that area?
We do.
I think so that we can really understand the locations of everything without having to look at all of the busyness of the aerial maps. Let's just do a basic diagram and it'll be easy just to understand the relationship of locations to one another. Now, as you draw that map, go ahead and give us an illustration for River Drive, but don't say anything, just draw it. And then give us our legend for our directions if you could. And then you know what, if you need me, I can hold that board out so that you can draw that.
It's fine the way it is.
Okay.
Then you want me to start marking kind of motorhome and then where the businesses of significance would be with the video footage?
Yes, place Sarah Lowe's residence, Jack's Break and Alignment, Devon's Self-Storage, the Purina, and also the Hy-Vee on Rockingham. So if you can incorporate Rockingham, that would be beneficial too. Detective Obert, while you're drawing the diagram, I want you to give us a perspective as well of the location of where the RV was parked before it was seized through a search warrant relative to that red and white trailer where Jim's Peters canines alerted under the trailer to the odor of the volatile organic compounds. All right. Given the diagram that you've drawn, for purposes of our written record, north is located where on that diagram?
On the top,
South?
on the bottom,
If you're looking at it to your right
east,
and to your left?
west,
All right, show us where River Drive is located at. And River Drive, of course, runs what directions?
east, west,
Credit Island, where is it located relative to River Drive?
south.
All right, and then show us Credit Island. Now, if you were to drive out of Credit Island, is there, can you cross River Drive and will there be a street right there?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yes. So let's say I'm going to leave Credit Island. Can you just simply cross River Drive and continue on a paved street?
No,
I'll do this then. Is there a bait shop?
there is.
Show us where the bait shop's located. All right. And then Sarah Lowe's residence, where is it relative to the entryway of Credit Island? If you're there getting ready to come off and you're facing toward the north.
It's going to be to the west.
All right. How many houses down from the bait shop would Sarah Lowe's residence be located?
I believe there's 3 or 4
Okay.
that separate the two.
What is the, well, where was her video camera fixed to?
The corner of the house.
And then give us the perspective of that camera as far as capturing any activity going on or off the island. For our written record, what have you indicated?
The general camera direction of what it would capture.
Tell us what that means for our written record. If somebody were to read the written record, they don't know what that is.
The camera faces to the southeast
Okay,
and covers River Drive and then portion of the entrance of Credit Island.
all right. Now let's go east on River Drive. If you're traveling east on River Drive, what would you say the distance is from the entryway to Credit Island to Schmidt Road?
Like we discussed on Friday, it's approximately 400 meters.
Sure. All right. Schmidt Road then, if you turn onto Schmidt Road, what direction would you be heading?
North,
Okay, Schmidt Road runs what directions very simply?
north-south.
And then all of the businesses that we're going to be talking about, does it lie on the east side or the west side of Schmidt Road?
They're all on the east side.
All right. At the corner of River and Schmidt, what's our first business?
Jack's Brake and Alignment.
Where were the cameras or a camera affixed that would capture activity we're going to be discussing?
There's several on them, but the ones that we will be discussing cover Schmidt Road.
Okay, all right. And then just show us so that we've got a perspective. All right. Now, if you've turned onto Schmidt Road heading north, what is the next location of relevance to our discussion?
743 Schmidt Road, which is the lot where the defendant's motorhome was parked.
Describe this lot. What's it used for?
Looks like storage for other vehicles. I know on the day of July 10th, not too far from the defendant's motorhome was like a party bus. And then there's several other vehicles there. There's one other motorhome. And then there was the trailer that you mentioned where the cadaver dog alerted.
All right. On this diagram, have you shown us a general location where Mr. Dinkins' RV was parked?
Yes,
Where is that on the diagram?
it's labeled the triangle and it's almost in the center of that lot.
Where was that red and white trailer where the cadaver dogs alerted when deployed by Jim Peters?
It was to the northeast of that trailer. I'd approximate it to maybe 25 to 30 yards away from the defendant's motorhome.
All right. With the winds then blowing in a southwest direction, would that have placed that vehicle in a location, I guess, further from that? If you're blowing the southwest direction, would the winds be blowing toward the area of that mobile home?
For the most part, yeah.
All right. Now, where is Devon's self-storage located?
It's going to be to the east, and then it's going to be off of River Drive.
All right. Is there a difference in the video surveillance cameras at Devon Self-Storage versus all the other locations we're going to be talking about?
Yes, what's recorded is captured by motion. It's not a continuous feed.
All right. So because of that, then, does it capture specific points in time that you have to then take and then interpret based on the other cameras that are a constant feed? Was there specific activity that was captured on Delvin Self-Storage?
Yes.
All right. And then do you take the times of that captured activity, that captured movement, and then evaluate that based on what you see relative to the other cameras where it's a constant motion, constantly recording?
Yes, drawing connections between activity that is captured on the lot and then comparing that to what's seen on Jack's Brake and Alignment or Purina.
Okay. Where's Purina on this diagram?
It's going to be to the north of the lot. It's going to be the top portion of the drawing, and it's going to be near Rockingham and Schmidt Road.
All right. Is it right there at the corner of Rockingham and Schmidt?
It is.
Where are the cameras located that were picking up activity?
One of them's on Schmidt Road, and then there's also another camera angle that captures Rockingham Road.
All right. And then where does Hy-Vee come into play?
In regards to this investigation, we have that vehicle at 8:14 a.m. heading north on Concord and then east on Rockingham.
All right. The Hy-Vee parking lot, what street does it face? The front of the store.
It faces Rockingham.
Is there a parking lot over to the west side of it?
There is.
Where does Concord run relative to the Hy-Vee?
To the west of it, and it's north-south.
All right. And then you have given us a time frame of 8:14 a.m. in the morning. What is the first point of contact between Mr. Dinkins and Aisha Langford?
Approximately 8:08, 8:09 a.m.
And what is that?
A text message from the defendant to Aisha saying, call me.
All right. And then from there, then do we have the telephone conversations that play out after 8:08 and up to the time when she calls the Davenport Police Department at 8:29 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Go ahead and take your seat. Detective Obert, with each of these locations, were the dates and time counters checked to see if they were accurate?
Yes.
What was determined?
Some of them were accurate and others were not.
Did you create a diagram setting forth all of the locations that we're going to be taught or that we've talked about and identifying whether they were accurate or inaccurate and how much?
If you're referring to a spreadsheet that I put together, yes.
Okay, all right. And then did you then put corrected times on that spreadsheet as well for activity that we'll see?
I'd have to look at what you're referencing.
Sure.
Because there's several different made by different detectives, so
Okay,
I can't say for
absolutely.
certain without seeing what you were referring to.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit 154. May I approach?
You may.
All right, Detective Obert, looking at State's Exhibit 154, is there a column that's been removed that would put forth the names, addresses, and telephone numbers for the individuals associated with each of these addresses?
Yes,
Okay. Outside of that, do you recognize what's depicted on State's Exhibit 154?
I do.
What is State's Exhibit 154?
It's a list of the businesses that were of relevance in the investigation, along with the times on those video footage cameras that the vehicle is seen or something of evidentiary value. Then also the evidence item number that the video footage was submitted into as well as a timestamp differential column where it's noting if it's slow ahead of time or accurate on the
All right.
timestamp.
How many columns do we have setting forth information? To our left, what information do we have?
The location and then time frame and then evidence and timestamps of 4 columns.
Okay, all right. Do you have accurate times documented for
Yes,
activity that was observed? All right, and then is there a column that identifies what would be the inaccuracies as far as those video surveillance cameras being off?
so the time I put in this spreadsheet is the real time, not necessarily the time that you'll see on the timestamp of the video footage.
Okay,
And then the timestamp column shows if it's fast or accurate or slow.
okay, thank you. Thank you for that clarification. And then have you made adjustments then so that we have the accurate times on exhibits that we're going to be looking at?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit 154.
Exhibit 154 will be admitted.
Detective Obert, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 39 and 40. And then I want you, let me show this to counsel real quick. Do you recognize State's Exhibits 39 and 40?
I do.
What is State's Exhibit 39?
It is nighttime activity around the defendant's motorhome and of the businesses that I drew up there earlier.
And was there activity that you captured that you would associate with that maroon Chevy Impala?
Yes,
Going to State's Exhibit 40. What is State's Exhibit 40?
it is activity around that same location, but in the morning hours. So from 8:14 a.m. to approximately 8:27 a.m.
And does this involve activity associated with that maroon Chevy Impala and either Mr. Dinkins or DL?
That is correct.
Okay. All of the information that you have documented, does this include aerial views of this location?
Yes,
And then have you captured segments from the video feeds for each of these locations and overlaid these on the map so that we know what activity occurred at specific times?
yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit 39 and 40.
Since we're in a bench trial, no objection.
Exhibits 39 and 40 will be admitted.
Your Honor, may the state publish State's Exhibit 39 at this point?
You may.
All right, Detective Obert, I'm going to have you come down off the stand, use the pointer, and adjust your microphone. Let's go back to Mr. Dinkins' interview. With the information provided to you by Mr. Dinkins in his interview, and then the times provided by Andrea Culberson about when she woke up and when Mr. Dinkins returned to the apartment and she saw Breasia standing outside the car, did those three components provide, I guess, the basis for times that you would have looked at video surveillance down there along this area of town?
When the light duty officers were reviewing video footage, they were reviewing all hours. So it'd been the whole night, but these ones where there's activity is what we noted and took from that.
Okay, so you're looking at anything from the morning of July 10th, starting after midnight and going on.
That is correct.
Okay, and as of midnight, would we have had Mr. Dinkins, Breasia, DL, and Andrea there at the apartment still?
According to their statements, yes.
All right. All right, walk us through then what it is that you noted through activity down in that area.
The first recorded activity footage we have is at 2:13 a.m. We have a dark colored sedan traveling north on Schmidt Road. Then the next recorded activity is at 2:29 a.m. You can faintly see headlights leaving the lot of where the defendant's motorhome is. What I'm pointing at now is where the defendant's motorhome is. And what I'm pointing at now is the headlights are kind of the movement that potentially causes the Devon self-storage to start recording motion.
Okay, let's go back to that first box, the 2:13 a.m. What video surveillance equipment is picking up that activity?
Jack's brake and alignment.
All right, so then we've got a sedan traveling what direction?
Northbound on Schmidt.
Okay, so if it's traveling northbound on Schmidt, would it be going past Jack's and then heading toward that lot where the RV was parked?
That is correct.
All right, and then is there the associated activity within the parking lot of 743 Schmidt Road where the RV is parked?
That is correct.
All right, because of the lighting at night, are we able to discern anything about the vehicle?
No.
Okay, can we tell whether or not it's a sedan or a pickup or a larger vehicle?
From the Jack's brake and alignment, we can determine that it's a sedan. We do not have much information from the Devon self-storage angle.
All right, now the other thing that I'd like to talk about, movement at 2:13 a.m. where the vehicle's traveling past Jack's, but then we have it motion activated at Devon self-storage at 2:29 a.m. Is that vehicle coming in or leaving the lot at that time?
The 2:29, it appears the vehicle is leaving the lot.
All right, so then what is the time a frame that we're talking about between 2:13 a.m. and 2:29 a.m. when that vehicle is leaving the lot?
16 minutes.
16 minutes. What do we note further after 2:29 a.m.? What's the next thing that we're seeing?
At 2:30 a.m. Sedan, given what we see at 2:13 a.m., looks almost identical to this 2:30 a.m. vehicle, and it is southbound past Jack's Brake and Alignment. And then the next activities at 2:31 a.m. Again, looks almost identical to the vehicle that was there at 2:13 a.m. One reason on my belief is on this is you can tell one of the headlights is brighter than the other.
Gotcha.
And that's what leads me to believe it's the same vehicle. And then it's back northbound at 2:31 a.m. on Schmidt Road.
Okay, so going out at 2:30 a.m. south and then coming back north again on Schmidt Road?
10-4. That's correct.
That's correct. That's all right. It's like the farm boys coming out, right? No, I don't know. All right, then what's our next time element?
The next activity we have is at 2:49 a.m. Devon Self-Storage. You can get a little better glimpse of a vehicle leaving the 743 Schmidt Road.
Okay.
Lot.
All right, can we draw the same correlation as we did earlier between 2:31 a.m. and 2:49 a.m.? What is our time elapse?
18 minutes.
In the 2:49 a.m. with Devon Self-Storage, is that vehicle entering or leaving the lot?
That vehicle is also leaving the lot.
Okay, so is the activity consistent with what we described earlier when we saw that movement at 2:13 a.m. from Jack's Brake Alignment, and then we see a vehicle leaving Devon's, or the area where the RV is parked at 2:29 a.m.?
Yes, it's almost an identical type of activity.
All right, what's our next activity that we observe?
Sedan traveling south past Jack's Brake Alignment at 2:50 a.m.
Okay, so if it's traveling south, then is it heading toward River Drive?
It is.
All right. At 2:50 a.m., then following 2:50 a.m., do we see any activity on River Drive in the area of Credit Island?
We do.
Describe.
At 2:51 a.m., we have a vehicle entering the Credit Island, and this is viewed from Sarah Lowe's residence at 2358 West River Drive.
So if it's entering Credit Island, then what direction would that vehicle be traveling?
South.
All right. And then let's talk about this photograph, okay? What do we see up in the upper left-hand corner of that still image?
That's a street light.
A street light?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Then let's go to the next activity.
It's 2:53 a.m. Sedans leaving the area of Credit Island northbound towards River Drive.
If you were to drive around Credit Island, does that time element seem consistent?
If you were to drive around the entire loop of Credit Island, it would take you more than 2 minutes to do so.
Okay.
I mean, again, it could depend on speed, but going the appropriate speed, it'd take you a few minutes.
All right. Your Honor, the state, I move to introduce State's Exhibit 40. May I publish it at this time?
You may.
All right, looking at State's Exhibit 240, what is the time element that we're going to see activity here?
From 8:14 a.m. to 8:27 a.m. on July 10th, 2020.
All right, what's our first documented activity that's being shown through still images taken from various video surveillance cameras?
8:14 a.m. The Maroon Impala is seen north on Concord and then east on Rockingham Road, and this is captured from the Hy-Vee at 3019 Rockingham,
What direction is the vehicle traveling?
eastbound on Rockingham.
Would that place it on a path of travel toward the area of the Purina plant and Schmidt Road?
It would.
Let's go back and let's talk about I-280. If the vehicle had traveled south on I-280, could it go along River Drive during this period of time?
There was some construction that wouldn't cause to be able to fully be able to go on a River Drive without some sort of detour.
Okay. Was Concord a street that could be utilized to get around that construction or around to the area of Credit Island and the RV?
It's possible.
Okay, all right. Now, 8:14 a.m., the vehicle's traveling east past Hy-Vee. What's our next documented activity?
8:15 a.m. The Maroon Impala is southbound on Schmidt Road, past Purina.
Okay. What is our next documented activity?
At approximately 8:16 a.m., we have the Maroon Impala driving south past Jack's braking alignment.
All right. And so would that place it going toward River Drive?
That is correct.
What's our next activity?
There are not stills with it, but we have a noted 8:18 a.m. of a sedan that dark in color that's could be consistent with the vehicle that we see here at 8:16 a.m.
And where is that picked up at?
Off of Sarah Lowe's camera, and the vehicle would be entering Credit Island.
What time did the vehicle enter Credit Island?
8:18.
And then what time did Sarah Lowe's camera pick up vehicle associated with that same vehicle?
At 8:22 a.m. The vehicle appears the same one from 8:18 a.m. is exiting Credit Island and going on to River Drive.
How long would the vehicle have been on Credit Island then?
Well, approximately 4 minutes.
All right. From there then, where does the maroon Chevy Impala travel to?
The next confirmed sighting of the Chevy Impala is 8:22 a.m. Jack's braking alignment going northbound.
Okay, so it's turned onto Schmidt Road at this point?
Yes,
And then from there, where's the vehicle picked up at?
in the lot of where the motorhome is at 8:23 and 8:24 a.m. As you can see in this still photo, there is the defendant, DL, and then the maroon Chevy Impala right next to the motorhome.
Okay, in that photo, can you see if the trunk's open or not?
The trunk's open.
All right, and then from there,
The next movement we have recorded is that maroon Impala going northbound past Purina on Schmidt Road at 8:26 a.m.
all right, and then from there,
The maroon Impala is now going east on Rockingham Road from the Purina camera at 8:27 a.m.
all right. With it traveling east on Rockingham, Aisha Langford indicated that she then subsequently observed Mr. Dinkins in that maroon Impala traveling up on Locust, heading east at a high rate of speed, where she would have done a U-turn and started to follow him and then had contact with him at the McDonald's. Given its direction of travel, is that a direction of travel that you could take to access Locust?
Yes, it's possible.
All right. Now I want to go down into that lower corner of this exhibit. Can you explain what is depicted there so we've got a perspective?
What I'm pointing at is the FBI CAS data, cell phone records that FBI agent Rich Fenner would have testified to. And this one in particular is southwest end activity of the defendant's phone number from 8:07 a.m. to 8:19 a.m.
Okay. And that is consistent then with what we're seeing from the video surveillance cameras?
It mirrors what we have from the video
All
footage
right.
cameras.
Let's go back to State's Exhibit 39. Did you have information about whether or not the defendant would have had his phone with him when Andrea woke up at 3:30 or 3 in the morning?
The defendant would have not have had his phone with him.
So then therefore, do we have any of that information to impart on State's Exhibit 39?
No,
Run over the speaker, Craig.
Excuse me?
Would this be right for the court?
I would be fine with that.
Okay.
We'll be in adjournment for 15 minutes.
Oh, I was just looking at some mail and saw that we have gone to break. Um, let me see about that. Let's see. Take a look and see what's new. Let's take a look at this RICO trial that Indiana spotted.
They complied with the discovery after I filed a motion on the grant of 22/2022. So that is being moved.
Okay, the next one is motion for discovery number 3 filed on 11/22/2022.
Your Honor, that's the same announcement. I was asking for a video of a gentleman, T as in terrific, T as in terrific, and it works now. So I'm satisfied that it does not need any further action.
Okay. The next motion is a motion limiting number 2, motion to strike.
Your Honor, that motion, let me just make sure, that deals with Mr. Williams' challenge under the First Amendment to the United States Constitution, as well as statutory motions dealing with excluding the lyrics. I mean, indictment, you told us on Friday, or when we were last here, I believe it was Friday, that you would
Yes.
like to schedule that at another time. That is still pending. That deals with lyrics in songs, poetry, artistry, videos, music videos, and the like.
Yeah, I think that I need to finish the expert and I said I'd revisit it after that. So, okay, I'll put a pin in that for the time being, but we still need to hear it. Okay, then we have a motion in opposition to the state's questionnaire filed on 11/29/2022.
Court already dealt with that, and that obviously the questionnaire is,
Okay. We have a motion to view and test and inspect physical evidence that was filed on 11/29/2022.
Your Honor, that has been satisfied. We have seen state representative, we've seen the evidence, and we took advantage of that courtesy, and thank you.
So that was the days that we, that Ms. Love and Ms. Hilton were able to do the outside inspection of physical evidence.
We did it on, I don't remember the dates, but we did on several days.
Okay, all right. Is there anything else that needs to be viewed, tested, or inspected at this point in time?
To my knowledge, no. I mean, I know the state has an ongoing obligation. Sure. They have not warned us. I think right now we are good unless the state says.
Okay. Okay, and then the next inquiry is a motion for a Daubert hearing filed on 12/5/2022.
Still ongoing.
Still on?
I make a quick announcement to someone.
Yes.
Dr. Kubin, which is Kubrin, is the expert that we've designated, Ms. Williams designated from California.
Yes, sir.
I did speak with her, as you directed, on Friday when we left court. She is finishing up her summer vacation with her family. She said right after Labor Day, she can come out on a date that's convenient for the Honorable Court. But I asked her about next week, as you directed, the week of the 20th, and she asked humbly whether the Honorable Court would permit her not to come next week. She's on vacation with her family.
All right, sir. We will plan accordingly, okay?
And I'll put that in writing like you ordered.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Okay, the next motion is a motion for complete witness list and expert reports, analysis, and findings filed on 12/12/2022.
Your Honor, the state of Georgia has given Williams and the parties a very long, I would define it as a witness list, over 300 people, and then they amended the witness list, added other people as well. On that witness list, I cannot find a lot of people. I do not have a lot of dates of birth. I do not have correct addresses. I do not have the telephone numbers. In some cases, I have the name as being BOO, and that is the identity of the individual. I would like a firm, accurate witness list because we have been trying to interview every person and finding everyone. We're using tremendous resources to not accomplish that. In addition, so that's one part.
How many people are you talking about? I mean, can you give me an exact number of people that you are that fall in that category of no date of birth or address?
Yes, I never counted it up, but yes, I could do that. I just need to recess for just a moment, or when you take a recess, I can count it up. It's very easy.
Okay, all right.
But I will give you the exact number. It is a huge amount.
Okay.
And then material witnesses, from what I can tell, or what I believe.
All right. Okay, and then I believe underneath that is a filed on 12/29/2022 is a witness list.
That was my witness.
Okay, all right.
I was just, it probably should have been on, I just
Well,
found.
one is filed on 12/12, and it has motion for complete witness list and expert reports, analysis and findings. And then the next one is a witness list.
Correct, and that was my, it's not a motion you need to take up. It was a witness list, Mr. Williams. It's going to be amended, we've still got getting the stuff, but I can amend it soon. And there's over 30 people on Mr. Williams' witness list so far, they'll be closer to 45.
Okay,
And
all
I'll
right.
give the state all the, the accurate information.
I'm sorry, Ms. Love.
Your Honor, I was just going to say that when Mr. Steele does provide to the court the number, if he could just give us people that he has tried to reach and that he has been unable to reach based on the information that we've given, because we too, as we go along, we have people with changing residents, changing phone numbers, sometimes changing birthdates. But I'd like to get those from him so that I can give that to our investigative team, and we can at the very least, based on the ones that he has tried to reach so far that he has been unable to get in touch with, we can find out where those people are now and get him that information first, and then work on the ones that we did not have sufficient information on the list for after we get at least the ones that he's already made an effort to get.
How about,
found that they are bad.
Oh, I'm sorry.
oh, go ahead.
There's a sub-part to the motion for complete witness list. It deals with the expert reports, analysis, and findings, Your Honor. It's in paragraph 3. And it also deals with the motion for entitled Motion for Disclosure of State's Experts Notes, and that's filed on January 12, 2023, Your Honor. So they kind of merged together. And what Mr. Williams is seeking is that the prosecution, I believe, are qualifying or need to qualify under Daubert. That's why we filed that motion. Potential people that they deem to be experts. And before the Daubert hearing, as well as during discovery, Mr. Williams would like, through me, would like to understand these experts' reports, analysis, data, charts, because then I can trigger whether we need our own experts in this field to explain or impeach the state's witness. And I don't have any, I have none of that. Your Honor, may I approach for a second?
Yes, sir.
Not an extra. Your Honor, I just handed this honorable court and the prosecution. I apologize to everyone else. I did not mean not to bring enough copies. But if you have your computers on, want to file, this is Harris, Harris versus State. It's 314 Georgia, 238-875 Southeast 2D, 659 to 2022 case. And on the printout that I've given this honorable court and the Honorable District Attorney's Office, if you look at page 40 of 52, on the right-hand side, and those of you who are looking on your computer, it's division 6, like 5-6, A as in Elisa. And Your Honor, specifically, our highest court wrote, it's on the right-hand side under A, compelled disclosure of expert notes. The first issue involves the trial court's order compelling appellant to disclose to the state notes written by, and it's the Dr. David Diamond, D-I-A-M-O-N-D, a potential expert whom appellant consulted about incidents involving children forgotten in cars. As part of the reciprocal discovery before trial, OCGA 17-16-2, open close parentheses, little a, as an Elisa, appellant gave the state a PowerPoint presentation that Dr. Diamond planned to use during his testimony. A 2-paragraph summary of the expert's anticipated testimony. The state then spoke with Dr. Diamond. From this information, the state learned that Dr. Diamond had interviewed appellant. The state filed a motion to compel appellant to provide all documentation that Dr. Diamond created related to his interviews with appellant. The trial court granted the state's motion requiring appellant to produce any and all statements and writings memorialized in any manner regarding Dr. David Diamond's conversations, interviews, discussions with appellant. The court scheduled a pretrial disclosure was necessary under 24 OCGA 24-7-705 to allow the state an opportunity for a meaningful cross-examination as required by that order. Appellant then provided the state with notes Dr. Diamond took in preparation for and during his interview with appellant. Appellant did not call Dr. Diamond to testify at trial. The trial court's pretrial order to compel was proper under Rule 705, which states an expert may testify in terms of opinion or inference and give reasons, therefore, without first testifying to the underlying facts or data unless the court requires otherwise. An expert may, in any event, be required to disclose the underlying facts or data on cross-examination. While the second sentence of this rule is focused on disclosure during cross-examination, the first sentence explains that although an expert may, and it's stressed, testify about an opinion without first providing the facts or data underlying the opinion, the trial court may, stressed, require otherwise. Federal courts applying substantially similar Federal Rule of Evidence 705 have explained that the trial court has discretion in requiring disclosure of facts or data underlying an expert's opinion, including the ability to require that data, or excuse me, that disclosure before trial. Indeed, the advisory committee notes to Federal Rule 705 explain that the rule assumes that the cross-examiner has the advanced knowledge, which is essential for effective cross-examination, as safeguarded by the discretionary power of the judge to require preliminary disclosure in any event. And then it cites examples explaining that under Federal Rule 705, the trial court may require disclosure of the basis for the expert's opinion before cross-examination in certain circumstances, including where the cross-examination would be ineffective to reveal the defects in the expert's underlying facts and data in a manner that permits the jury to properly weigh this opinion, cited in the United States versus Lawson, LAWSOM 653F 2D 299 and 302 7th Circuit, 1981, holding that without criminal defendants' access to the hearsay information relied upon by a state expert, effective cross-examination would be impossible, and explaining that Federal Rule 705 recognizes this requirement. Indeed, to the extent that Georgia's statutes regarding pretrial discovery in criminal cases, example 17 OCGA 17-16-4 and 17-16-7, provide less information about the basis for expert opinions than federal rules. See Federal Rule Criminal Procedure 16. Georgia courts may need to resort more often to pretrial disclosure under the authority of Rule 705. Based on our review of the notes, it was reasonable for the trial court to conclude that Dr. Diamond, based upon his expert opinion, at least in part, on information he obtained from appellant answering questions such as what he was doing during the drive from Chick-fil-A, if he was in a hurry that morning, and what time he usually went to sleep and woke up compared to the day of Cooper's death. The state was entitled to know any information that appellant gave Dr. Diamond which helped form the expert's opinion. Accordingly, the trial court did not abuse its discretion when it ordered pretrial disclosure of Dr. Diamond's notes under Rule 705 as necessary and meaningful. And in this case, Your Honor, I have nothing. I have a CV from supposed experts. I know you have not qualified them, but I'd like to challenge many of these experts, and I'm talking about cell phone experts specifically, gang experts specifically, and firearms experts, if they're going to be receiving discovery a new video. There's another motion that's coming up. But I don't want to exclude any other supposed expert. You did qualify, I believe, a expert, Your Honor, who was stated in handwriting. But
Handwriting, I think, and also the medical examiner.
And I have no objection to that. But
Okay.
I'd like, you know,
So you're saying gang, firearms, and who else?
cell phone.
Cell phone.
And Your Honor, if it helps at all, I'd like to.
Contextually.
Up in the top left is where you see those headlights or lights leaving the area of the lot.
Okay. If you could stand up, take your pointer, and show us where the RV is at. All right, and then show us the area where we are going to see headlights leaving the lot. Okay. I'm going to bring that down and bring it back up again so that we can watch that again. What was the time of this?
2:29 a.m.
All right. Does this fit within the first time element of 2:13 a.m. at Jack's Break in Alignment when it's going north? And then when we see that vehicle coming back south?
Can you ask the question again?
Yes. So going back to our two Jacks Break in Alignment, the first video shows it going north. At what time?
2:13.
The second video shows it coming south at what time?
2:30.
And then what's the time element of this?
2:29, so it'd be within that window.
We're going to go back to Jack's Break in Alignment. What do we see happening here?
The sedan north on Schmidt Road.
At what time?
2:30, 2:31 a.m.
And what do we have happening here?
The sedan traveling south on Schmidt Road towards River Drive at 2:50 a.m.
What is the time elapsed between 2:31 and 2:50?
19 minutes.
Okay. Now, is there that similar activity that we observed earlier from Devon Self-Storage?
That is correct.
Okay. And what do we have here?
Seeing a vehicle leave the lot and head out towards Schmidt Road.
And what time?
2:50 a.m.
Okay, and we're going to go back and we're going to start that all over again. And then as we're looking at this, can we get a sense, just with this still photo, what kind of vehicle it is?
Dark sedan.
Okay. Is it coming from the area of the RV?
Yes.
And as far as just the shape and what we see for headlights and tail lights, is that consistent with that vehicle that we've seen traveling on Schmidt Road past Jack's Break in Alignment?
Yes.
Okay. We're going to go back to Jack's Break in Alignment for activity that morning. What do we have happening here?
The Impala is driving south on Schmidt Road,
At what time?
8:16 a.m.
In the daylight, we can see basically the lines associated with the structure of that vehicle. As you look at the lines of this vehicle during daylight, does it appear consistent with the lines of that sedan that we are seeing in the night?
What lines are you referring to?
Just stop and look at, like if you look at the lines of the vehicle and how it's structured. Okay.
The outline of it, yes.
Yeah, the outline of it. All right. And I'll play that again, just so that we can look at that. Does it appear consistent with the outline of what we're seeing in the vehicle in the dark?
Yes.
Okay. Now let's go to our next one. What are we seeing here?
Maroon Impala going north on Schmidt Road towards the 743 Schmidt lot
At what time?
at 8:22 a.m.
Okay. I'm going to play that one more time, and I'm going to ask you if you're able to see anything in the vehicle with the dark tint.
You cannot see into the side windows of the vehicle because of the tint.
All right. Now let's go ahead and let's jump back to Devon self-storage so that we can draw the correlation between this activity.
So
And what do we have here?
the Maroon Impala parked next to the motorhome. Shortly, you'll see DL and the defendant exit out of the motorhome.
And is the trunk open on that vehicle?
It is.
Does the child go around the front or the back of the vehicle?
It goes around it.
All right. And so then the child would have walked around the back of the vehicle with that trunk open?
Yes.
Would that be fair to say?
That would be.
As far as the photographs that were taken by crime scene or our civilian crime scene technician, Jill Foster, had she taken a photograph of the trunk with the lid open just so that we could see what was immediately apparent?
That is correct.
All right. Was there an axe that was immediately apparent?
There was.
All right. Did this particular footage fall between what we saw as far as the path of travel of the vehicle going north and then coming back south?
Yes.
We'll go to the high V. Okay. What are we seeing here?
You're going to see the Maroon Impala traveling north on Concord, approaching Rockingham Road.
Okay.
The vehicle's traveling east on Rockingham.
What was our time?
8:14 a.m.
And so all of this activity occurs before what we've seen in Jack Riken alignment and Devon self-storage. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
All right. Then in this video clip,
It's going to be you only can see a top left portion, but the Maroon Impala traveling east on Rockingham.
is this just after the vehicle has turned from Concord traveling east on Rockingham?
That is correct.
All right. Then we're going to go to Purina. Okay, gotcha.
If you try maybe VLC.
Yeah, I'm just, I don't have a mouse, and so trying to get the darn thing to do what it needs to do. Let me see if I can get it. Hold on. There we go. After the vehicle travels east past High V, is this where we're going to pick it up next?
Yeah, south on Schmidt Road, past Perino, and there's the vehicle.
Okay. What was the time of this?
Approximately 8:15 a.m. The timestamp on that one, as you can see, is approximately 9.5 to 10 minutes fast.
Okay. What activity are we going to see here?
From the Impala north on Schmidt Road towards Rockingham at approximately 8:26 a.m.
And then from here, what are we seeing?
Be the maroon Impala traveling east on Rockingham from Perino. Video footage approximately 8:27 a.m.
Would this place it heading directionally toward an area where you can access Locust Street?
Yes.
All right. Now let's go down to Sarah Lowe and her residence. In our first video,
2:51 a.m. Showing a vehicle entering Credit Island.
as we see this vehicle entering Credit Island, is that essentially the drive there onto the island itself?
Yes.
Okay. Now we see a street here at the top of the video. What street is that?
That is West River Drive.
Okay. And you indicated, what did you say the difference was in the timestamp here?
I'd have to refer to that chart, but I believe it's around 4.5 minutes.
Sure. Our next one. What time do we have it coming on? Or
This
coming
would be
off?
it leaving. So it's 2:53 is the actual time, but on the timestamp it's 2:48. So that'd be 5 minutes.
Okay. All right. If we take the activity from these two video clips and then we relate it to activity that we've seen from Jack's break in alignment and then at Devon's self-storage, where would this fall into play? And I'll do a little bit better job at that. So first round, we have it going south or north on Schmidt Road. We've got the activity at Devon's, and then we have it traveling back south. What was the period of time that we attribute the vehicle as being at 740 Schmidt Road?
Approximately 2:13 a.m. to 2:29 a.m.
All right. Now, if we go to that same activity where we see it going on Schmidt Road, it's motion activated over at Devon Self-Storage, and we see that vehicle leaving and traveling again on Schmidt Road. What is that time frame there?
2:49 a.m. is when it's leaving the lot.
Okay. And then so this activity here, would that then correlate with the vehicle traveling down toward River Drive and going on to Credit Island?
It could be, yes.
Okay. Now let's go to the morning. What are we showing here?
Looks like a dark colored vehicle entering Credit Island
What time?
at approximately 8:18 a.m.
And then our next one?
It's going to be what we believe to be the same vehicle that entered is now exiting Credit Island at approximately 8:22 a.m.
And again, are the counters right on this video feed?
No, it's 5 minutes off.
All right. Is this the 4-minute segment of time that becomes very interesting given statements by the child about what happened down there on Credit Island?
Yes.
All right. Let's go back to the defendant's statement in the interview. What did the defendant describe his activities being during the middle of the night of July 10th?
The defendant described going to 509 Taylor Street and not making any contact with anyone, and then also going over to the quick shop.
Okay. And then from there, how many times did he describe going back and forth to the apartment complex on Jersey Meadows?
It would have been those 2 times and then the time to come pick up DL.
All right. During the interview, do you recall a point in time where the defendant mentioned that he may have gone out to his RV to get a couple of dollars worth of gas? Get a couple of dollars for gas?
That is correct.
All right. And would he give you any time element associated with that activity that he's describing having done that?
He wasn't sure if it was before or after meeting with Aisha.
Okay, all right. At any rate, when we go through and we look at all of this video surveillance feed, do we ever just see a moment of time where it's motion activated there at Devon's self-storage and we don't see his vehicle anywhere else in that area? Did that make sense? It didn't make sense. That's okay. That's all right. Did you put together a timeline so that we could just go through and look at all of the events sequentially during the early morning hours of July 10th and going up to the period of time when Aisha Langford would have been advised her daughter was missing?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit 44 to 49. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you State's Exhibits 44 through 49. Are you familiar with each of these exhibits?
I am.
How are you familiar with these exhibits?
That was a timeline that I put together.
Does this set forth all of the relevant time frames associated with events that occurred after the midnight hour of July 10th and up to the point in time that the child then has been reported missing?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibits 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, and 49.
I offer no objection.
All of those exhibits will be admitted.
May we publish, Your Honor?
One moment, please. If I could see counsel at the bench, please.
correct something for the record?
You may.
We've actually, we went through and we corrected our numbers, so it's going to be 44-1 through 44-6, and then I'll put the appropriate exhibit markers on that after we finish this testimony.
And again, I assume no objection, right, Mr. Freeze? Right. The exhibit will be corrected to be admitted, exhibit number 44-1 through 6.
Okay, all right. May we publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay. All right, so going through this then. On State's Exhibit 44-1. Walk us through our timeline.
Sometime before 12 a.m., Andrea falls asleep and last sees the defendant on the couch at the apartment at 2744 East 53rd Street, apartment 8. Breasia is asleep in the bedroom while DL is playing video games.
Next.
At 2:13 a.m., we have a dark-colored sedan northbound on Schmidt Road past Jack's Break and Alignment at 2160 West River Drive.
Next.
2:29 a.m., headlights leaving the lot of 743 Schmidt Road where the defendant's motorhome is parked. This is captured from Devon's self-storage camera at 2070 West River Drive.
Our next entry.
2:30 to 2:31 a.m., the dark-colored sedan southbound on Schmidt Road and then returns northbound on Schmidt Road from Jack's Break camera.
Our next entry.
2:49 a.m., dark-colored sedan leaving the lot of 743 Schmidt Road.
Our next entry.
2:50 a.m., dark-colored sedan south on Schmidt Road towards River Drive, capturing Jack's Break camera.
Our next entry.
2:51 a.m. to 2:53 a.m., vehicle seen entering Credit Island and leaving Credit Island from the Sarah Lowe's camera.
State's Exhibit 44-2. Our first entry.
At approximately 3 a.m., Andrea Culberson wakes up and notices the defendant and Breasia Terrell are missing from the apartment.
Our next entry.
3:11 a.m. and 3:12 a.m., Andrea tries to call the defendant and notices his phone was left in the apartment.
Where does this information come from?
Andrea Culberson's phone records.
Okay. Our next entry.
Approximately 3:30 a.m., Andrea advised the defendant walks into the apartment, retrieves an unknown item from the bedroom closet, and leaves. Andrea looks out the window and sees Breasia standing outside of the Impala prior to the defendant leaving.
Our next entry.
3:33 a.m. to 3:38 a.m., the defendant arrives at Quick Shop in the Maroon Impala, 201 West 53rd Street. Henry purchases $35 of gasoline, 2 packs of cigarettes, and a lighter using cash. The defendant is seen leaving in the Impala, traveling eastbound on West 53rd Street.
Our next entry.
Approximately 4:30 a.m.
And then, you know what, this is a gap that needs to be filled later on. Just to jump ahead, were you involved in the investigation of Breasia Terrell when her remains were recovered?
Yes.
All right. Upon the discovery of her remains, were there news stories that started to come out?
Yes.
Okay. By virtue of those news stories that came out, was there a citizen witness who lived out in the area of Clinton that contacted law enforcement relative to events that were of interest surrounding the time that Breasia would have come up missing?
Yes.
Okay. So we'll skip over that. That gap will be filled later on. What's our next entry?
And I use approximately loosely for this because we don't have confirmation on this next time. Just knowing it happens before 5:55 a.m. is that the defendant returns to Andrea's apartment to pick up DL.
Okay. What's our next entry?
5:55 a.m. Andrea calls the defendant, which lasts for 39 seconds. Dinkins, the defendant's cell phone plots leaving the area of the apartment complex.
And where does this information come from?
Phone records.
All right.
At 5:55 a.m., maroon Impala seen going westbound on East 53rd Street, past the quick start at 2050 East 53rd Street.
Our next entry?
557 Impala northbound in the 6100 block of Eastern Avenue from the 6138 Judson Circle camera.
Our next entry?
5:59 a.m. maroon Impala southbound in 5900 block of Jersey Ridge Road from the 5915 Woodland Ave camera.
Our next entry?
6:01 a.m. the defendant calls Andrea, which lasts 9 seconds. The call places the defendant back at the apartment.
Okay. Now, Andrea had testified that she had contacted Mr. Dinkins to indicate that there was another bag of clothing for the children that he did not take with him when he left with DL. And then when he returned, she indicated that she had actually gone down to the car to turn those clothes over to him, that second bag of clothes over to the defendant. Does that correlate with that entry?
It would.
Okay, what's our next entry?
6:05 a.m. the maroon Impala traveling northbound in 5900 block of Jersey Ridge Road, again from the Woodland Ave camera. This video footage corroborates with the defendant's cell phone records.
Our next entry?
6:11 a.m. maroon Impala, confirmed to be the defendant. The one the defendant was operating is traveling northbound on Highway 61 from the mile marker 124 camera.
Our next entry?
6:43 a.m. maroon Impala traveling east towards Clinton on Highway 30 from Posh Farms, which is 6441 Lincoln Way camera.
States Exhibit 44-4.
At 6:49 a.m., maroon Impala arrives into the Walmart parking lot. Henry, the defendant, walks up to the doors. The business is not open until 7 a.m. The defendant gets back into the Impala.
Our next entry?
6:54 a.m., maroon Impala exits the lot. Camera view shows a front seat passenger, believed to be DL.
Next entry?
6:57 a.m., the maroon Impala re-enters the Walmart parking lot.
The next entry?
6:58 a.m. to 7:10 a.m. The defendant enters Walmart, purchases 2 Clorox 81-ounce bottles of bleach. The defendant places the bleach into the trunk of the Impala and leaves Walmart. The defendant's cell phone pings off a tower in Clinton at 7:02 a.m. and 7:03 a.m.
The next entry?
7:10 a.m. the maroon Impala traveling westbound in the 2600 block of Lincoln Way/Highway 30. This is from the First Central State Bank camera.
The next entry?
7:15 a.m. maroon Impala traveling westbound on Lincoln Way/Highway 30 from the Posh Farms camera.
Our next entry?
7:26 a.m. maroon Impala traveling westbound on Highway 30, and this is from the DeWitt Travel Center camera at 630 South 6th Ave, DeWitt.
What was our first entry?
7:52 a.m. maroon Impala traveling southbound on Highway 61 from mile marker 124 camera.
Next entry?
8:14 a.m. the maroon Impala is traveling northbound on Concord Street and then eastbound on Rockingham Road from the Hy-Vee 3019 Rockingham Road camera.
The next entry?
8:15 a.m. maroon Impala traveling southbound in the 700 block of Schmidt Road from the Purina cameras.
The next entry?
8:16 a.m. maroon Impala travels southbound on Schmidt Road towards River Drive, captured from Jack's brake and alignment.
The next entry?
8:18 a.m. to 8:22 a.m. dark colored sedan enters and exits Credit Island. Cell data records puts the defendant's cell phone in that area.
Next entry?
8:22 a.m. maroon Impala traveling northbound on Schmidt Road from the Jack's brake camera.
Next entry?
8:24 a.m. maroon Chevrolet Impala in the lot of 743 Schmidt Road with the trunk open. The defendant and DL standing near the motorhome from the Devon Stealth storage camera.
And finally, States Exhibit 44-6.
8:26 a.m. to 8:27 a.m., the Maroon Impala is traveling northbound on Schmidt Road and then east on Rockingham Road from the Purina cameras.
From there?
Approximately 8:42 a.m., the defendant meets with Aisha at McDonald's at 1733 East Kimberly Road, and she to give her DL.
Our next entry?
8:55 a.m. to 9:18 a.m., Officer Burkle arrives at the apartment complex, meets with the defendant, DL, and Aisha. Officer Burkle checks the immediate area and returns to find the defendant has left.
Our next entry?
9:33 a.m., the Maroon Impala is traveling eastbound on West 53rd Street from the fire station number 8 camera.
Okay. Now, was there video surveillance footage that was collected from that area?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to review it?
As in the fire station one?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. And is that where this activity was documented from?
Yes.
All right. And from there?
11:46 a.m., the Maroon Impala is traveling southbound in the 3700 block of Bridge Ave, captured from Per Year Law Firm at 3719 Bridge Ave.
Was there video surveillance footage that was collected from the Per Year Law office?
Yes.
And did you review that?
Yes.
Does that footage document the activity that's described here?
It does.
And then what's the relevance of the location of Henry Dinkins' vehicle during this period of time?
That is very close to Nina McQuay and Helen Mosley's apartment complex. Cell phone records also corroborate this location.
Okay. And then finally?
12 p.m., the defendant arrives at the police station.
All right. Detective Obert, let's go back and let's talk about that time element that you were noticing. When you had driven between mile marker 122 and the location of Posh Farms, driving the normal speed limit, how much time should that have taken?
Mile marker 124 to Posh Farms was 22 minutes and 30 seconds driving the speed limit.
All right, and then when you looked at the video surveillance footage from mile marker 124 with that Impala going out northbound to the point in time that it reached Posh Farms, what was the time frame associated with that?
32 minutes.
And then when you looked at it from Posh Farms with the vehicle traveling back west and then hitting mile marker 124 when it was going back south, what was the time frame there?
37 minutes.
All right. Given that there is a 10-minute and then again a 15-minute time discrepancy, when you had noted that, were you looking at areas just to the north of Highway 30 to try and identify locations where Breasia may be located?
Given those unaccounted for times, looking at a map, there was exits off those two roads that people could take. So from that, I'm trying to deduce how far someone could drive out to a location and back to make up for that unaccounted for time.
Okay, let me take you back to State's Exhibit 38. When you were looking at that variable, was it something that you were focused on in July of 2020?
July and August and the months after as well.
All right. Describe then how that directed your course of action.
There was searches that were conducted, one in particular on August 20th of 2020.
Tell us about that search and where it occurred at.
That was at Wendling Quarries. And can I approach to kind of point the general area of that?
Absolutely, if you would. So show us where Highway 30 is located, the juncture of Highway 30 and 61. All right, where is Wendellin's quarry located relative to Highway 61 and the exit ramp onto Highway 30? North? Okay, turn the microphone so we can hear you. Is it further north on Highway 61?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Wendling Quarries is in that general area.
Is it on the east side or the west side of Highway 61?
West side.
All right. Describe what search was conducted or the nature of the search that was conducted of that quarry back in August of 2020.
It was along the road that it shares with. It was about a mile stretch. Detectives were on both sides of it. It was heavily wooded in that area. Detectives walked down about a mile stretch and looked for anything of evidentiary value.
And was there anything of evidentiary value found?
No.
And then when her remains were discovered on March 22nd of 2021, what would have been the additional distance from that location that you had checked to where her remains were found?
The distance between the two are a couple miles.
All right, go ahead and take your seat. Detective Obert, were you aware of Sergeant Pfeiffer and Detective Hammes ever having driven DL out to the area of Highway 61 and Highway 30?
Yes.
Okay. Relative to that drive, were you given any information about the child and directions that he wanted them to proceed? And if you don't know, that's fine. We can talk with Sergeant Pfeiffer and Detective Hammes about that.
One thing that was mentioned from them to me after the drive was done, notably from Detective Hammes told me this, is that when they were north on 61 and took the exit to go on Highway 30, TL told them no, to keep going, as in to keep going north.
All right. Now let's talk about March 22nd of 2021. Were you notified that three fishermen had recovered skeletal remains?
That is correct.
Okay, set the stage for that and explain.
The time was at approximately 6:30 p.m. I received a phone call from Sergeant Pfeiffer advising that remains were found in Clinton County near DeWitt, and that he was responding to go look at the remains in the belief that it could possibly be Breasia Terrell. I then made the decision to also go up there. Sergeant Pfeiffer sent me a ping location, which was just south of Kunal Implement.
Okay, describe the scene when you got up to that area.
It was dark by the time I got there. I was able to go from a distance, observe the skeletal remains, and there was a flip-flop that was near the remains as well, and then also some hair.
Okay, was there something about the flip-flop that was of import to you?
Yes, it was blue and white in color, which was similar to what Aisha described as a possibility of Breasia wearing.
Okay, and relative to the hair that was located in the area of the skeletal remains, was there something that you noted about the hair that was of import to you?
There was seashells in them. Again, another description provided by Aisha.
Okay, all right. Now, were you one of the individuals involved in maintaining the control of that site until the next morning when law enforcement officers and individuals from the state medical examiner's office and the DCI responded out there?
My responsibility was to leave there and go interview the three fishermen that located her. Scene security was discussed and handled by Sergeant Pfeiffer.
Okay. Who were the three fishermen that you interviewed? Jesse
Dow, Brendan Rogge, and Eric Johnson.
Could you spell Dow spell Jesse Dow so that we've got a correct spelling?
Jesse. Dow is DAU.
All right. And then Brendan Rogge so that we've got a correct spelling?
BREND. I don't know if it's AN or O, and
Okay,
I have to refer to my records.
Okay.
And then last name is Rogge, that's ROGGE.
And then Eric, how does he spell his first name?
ERIC.
When did you conduct the interviews of the three fishermen?
Shortly after responding up to the remains on March 22nd, 2021.
And then following your interviews of those subjects, describe your involvement at the site on March 23rd.
On March 23rd, we responded to the site where we had a mobile command center up, and then also caution tape up of an inner perimeter and an outer perimeter. And then my responsibilities throughout that day was to assist the anthropologist and her staff on clearing debris away from Breasia's remains. And then they would help us determine what's of significance in regards to her remains and what wasn't.
Certainly. And then were you involved in any additional investigation on April 3rd of 2021 relative to the pond where her remains were located?
Yes.
Explain.
We had Big River Rescue Search Team respond out to that pond, and they conducted a search of it. During that search, a firearm was retrieved from the pond.
What type of firearm?
A revolver.
Okay.
38 caliber.
A 38 caliber revolver. When Breasia's remains were discovered on March 22nd, and then we had the processing of the scene on March 23rd, did officers search that area for any type of casings?
Yes.
Okay, now let's talk about the different types of handguns. Describe the two different types of handguns.
Semi-automatic and revolver or wheel gun.
Sure. If a semi-automatic is utilized, what happens at the point that the gun is fired?
Shell casing ejects from the chamber.
Okay. When her remains were recovered, were there projectiles located in the area of her remains?
There was.
Okay. By virtue of that, was the area searched for any type of casings?
Yes.
Were there any casings found?
No.
When the gun was recovered from the pond, what type of gun was it again?
Revolver.
And so then did that make sense that there were no casings found?
That would match. That'd be indicative of what we found at the scene, yes.
Okay. And when a revolver is fired, what happens?
The shell casing remains in the wheel of the gun and has to be purposefully manipulated and dumped out in order to remove the shell casings.
Did this conclude your involvement in this matter?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Freeze, it would appear that it would be best to conduct your cross-examination after lunch. Sure. An adjournment until 1:30.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I didn't hear any updates. Let's see. They're taking Dinkins back to his cell. Okay, let's see what we've got in YouTube land today. Let's go to the sentencing on the woman who killed her boyfriend by running into a tree and a house. Doesn't look like they're actually doing anything. Nobody's at the table. I guess they're on a break as well. Okay, well, maybe we'll look for something else. Okay. Let's see. Sounds like they still have the mic going in the courtroom. Let's see. It's too bad the Henry VIII trial doesn't start for another 25 minutes. Let's see. What else do we have? I see a post from Talk TV saying Home Office guidelines apparently state that immigrants lying on an interview won't have their applications thrown out. Oh. Let's see. It says to call and schedule an appointment for my teeth cleaning. But I believe I've got an appointment set up already. Double check that. Yeah, I have one on the 6th. Okay. Here, let's go to let's see. This is probably rehashing old ground. Oh, my sister-in-law's sister, who was getting flooded yesterday from here, Hurricane Hillary, reports the rain is stopped and the flood water is receding. It was flooding their basement yesterday. Oh, okay. This is just something short.
Band move through as we head into the evening commute. Now, most locations are seeing light rain to moderate rain, and in some areas, we're getting some heavier precipitation. And then, of course, in the mountains, we've been seeing the snow. We showed a couple of pictures there from Alta and around Bryan Head. Now, here's a wide look at it, and you can see pretty widespread precipitation around the state. And see, now people can't see you. Wait, do they like? Who is this? So, you got to see. So I'll put this over my face so you can see someone is actually here. Okay, so anyway, you can see the showers that continue to move throughout the state. All right, let's go ahead. I'll just keep on going, even though there is standing right behind me. It is 55 right now here in Salt Lake, 52 in Provo, and we're at 64 degrees currently in St. George. Here's a look at a traffic camera. This is out towards, you can see the hands tickling me, right? This is out towards the southwest corner of the Salt Lake Valley, where you can see some of that precipitation continues to come down to this area, and the water kicking up on the roads as well. And there's some more current temperatures right now. 41 in Vernal, 36 in Evanston. Okay, the overall pattern now, you just go ahead and stay right there. You're freaking me out. Low pressure right over the top of us. We do have some strong upper level winds that are helping to generate some of that precipitation here in southern Utah as well. Now, what's going to happen? This storm system will continue to move to the east, and as it does, the winds from the north will push through northern Utah, and that's going to give us a better chance of that precipitation heading into the evening hours here for northern Utah. 45 right now in Salt Lake, 44 in Provo, 41 in Price. For overnight lows, and you can see 52 in St. George. Showers will continue into the evening hours here throughout the state. And again, picking up along the Wasatch Front especially. Okay, tomorrow, 62 for an afternoon high in Salt Lake, 61 in Provo, 73 in St. George. What's going to be the chance of showers developing again by Friday?
What was wrong with you
Saturday?
a moment ago? You acted so weird, like there was something
Where did
wrong.
they get that suit?
We don't know what you're talking about.
Do you know who it is?
It's Bailey. I can hear her giggling.
You're brave, Bailey. That was a rough duty.
Can you see out of that thing?
A little bit, but it's really hot.
Well, don't run into anybody or anything. Okay.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Wow.
All right, fine.
Okay. I never heard about that at the time. Okay, let's see. Let's go back to our flagpole. Let's see what else we got. Oh, it looks like we've got another Iowa station which is broadcasting the trial. That's good to know.
Members of the media may have their phones on, but it must be turned to silent. There will be no in and out of the courtroom. Once the proceedings begin, you may not leave. If you do leave, you will not be permitted to re-enter. Today is an emotional and a stressful day for three families and for the defendant and for those who care for Davion, Dominic, and Mackenzie. I expect everyone here to be respectful of everyone who's in the room. And if there's any disruptive behavior, I will pause the proceedings and the deputies will escort you out. Constitutional right not to speak. She has exercised that right not to speak at trial, and that right continues throughout this proceeding. She will be afforded the opportunity to speak if she wishes, but that's her choice. Following that portion, the court will deliver this. I also want to advise the defendant that she has a right to an appeal and a transcript at state expense, and we will assign counsel to represent you. Council, we have previously discussed and agreed to the following: that the only counts for which the court will sentence today as a matter of law are counts 1 and 2, each of which is murder in violation of Ohio Revised Code Section 2903.02A. Count 1 being the murder of Dominic Russo, count 2 being the murder of Davion Flanagan. Each of these counts are statutory sentences. Each is 15 years to life with parole eligibility after the base term is served, and with parole strictly within the discretion and jurisdiction of the Ohio Parole Board. Each of these counts stands separate and apart from each other, and they can be run either concurrently or consecutively. That is the only discretion permitted to the court in the sentencing today. It is my understanding that we are also in agreement of the following mergers. As to the guilty verdicts against the defendant related to the victim, Dominic Russo, the counts 3, 5, 6, and 9 merge into count 1. As to the guilty verdicts against the defendant related to the victim, Davion Flanagan, the count 2, that the Reagan-Tokes enhancement and post-release control are not applicable to either count 1 or 2. Is that a correct statement?
That's accurate, Your Honor.
Correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. I do wish to proceed on counts 11 and 12. It's my understanding on these two felonies of the 5th degree that both sides are waiving any argument. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
And is she waiving any statement on counts 11 and 12?
As to those two counts, yes.
All right. The defendant is sentenced in counts 11 and 12, each of which is a felony of the 5th degree, to 7 months in prison on each count to be served concurrent to each other with credit for time served. Fines and costs are waived. As to the driver's license suspension for counts 9 and 10, the aggravated vehicular homicides, her driver's license is suspended for life. I'm now prepared to hear from anybody who would like to speak on behalf of the state. Good morning. Could you start with your name and speak up and speak slowly?
Yes, Your Honor, my name is Jamie Flanagan. I am the mother of the victim, Davion Flanagan. I want to share a small part of what we lost on 7/21/22. My son, Davion, is and always will be so much more than cargo. He was precious. He was an amazing soul with a heart of gold. He gave to the world what he wanted most in his own life: love. The kind of love that would rescue a friend in the middle of the night, no questions asked. The kind that would protect others and honor them. He made friends easily with his infectious smile. He was a gifted athlete. He had plans to go to barber school and open his own shop. My son did not have a clique of friends, but instead was a friend to all. He would go out of his way to show love and kindness to others, including those that were often cast aside by society, the less fortunate, the developmentally challenged, the hurting, and the unvalued. Davion made sure that everyone that crossed his path knew that he truly saw them, that he valued them, and that they were worth his time. Davion and my kids have had more than their fair share of heartbreak, of hardship, and of loss. Davion was adopted with his sisters from foster care. They are biological siblings. We are honored to be chosen, or to have been chosen, to be their parents. They're forever family. I am devastated by the loss of Davion. The world lost a truly special man. My girls lost their best friend, their protector, the one and only trusted family that has been by their side from day one. This alone, or he alone, understands the pain and loss that they have gone through and was always there for them. This fact alone breaks my heart for my girls, for my family. So many dreams shattered, a future stolen. We will never get to see the amazing man that he was surely to become. His life was precious. Like I said, he was so much more than cargo. I pray daily for strength and perseverance for myself and for my family. I also pray that Mackenzie will find true remorse in her heart and true repentance. We thank all of those that worked so hard to help us bring justice for our son. We are forever thankful. Davion, we miss you terribly, but as Christians, we grieve with hope. We will make sure your memory lives on, and we ache for the day that we are united again in eternity. Thank you.
Hello, could you start with your name?
Hi, Honor. My name is Divine Flanagan. Davion was my favorite Markel Flanagan. Difficult for me. Together since day one. Davion was a big brother to me and my younger sister Dalia. We all got adopted together in 2012. After Davion passed away, a lot of trauma and past pain has came into my life, causing it to be difficult to heal from this trauma event or this traumatic event. Davion was not just a big brother to me, but a role model in many ways. He was the person I trusted the most because he made me feel safe. He taught me the importance of cherishing each moment and enjoying life. The memories we have are strong, but losing him has shown me the value of life. He has how God works in ways you can't understand, but is worth it in the end. I don't want this pain for anyone else. I don't want people to have to go through this. As an 18-year-old, I hate the fact that he has gone because someone decided to take his life. Now that Davion is gone, I feel stuck. I feel as if I can't move forward. I feel lost. He was the one who picked me up when I fell. He was my best friend and the only person that has stayed with me since I was born. I would like you to give Mackenzie the longest possible sentence. I've known her for about 3 years, and as she's always taken the easy way out. She will be eligible for parole, while my brother will be gone forever. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Maureen, can you start with your name?
I'm Christine Russo. I'm Dominic's mother. No one wanted this to be a murder or to punish Mackenzie Shirilla for this accident. But this was not a car accident. The evidence and science proved that Mackenzie Shirilla murdered my son, Dominic, as well as Davion. There's no fix put in this case, as the Shirillas would like to proclaim. I want to thank Strongsville Police Department and the state of Ohio for seeking the truth behind this crash. Thanks to them, we all know what happened in that car that day. What we don't know is why. I wish I could change this every day. I lost 3 children in that crash. Not a minute goes by each day that I don't think about my son, as well as Davion. My heart is forever broken. The cries heard from the Shirilla family and friends after the verdict are nothing more than a lack of remorse. Mackenzie Shirilla had a choice. Dom and Davion did not. We are all left here to mourn. But what Dave or by any particular sentence. July 31st, 2022, I called Mackenzie's mother, hysterical with the loss of my son and Davion. I knew Mackenzie was in the hospital, and the first statement said to me was, "Oh, please don't listen to what everyone's saying on Facebook." Yeah. My son is dead. His friend is dead, and I'm checking on you with Mackenzie and is making a game out of this heart-wrenching tragedy. No one can imagine the pain of losing a child unless they have lost one themselves. The pain is forevermore. Time does not heal this wound. Mackenzie, going to prison because you did this. Life and have a future, whatever that may be. Dom and Davion were robbed of their futures, their hopes, and their dreams. Mackenzie showed no mercy on Dominic, nor did she on Davion. Only God at this time can have mercy on her soul. Thank you.
Could you start with your name, please?
Yes. My name. Is there a microphone or anything?
These are, I can hear you.
My name is Angelo Russo. I'm one of Dominic's older brothers, and I'm speaking today for myself and also on the behalf of our siblings and our friends. Sorry. Dom may have been young, but he made the most of each day and had an impact on the lives of his friends and his family. Dom was a businessman, an athlete, a song producer, and an entrepreneur. Dom was not only my brother, he was also my best friend, and the friends in this courtroom also say Dom was their best friend. Many of my brother's interests and goals were centered on learning more about himself and how he could become a better person. He was always doing what he could to learn about others, how he could understand different situations, different cultures, and how he could better the community. He read from various authors every day and even recommended to me countless books that have made me a better person and helped me understand the world better. A few months before he passed, he told me that he soon planned on joining a branch of the military. Admittingly, I was against this, but he felt the need to not only serve the community, but also his country. He gave me countless advice, and he also helped with anything and everything. Nothing said or done here today can describe the loss or repair our lives after this tragedy. Kenzie's statement in the hospital to Detective Azu, "Can't you just take my license away for 10 years or something?" That statement is Mackenzie Cirillo. The most selfish person I know. Ironically, Dom is the most selfless person I know. Mackenzie Cirillo murdered Dom and Davion in cold blood and had already moved on. Kenzie killed Dom over the thought of losing him, and she made Davion collateral damage. She was driving, going to concerts, and dressing up for Halloween, no thoughts of the families and lives that she had destroyed. As I said, Dom read a book every day. He started 2 companies. He recorded his own music as well as recording music with myself and with friends. Dom helped anyone who ever needed a hand. He was an inspiration to everyone who had the honor of meeting Dominic. We love you, Dom. We love you, Davion. And God bless the both of you. Thank you so much.
Mr. Troop, before you speak, have you marked the letters as exhibits to be part of the record?
I have, Your Honor.
And any objection from Mr. McDonald?
No, Your Honor.
And have you marked your letters?
I have.
Okay, if you would give those both to the court, please. Go ahead.
Your Honor, there's very little that I can say after hearing from those who love Dominic and Davion in regards to the impact that the defendant's conduct had on these families' lives. And we have received a series of letters that have been submitted on behalf of the defendant. In summarizing these, they describe her as a good student and a loving and caring person, and that she could never do something like this. And they continually, despite the verdict, refer to this as an accident, and an unfortunate accident, and tell you that she is also a victim. And there are just a few things that I think is important for the court to consider in determining a sentence today. Part of the evidence in this case and introduced in trial was evidence from the defendant's cell phone. There were search warrants executed on her various social media accounts, her school records, her medical records, things of this nature. And I think that who she actually was is directly contradictory to what is painted by the letter submitted on behalf of her today. One moment, Your Honor. I'm sorry, Judge, I filed
That's okay. That's fine.
I'm not even cool. I'm just one of those girls that can do a lot of drugs and not die. Gotta figure like a pin, I'm gotta figure like a doll. Don't care if you think I'm dumb, I don't care at all. Can't best sleep, I wanna be adored. I'm the girl you die for.
Objection, Judge, none of this is introduced in the trial.
Shortly after the crash, Strongsville police were notified that they had received concerning emails from the community that the defendant and her mother were seeking employment with the Los Angeles modeling agency. Kenzie Sharilla said to Vitali, "Thank you for the comment. I would love to work with you guys. I've been emailing you guys a lot. Such a great opportunity. Thank you."
Is there a date?
There is not a date on this, Your Honor. Based on the investigation, it was delivered to the police while the defendant was still in the Metro Health Hospital. So it was during that time period. She was in the hospital for several weeks. Shortly after being released from the hospital, the police were provided additional videos of the defendant from her wheelchair as she attended a concert down in the Flats. And again, Your Honor, I'm introducing these to the court to show the shocking lack of remorse. This was something that was being exhibited while the investigation was still going on, before she was charged and arrested in November of last year. And these were the sort of things that were coming to the police, and the shocking lack of remorse, coupled with the fact that the defendant was reported driving an automobile shortly after this event, that she was seen in Strongsville again driving a car, in spite of the fact that, as her mother testified, she got dizzy sometimes from a condition that she had to take salt pills for, in spite of the fact that it was, in fact, her mother who provided her with the car that she used to take Dominic and Davion's life. Halloween of last year, again, still before being charged, Mackenzie Shirilla celebrated Halloween with her friends at Ohio University.
Judge, can I just make one continuing objection?
Sure, thank you.
Thank you.
Are these post?
These are on Halloween of last year, so these would be post-crash, just before she was charged in November. We think the defendant has shown a shocking lack of remorse, Your Honor. We think that she has continually put forward that this was an accident in spite of the fact that the evidence is in direct contradiction. Your Honor, you were on Progress Drive. You saw the evidence that was displayed in court. And Your Honor, we think that you are the person who is in the best position to decide an appropriate sentence. We have full confidence in the sentence that you'll give, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. McDonald?
Your Honor, may it please the court, I ask you to allow Mrs. Shirilla to address the court first.
Okay, that's fine. Can you start with your name?
My name is Natalie Shirilla. I just want to say, am I allowed to address them at all?
Sure.
I just want to say to the families that I'm broken, sad, and lost, and my heart hurts for everyone, okay? Davion was her new friend, and Dom was the love of her life, and he was part of our family, okay? I'm just so sorry that this happened, and we're heartbroken, okay? And then, Your Honor, this was a terrible, tragic nightmare accident to have happened that she has no memory of, and she will never emotionally or physically recover from it. She almost died too, and we're asking that you please not run the sentence as consecutive. He was family, and we all loved each other. That morning of the accident, she called. I got a phone call that there was a car accident. Okay, so we went to the hospital, and I didn't even know who was in the car. The names had not been confirmed yet, and I'm going to cry because I missed Dom so much. We loved him so much. So I called Dom like over and over again, praying that he was going to answer the phone, and he didn't answer the phone. So then I tried to call his mom, and she didn't answer the phone either. And I still didn't know who was in the car. I didn't even know if she was alive. I didn't know what was happening. So then we were in the waiting room, and then his mom she did call me. So I answered the phone, and I was like, oh my God, like, I don't even know who was in the car. Like, what's happening? Was that Dom? And she said, what do you mean? My son is dead. And I was like, I'm so sorry. And then she said something like, and now I have to wait until your kid's out of the hospital. And then I didn't hear the rest. I was like, we loved him so much. And I hung up the phone. I did not talk about social media. I didn't even know what was going on yet. Okay. So then that was it. So in the hospital, that Vitality post, I commented on that because somebody had called her a murderer. Okay. And she's not a murderer. So she didn't even have her phone at that point because the police had still had it. Okay. So I jumped on and I was like, you know, she's not a murderer. She's more sad than hurt than most of these people commenting. She's been trying to get in touch with you. I mean, at that point, it was just an accident. So I commented on her behalf, not because of the modeling opportunity. Who cares about that? I don't want them to refer to her as a murderer. Okay. And I don't even know how that comment got on the phone because the police still had her device and she could not access her phone or social media. That's why I did it. And I had called them asking if they could shut down social media because people were calling her a murderer and making death threats and organizing groups to, take her out when she got out of the hospital and stuff. So I didn't even want her phone. I don't care about her phone. I don't care about social media. I just wanted them to stop calling her a murderer so that when she did come to, and she did come out of surgery, multiple surgeries, that she wouldn't see all these people calling her a murderer because she would never, ever, ever murder the love of her life. Okay. Halloween, For 3 months after the accident, she would only wear his clothes. She would only eat the snacks he ate. She would only listen to the music he wrote, okay? She was laying in bed for 3 months crying. There was a shrine of him next to her with photos and things that he liked and this flower that lights up that he got her because he wanted it to be fresh and alive forever. It's like a little Beauty and the Beast flower. Okay, she's got this shrine of him next to her. So she was crying for 3 months. So her friends asked if she wanted to go out trick-or-treating or Halloween, and it was at OU. And she didn't even want to go. She said, I don't know, should I go? She couldn't even walk yet, barely. So I told her, I said, baby, please go. It's Halloween. You've been laying for 3 months crying, only listening to his music. Please go have just a moment of fun, a moment of fun. So we told her to go. My husband drove her. I brought her back home. She just needed a second of fun from losing her whole world, So that was us. We told her to go. And that concert she went to with Dom's cousin, Abby, they picked her up. They brought her there. That was Dom, Mackenzie and Dom and Abby all decided to go to this concert together while they were in the hospital. That was for Dom. Everything she did after the accident was either in honor of him, to be close to him, or just to be by him any way that she can. She's like devastated and tragic. He was the air that she breathes. Okay. And they went with his cousin. We spent all kinds of time with him after the accident. What was the other thing?
I'm hearing an awful lot about your daughter. I'm not hearing very much about the 2 dead people.
Dominic, okay, I'm asking you for leniency because this was a tragic accident that she does not remember. And Davion, he's a new friend. I'm so sorry.
What does that mean? His life is worthless?
No. God, no, not at all. They all loved each other. They all spent every day together. You know what I mean? I don't know
And
too
isn't
much
that
for
part
him.
of the problem, Mrs. Sherrill?
Sorry?
Isn't that part of the problem, that they all trusted each other? Isn't that part of?
It's not a problem at all. It was
It's a
wonderful.
problem how they all ended up in the car together and 2 of them ended up dead.
I understand. I understand what it looks like. I'm saying that it was a tragic accident. She would never.
But we're gonna have to disagree on that.
I understand.
Right, and I respect your position, but you disagree with me.
I understand. But anyway, that's it. I just wanted to address those. We told her to go to those things, and then she did go with Dom's family. So look at that. Don't look at it with look on that with different eyes if you can, please.
Those things are not relevant.
Not at all. Not at all.
No,
Not at all.
I
But
agree.
she's a good, if you would have a moment, all you would need is 5 minutes of a conversation to have with her to learn who she is. Just that you would just need 5 minutes to learn who she is and what she's capable of not doing and doing. And you would.
Is there anyone else?
I would like Mackenzie to address the court.
Mackenzie, you don't have to speak if you don't want to. It's up to you. Okay? You can sit if it's more comfortable, whatever's better for you.
The families of Dom and Davion, I'm so deeply sorry. I hope one day you can see I would never let this happen or do it on purpose. I wish I could remember what happened. I'm just so sorry. I'm heartbroken. I love Dom and Davion. We were all friends and Dom was my soulmate. I wish I could take all your pain away, and I'm so sorry. And to my family, thank you for the support and all the love you guys give. Thank you for fighting with me. I love you all so much. All right, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else from the defense?
If I could address the court, Judge. Your Honor, may it please the court. First of all, I'd like to extend my condolences to the Russo and Flanagan family. I can't imagine how difficult this is. It's terrible. People's acts have consequences, and the consequences here are up to you. You have a range of possibilities as it relates to a girl who was 17 at the time, who is now 19 years old and has no criminal record. And as you so correctly pointed out in the opening, the decision when she gets out is up to the parole board. And we know how the parole board operates, and we know that everybody gets flopped at least once. So a 15-year sentence becomes a 20-year sentence at minimum. And it'll be up to this young lady here as to how she's going to conduct herself for the next 20 years or whatever the sentence would be. That would be number one. Second of all, I'd like to say thank you so much for allowing and taking the time to read those letters. And I would like to concentrate on the letters from the people from juvenile court. First of all, Miss Smith and Miss Kent. They have been the people who have monitored her progress since she was entered the juvenile detention facility, where she was for about 9 months. And I would like to commend them for writing these letters, because ultimately, or initially, I tried to have them send a letter and the people at juvenile court wouldn't let them. And so they sent these letters anyways. And what do we see from their letters? We actually see where both of them say that she expressed remorse during the time. What the prosecutor played there was after the accident and way before she was ever incarcerated. Observed her grow as a person, that she's taken every single class possible, both culinary and college, that she's actually been a model inmate, the letters say, and that she has exhibited what they call the highest level of behavior. They grade people 1, 2, 3, 4. The better your behavior, the higher the number. She has always received the highest number. She's also been receptive to counseling, and as Ms. Kent said, she has been making amends. I'd ask you to pay special attention to the letter from Kelly Leitner that I think talks about certain, she cites certain things. Ms. Leitner is asking you to consider that the brain is not fully developed until 25 years or older. Her choices, Mackenzie's, and actions are indicative of teenage invincibility. While based on your decision, you don't find that, I find that there are. I remember when I was young, the dumbest things I ever did, and I'd hate to be judged for those things. So really now I'm going to give you my observations, because I understand what you talked with Mackenzie's mother about acceptance of responsibility, etc. All I can tell you is that from the moment I met this young lady here, she expressed sorrow. And I would say during the course of this trial, in the initial emails and statements, she said, "I'm sorry for what you did." The prosecutor has said that she hasn't accepted responsibility. Well, as you remember, during the course of this trial, our defense was that it was a reckless homicide. That's taking responsibility for what she believes happened. So I would respectfully disagree with that. I've seen her express true remorse in the times that I met her in jail, and I don't think it's self-serving. I'm going to say, as an officer of the court, that I feel very confident saying that she has expressed true remorse. So ultimately, another thing that you have to ask for is the likelihood of recidivism, etc. Based upon all of those things, I respectfully request that you run the sentences concurrently. Thank you.
Is there anybody else that wants to speak?
I would have to state, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Today is the sentencing of the defendant for the purposeful and intentional murders of Davion Flanagan and Dominic Rousseau. And in a way, it's the second time their families are gathered again to grieve. It's also a day when Mackenzie's family will grieve for the future of their daughter. All three of these families and the friends of these families are suffering, and all of their lives have been irrevocably changed because of the actions of the defendant. The unintended and collateral consequences of a selfish, intentional, and cruel decision by Mackenzie will ripple forever in time. It's literally changed history because it's ended 2 lives. 2 young men are dead. Their deaths were horrible, terrifying, and tragic. I will say again, if any reasonable person reviews Exhibit 802, there can be no doubt in your mind what happened this night. there can be no doubt of the absolute terror of the two people in that car. The defendant controlled all the events. She chose the day. Specifically, she chose a day just before her 18th birthday. She chose to drive the car, the time to drive the car. She chose an obscure, previously scouted route through an industrial parkway. She chose the target to hit and the victims. She chose the means and the method to follow through. And she planned and purposefully executed the events of July 31st, 2022. The review of the evidence supports the factual findings, the forensic testimony, the testimony of the first responders, the testimony of the emergency room doctors who treated the defendant, the testimony of the coroner's medical examiner, the testimony of those who knew the victims and the defendant, and the testimony of the BMV official who provided evidence that not only did the defendant deny any medical condition when applying for her license, which her mother co-signed and attested to, but also that just after the accident, Mackenzie renewed her driver's license and again denied any medical condition. In fact, the defendant was so concerned about driving that, as the state mentioned, during the investigation, she asked if they could just suspend her license for 10 years. It is hard to fathom how a person could be concerned about their driving privileges, having just been responsible for the deaths of two people. There was no medical condition that caused this as an accident. There was no mechanical failure of the car. The record is clear on the facts and the evidence. Her mother's uncorroborated statements without any medical testimony or records is not persuasive. It is also important to remember that even if Mackenzie intended to also die in this crash, that is irrelevant. A failed suicide attempt is not a defense to murder. And even in a murder-suicide attempt, when the perpetrator executing the plan survives, the other death or deaths are still murder. There's only one person who's responsible for the pain of everyone in this room, and that person is you, Mackenzie. Nobody else is responsible. This isn't the fault of Dominic's family or Davion's family or your family. And I know that each of you have asked your questions to yourselves, what if? What if I had done this or that? The truth of it is, none of us can control the intentions of another. And when there is a purposeful intent to harm or kill someone, it is the perpetrator alone who bears the responsibility for the choice and the consequences and the harm that follows. The difficulty for sentencing today, honestly, is whether or not I believe you should get consecutive sentences. I'm troubled that should I give you a concurrent sentence, that people will believe that somehow I'm being disrespectful to one of the victims. And on the other hand, I have to weigh the punishment. There's a very good likelihood, Mackenzie, that you will spend the rest of your life in prison. That won't be up to me. That will be up to the parole board, and that will be up to you to a great extent. I understand that the pain in this room wants me to impose the harshest sentence, but I don't believe that would be the appropriate sentence, because I do believe that Mackenzie will not be out in 15 years. So she's sentenced on count 2, the murder of Davion Flanagan, 15 years to life. She's sentenced on count 1, the murder of Dominic Russo, 15 years to life, to be served concurrent to each other with credit for time served. I'll waive fines, fees, and costs, and your appellate counsel will be assigned. Are there any questions from the state?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Any questions?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
You're innocent.
At 21:17, two minutes later after that, what did it say here?
It says doors opening.
Okay, and then the next entry says?
Body and garage.
All right, and then at 21:19, what's it saying?
K98, subject and garage is 419. 2118, 583 GC, interior cleared, 2118.
Okay, so the K98 is another K9 unit, correct? Yes. Okay. Subject is in a garage, is indicated 419. I think you said 419 meant what?
Dead.
All right. What does the 2118 58 GC int clear 2118? What's that?
The 2118 is the time.
Okay.
And then 583 GC is the
unit.
The 500 is the unit. Yeah, it's a sergeant. GC is if I remember, it's gang crimes. So it was a gang crime sergeant.
Okay. And they're saying interior clear?
Yes.
Okay, so at 2118, it appears there's an entry into the garage according to this catalog unit.
Yes.
All right. Are there any other units other than 583 GC and the K98 being reported as being in this garage according to this entry in the catalog? 1 minute later, at 21:20, if you can read this notation.
AMR advised of delay.
What does AMR stand for?
AMR is American Medical Rescue, or it's basically the paramedics.
Okay, so they're being advised of delay.
Yes.
At 21:21, could you please indicate what it says there?
3x3 request medical.
All right.
2121.
And then the next entry down 2 minutes later, what does it say here?
It says 3x garage to rear of residence not cleared.
Okay. In the backyard, was there a shed?
I don't know. I didn't go in the backyard.
Okay. All right. So you're not sure exactly what that's referencing, but 3x, meaning it's an officer, is indicating, hey, there's a garage to the rear of the residence that's not being cleared.
Correct.
Okay. I think here it says 3x Chan clear. What's Chan stand for?
Channel.
Okay, that's kind of radio frequencies, I guess.
Yeah, there was a code red on the channel, so that's just this repetitive beeping noise that goes out every like 4 to 5 seconds. So when and that means nobody can talk on the radio unless you have to.
Okay.
So when they clear the channel, they mean that it's basically you're free to talk on the radio.
Okay, at 21:54, which is almost an hour and 10 minutes later, what is the entry here?
Via AM, media is arrived.
Okay, so that's maybe media members are maybe showing up to the neighborhood.
Yeah, this is just indicating that somebody had sent the dispatcher a message over the computer and that the media was starting to arrive.
All right. This entry near the bottom at 2200, so that's going to be at approximately 10 o'clock at night. Please read out what it says here.
MC1 requested ID via landline. MC1 was connected directly to CS4 for ID request.
So ID, what does that stand for?
ID is short for our criminalistics, or CSI, as people know them as.
Okay, so that's when so MC1 is an officer that's there, correct?
Yeah, MC1 is the major crimes detective.
Okay, the most senior, right? Because he's number one.
Right?
Yeah.
So
most senior crimes detective there. He's on the scene, and he is requesting that CSAs come out.
Yes.
Correct? At approximately 10 o'clock at night.
Yes.
At 10:02, can you read this entry here?
10:02 will be FD Rescue 9 and Engine 9 that responded. Also AMR 5907 and 5931.
All right. What does that mean?
Those are the engine company from the fire department that responded. So they had Rescue 9 and Engine 9. So that basically means like the Engine 9 is the big fire truck. The Rescue 9's their van, their paramedic van. And then AMR 5907 and 5931 are the two AMR units that responded.
All right. You have two more entries here at 2204 and 2205. You can just read those two out.
Okay. Left message for TIPS.
What is TIPS?
It's the volunteer program, trauma intervention program. It's volunteers that respond to talk to family members or friends, survivors.
Okay, so it's kind of volunteers that help out at scenes. Okay, so they're being left a message, and then what's the next thing say?
710A, request medical for PR.
All right. At 2209, it's saying tips ENR. What does the ENR stand for?
That they're en route.
Okay. And also ER can also stand for that, correct?
Yes.
All right. ETA means what? Estimated time of arrival?
Yes.
At 2215, there's this entry here, if you can read that out.
305, 3 PS 61, okay to let homeowners come in off of Rainbow and Rancho Santa Fe.
Okay, so typically, if you have a crime scene and it's nearby a major roadway, are there steps sometimes where you guys block off people coming in and out?
Yes.
All right, and this is a residential neighborhood?
Yes.
What's happening here in this instruction?
Basically, it looks like per the lieutenant, it's okay to start letting homeowners come in. It looks like off of one side of the street.
Okay, and this is about 2.5, I think it's about, it's at 10:15 at night, correct?
Yes.
Okay. At 2303, there's an entry here. What is that saying?
548, request grave units to assist.
Because that's maybe what, a transition squad of another shift
Yes.
of patrol officers, things like that?
Yes.
And then at 2310, what's it saying here?
3x3, call tips, they can leave per homicide.
All right. I have no further questions for this witness.
Morning, sir.
Morning.
What time did you arrive on this call?
I'd have to look at the log. I don't know the exact minute, hour and minute.
Do you think looking at it would help refresh your
Yes.
recollection? Can I approach?
Sure.
I'm going to hand you what's already in. It's 3:25.
Okay.
Find your call sign and your time of arrival.
Let's see. 47.
Okay, so the guy came for the appointment, and it looks like things switched while I was outside for a few minutes. What did the judge say about the sentence? Looks like we've gone into Henry VIII now, so I will play that for the rest of our break, I guess.
Someone's here.
And just so the ladies and gentlemen of the jury understand how this computer-aided dispatch, this CAD report works, there's a 911 operator that fields a 911 call, right?
Yes.
And that individual has the ability to talk to the PR, the person reporting on the phone, correct?
Yes.
And they also have the ability to type into a computer all the line items that you see there, right?
Yes.
And those line items are then directed to first responders and secondary responders and specialized units within the field have access to that computer.
Yes.
You mentioned you hit your arrive button on your computer. You have a computer in your actual patrol car.
Yes.
Right? And it has a keyboard so you can enter information.
Yes.
And it has a specific button that allows you to announce your arrival.
Yes.
Okay. You understand that as the dispatcher is taking in information from the person or persons reporting, that's entered into that system, right?
Yes.
So you would agree with me that there's more information coming in probably than goes out into the CAD, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you also agree with me that there's a number of line items there that don't have extensive verbiage, just kind of call signs and either a 4-letter code or a 400 code or a unit response that you recognize as part of your job at Metro, right?
Yes.
And the prosecutor just kind of read you the more detailed ones that were typed in, right?
Yes.
Okay. Can I retrieve that, Judge?
Sure.
So you indicated that you arrived at 2058, right?
Yes.
So if the call came in at 2044, how many minutes is that?
14.
Okay. And even assuming if the call came in at 2045, you get there 13 minutes later, right?
Yes.
You're not the first unit on scene.
No.
There's a number of units on scene.
Yes.
And those include marked patrol vehicles,
Yes.
some of them with one person per car.
These, if I remember, they were all single man units, or single officer units.
So there's at least 3 or 4 people there when you get there.
Without looking at the log, probably at least 2.
Okay. And they're out of their cars already?
Yes.
Have they approached the house already?
No, I don't know. I don't remember where they were when I initially arrived. Typically, somebody would have approached the home just to kind of watch the front door.
You have access to the information that's being relayed by the dispatcher through the CAD system, right?
Yes.
You do not have access to the call that's happening between the person reporting and the 911 operator, right?
Yes.
The 911 operator would choose what to put in this CAD report.
Yes.
Do you remember when the prosecutor asked you the question about a garage door? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Do you remember what that question was?
Was the garage door open or closed?
Do you remember when the prosecutor asked you about the person reporting requesting medical? Do you remember that?
Yes. Towards the end, yes.
No, I'm talking about early on in the call. Do you remember that?
No, I don't. Which one are you talking about? Like, who was requesting medical? The officer?
Let me show you this.
Okay.
Ask first about the garage. Okay. Do you see it? 2052 mail advised to open door. You see that?
2052. You might. Is it down at the bottom? I can't read it on here. Okay, there it is. Yes. Mail advice to open door.
Okay. Do you know which door that's referring to?
Probably the garage door. It's the only door that was closed.
Okay. Do you see it? 2047 medical advice for wife?
Yes.
What does that mean?
Requesting to be transferred to medical for advice on wife. I'm guessing that they're transferring the person calling to somebody at the fire department or AMR so they can give them CPR instructions.
Right. When someone calls 911, they say, do you need police, fire, or medical, right?
Yes.
And oftentimes they'll need both. Agreed?
Agreed.
So when the 911 operator is originally taking the call, she may enter under the computer-aided dispatch system items related to a police intervention, right?
Yes.
And then at some point, and in fact, we can see it here in black and white, the person recording requests to be transferred for medical advice, right?
I would say yes.
Okay. And the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have had the benefit of listening to this call. Have you?
No.
Okay. So you don't know what's being said in that call.
Correct.
Even as you sit here today, right?
Correct.
You'd agree with me the contents of that call would speak for themselves, yes?
Yes.
Okay. You can't tell anything from the CAD, for instance, whether or not the person reporting, in this case, it's a guy by the name of Tom Randolph, that he actually asks, should I go open the garage door so they can come in? You don't know that, do you?
No.
Does it show anywhere on that CAD report where the medical advisor on the other end of that 911 call tells him not to?
No.
Okay. What you do know is when you get there 14 minutes or so after the call, there's other units on scene, right?
Yes.
Somebody goes in the residence initially to make a determination that the female subject, the gunshot wound victim, isn't responsive, right?
Well, the way you just said it, nobody would have gone in the house immediately.
Yeah, I'm not talking about immediately. Clearly, you didn't get there for quite a period of time. When you do arrive,
right,
somebody goes in the house, right?
Correct.
And they identify the female suspect isn't moving.
Yes.
And then you say, hold on, let's back out, right?
Yes.
And then you request SWAT.
Yes.
SWAT means
the special weapons and tactics. It's the tactical team.
right. Those people have specialized training to enter and clear a scene in a dynamic shooting sequence, right?
Yes.
So like if there's something dangerous, they can go in, they have specialized training that allows them to make sure everything's safe. before other people come in and investigate, right?
Yes.
How long is it that you're outside before the lieutenant says, no, we can go ahead and go in?
Not very long. Without looking at the actual numbers, I'd be guessing, but maybe less than 10 minutes. It wasn't that I requested SWAT, and it was just a matter of minutes before he says, we don't, we can do this ourselves. We don't need SWAT.
Yep. The first entrance to the house involves 4 patrol officers, right?
I'm guessing. I don't remember exactly how many of us went in.
Okay. Well, you said on direct examination it was 4. You wouldn't dispute that, would you?
I'm guessing it was 4. I don't remember the exact number.
Okay. Then they come out, right?
Yes.
Then you request SWAT, correct?
Yes.
Then the lieutenant says, no, we can clear the house, right?
Yes.
And then the house is cleared.
Yes.
By how many officers?
I don't know. I know it was K9, and like I said, I wasn't there to see who actually went in or how many went in.
Okay. So probably 4 the first time, right?
Correct.
And then you went in the house, right?
Well, I'd be one of the 4.
Okay. And then
I went in with them.
Other people went in later to clear the house, right?
Yes.
Including K9 officers, right?
I believe so.
And according to the CAD report, there's at least 2 K9 units that go in the house, right?
No.
Okay. How many K9 units were at the scene?
There were at least 2.
Okay. How many went in the house?
At least 1.
Okay. And when the K9 unit goes in, that's a guy with a dog, right?
Correct.
Okay. Guy has 2 feet, yes?
The guy has 2 feet?
Yes.
Yes.
Dog has 4?
Yes.
Okay. Dog doesn't have any specialized training in preserving a crime scene, right?
No.
Okay. They actually go in the garage, right?
Well, they did. Yes, they did clear the garage when the door opened.
Right. Clearing the garage meaning kind of strategically, like going in, going around, looking, making sure there's no other people there, right? Okay. The reports in the case indicate that there's 1 lieutenant from patrol on scene, right?
Yes.
And then 2 sergeants, you and another.
Yes.
And then 10 patrol officers.
I'm guessing I don't know the exact number. I didn't count.
Would it surprise you if there were 10 patrol officers listed as being on scene?
No.
Do you have any idea how many people entered the house that night before you left?
No.
Do you have any idea if it was more than 10?
No.
More than 20?
I'd be surprised if it was more than 20. Well, are we talking about the initial entry, the clearing of the house, the investigative team?
I'm talking
CSI?
about just while you're there.
While I was there, it was just maybe 4 of us initially. Then there would have been the K9 team that cleared it, which might have been, I'm guessing, maybe 3 to 4 officers. And after that, I don't know who went in.
Okay. You know from reviewing the CAD that violent crimes detectives go in, right?
I don't know that they actually went in to the home at that point.
You know that violent crimes detectives were there, right?
I saw major crimes. I don't know if I saw violent crimes.
Same thing, right?
No, they're 2 different units.
Okay. What's the difference?
Major crimes deals with, it can involve like large larcenies, burglaries, and violent crimes are usually more of crimes against persons. So in this case, yeah, violent crimes, it would have made sense for violent crimes. But major crimes is always, they're not always logged on at the same time. So whatever unit happens to be on, they're kind of like, they're interchangeable in a sense. They can do investigations across whatever their unit's supposed to do.
Okay. As you sit here today, when you reviewed the CAD, you don't know who the detectives were, right?
Like the names of the detectives?
Right.
Not that I remember now.
Okay. If it was memorialized in a report that there were 3 separate violent crimes detectives there, you wouldn't dispute that?
No.
Okay. And in fact, you know that those detectives request ID to come out, right?
Yes.
And ID's the crime scene analysts.
Yes.
Okay. Were you still there when the crime scene analysts got there?
I don't remember.
Okay. You agreed they're not even called until 2200 hours, right?
That's what the CAD said, yes.
And you have no idea what time they actually arrived?
No.
And you have no idea what happens in the scene between the time the CSAs are requested and when they get there, right?
I don't know what do you mean? Like
You
I
don't-
wasn't in the house, so I didn't see what was going on in the house.
Right, precisely my point.
Okay,
Other
yes.
officers and investigators are going in and out of the house, right?
I don't know. Like I said, I didn't see anybody else go into the house, so I can't really tell you what they were doing.
Okay. You agree you have no meaningful testimony to give about how many people were in the house, right?
Other than the minimum amount that went in.
That might. It's not. How many people went in the house?
At a minimum, I'd say 6.
Okay, in total, the whole time in the investigation?
That I don't know.
Okay. In other words, you have no meaningful testimony to give about how many people went in the house that night, right? Okay. As you sit here today, you'd agree with me. You can't tell us how many people went in the house that night, right?
Yes.
Okay. You would agree with me that according to the CAD, medical units responded, right?
Yes.
Were you there when they got there?
I don't remember.
They don't get there for a long period of time, right?
I believe that's correct. Yeah.
In fact, the CAD even indicates a delay in their response, right?
Yes.
You have no memory whatsoever of them being there.
No, I remember I really don't remember what time they got there, but I think I remember. I don't know. Maybe the fire department was there, but
you don't dispute that a number of different medical response units arrived at the scene, right?
I don't know who actually showed up. That's I don't know.
So to answer my question, you don't dispute that, right?
Correct.
The jury's already seen a number of photographs that show indicia of medical intervention on at least one of the decedents. You wouldn't dispute that that happened, right?
No.
And assuming that that person's still at the scene that they're working on, those medical people are in the scene, right?
Yes.
You don't dispute that at all, right? You would agree with me that very early on in the call, the CAD log indicates that the person responding is asking for advice for his wife, right?
Yes.
Okay. When you read that in a CAD report, obviously the call speaks for itself, but that reads to you that the person reporting is asking for advice on how to treat his wife, right?
Yes.
There's a request for medical indicated in the CAD report at 21:21 hours. Does that sound unusual to you?
No.
Wouldn't you expect medical to respond sooner if the person reporting is asking for medical help with his wife, like immediately in the call?
It kind of depends on the nature of the call. If it's a dynamic call, then medical's not going to be allowed anywhere near the scene, even if somebody's injured.
Okay. Even if the person reporting is saying, will you please get here and help this person? I think she's dying.
Right. Yeah. I mean, if you're asking for medical, then sure.
And it appears that law enforcement didn't request medical until 36 minutes later. Does that surprise you?
Not in this case.
At 22:05 hours, Mr. Hamner, that's the prosecutor, asked you some questions about requesting medical for the PR. Did you see that?
Yes, I remember.
Indicating that the person reporting actually had some type of injury, right?
Yes.
Well, he said yes, so it doesn't sound like he's speculating.
Other than he needs somebody who was with him requested medical for him. And they said he wants to be seen by medical.
So somebody putting information into the computer-aided dispatch system memorializes that the person reporting needs medical attention, right?
Yes.
Pass the witness.
Going to be publishing 325. We can just leave it there for a second. Okay, so do you remember at the beginning of cross-examination, there were questions about whether or not you had heard the 911 call. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay, so and I think the question posed to you was something along the lines of, well, since you didn't hear the call, you didn't hear dispatch tell the person calling to go open the door. Do you remember being asked that on cross-examination?
Yes.
And since you haven't listened to that call, you wouldn't be aware of whether or not the dispatcher said specifically, go open the front door. You wouldn't be aware of that because you haven't heard the call.
Correct.
And then he said twice, go open the front door, right? You didn't hear it because you've never listened to the call.
Correct.
Right? Now, I want to look at, speaking of doors, front door versus garage door. You see this entry here, the 2048?
Okay.
Can you please read that entry aloud, those lines?
It says 27 suspect is known to PR, has been scamming him. Suspect is laying in garage, not moving. PR locked door, so suspect is locked in the garage.
Okay, so that dispatch reports that the person reporting locked the door to the garage because the suspect would be locked in the garage, correct?
Yes.
So when you went in with your 5 officers, you went in through the front door.
Yes.
Right? You didn't go through the garage.
Correct. Yes.
And you didn't walk down a hallway to a garage, correct? Because you just walked the way out. So publishing 82. You never walked down this hallway out that door, did you?
No.
So you and the other 4 or 5 officers didn't trample through that area?
No.
And I mean, I know you haven't been to that side, but you'd have no reason to dispute that that's not the garage door to the garage, correct? No. Okay. And if a door is locked, it means that you can't pass through it, correct?
Correct. Yes.
So if you wanted to kick something through, you'd run into that door, right?
Yes.
Because the door's locked.
Yes.
Right? And that's what this is reporting here. But the person reporting, calling 911, told 911, I locked the garage door.
Correct.
Right? So it would be impossible for you and your 5 officers to move anything into the garage because number one, you didn't go there, right?
Correct.
And that door was locked.
Correct.
Right? Now, when we get to 2117, it's indicating that the doors are opening and that there's a body in the garage. Is that right?
Yes.
Is that a reference to the garage doors opening?
Yes.
Okay. So when K9 is going in and clearing, they're walking through the garage doors, right?
Yes.
You didn't see any entry from the moment here saying that the garage door is locked. The door to the garage is locked, and then the garage doors themselves kind of lifting up and opening, that someone opened the door from the hallway into the garage. You don't see anything reported on the CAD with respect to that, correct?
Correct.
And your understanding is when K9 units walked in, they're walking in from the street into the garage.
Yes. Correct.
So where is that pesky photo? Oh, here it is. So if the door is locked, if that door is locked and the K9 unit walked in, they'd just be walking in the garage, correct?
Yes.
You don't remember the K9 unit going through the front door, walking down the hallway, out that door, and then into the garage, correct?
Correct.
So the K9's officers' 2 legs and those dogs' 4 legs wouldn't be traipsing through that area to make it into the garage because they came in literally through the opening of the actual garage doors.
Correction compound is ridiculously leading.
Okay, well, he is correct. I'll rephrase. Do you have any recollection of a K9 unit waltzing through that hallway?
No.
Okay. What is your understanding of when the K9 unit went in? Did they go through the garage door or did they go through the front door and make their way to the garage?
They entered through the garage door.
Okay. You've been doing this for how many years? As a police officer, how many years did you work as a police officer?
29.
How big is it as a priority to keep a scene preserved when there are two bodies inside?
Very important.
Based on your years of doing that, do you guys become more lax in terms of, come on in when there's multiple bodies inside a house, or do you become more concerned about making sure people don't go in?
The second, yeah, especially if there's a violent crime. In this case, it's like a homicide. You've got to be really careful with everything.
And just to be clear, I mean, you're not the only person trained to do that. Are other patrol officers and violent crime detectives and gang detectives taught in the same manner to preserve the integrity of a scene?
Yes.
Do you have any reason to believe that even after you left the scene, that your fellow detectives would then let just countless people waltz through the scene? Do you have any reason to believe that
no.
the detectives who were there and the officers who were there would just let an inordinate amount of people go waltzing through the scene after you left?
No, that wouldn't happen.
Why not?
Because you can contaminate the crime scene or alter it, or.
Okay. So your understanding is there were only at a minimum 6 people when you were there, correct?
Yes.
That went in, right? And just to be clear, when you have an entry here, do you see where it says here? I'll try to zoom in. It says K98 subject in garage, and then it says 583 GC interior clear. Is that reporting multiple officers or a singular officer? What do those call signs signify?
K98 is the K9 unit who sees the suspect in the garage deceased, and 583 GC is the sergeant who's telling the dispatcher the interior has been cleared.
Okay. I have no further questions. Please.
Just curious. You ever seen anybody waltz in a crime scene?
Yes.
Waltz?
Well, depending on the crime scene, yes. Okay. I mean, I don't know what you mean by waltz.
You asked the question a bunch of times about whether or not anyone was waltzing through the crime scene. Like a waltz is a dance, right?
It could be, yes.
Yeah. You've seen somebody dance in a crime scene?
No.
Okay. You have no idea how many people passed through that door from the hallway to the garage prior to crime scene analysts getting there, right?
Correct.
You couldn't possibly tell us how many people were in and out of the garage that evening prior to crime scene analysts impounding evidence, right?
Yes.
You know what you did, right?
Yes.
And you know what the officers you were responsible for did, right?
Yes.
There's a lot of people there that night that you're not responsible for.
Correct.
Both people in law enforcement, yes?
Yes.
And some of those people have very different job descriptions than yours, right?
Correct.
Canine units, for example, very different than yours, right?
Yes.
Medical responders, you have no idea how many were in and out of that scene, right?
Correct.
They have much different training than a law enforcement officer, right?
Yes.
They're not so concerned about preservation of a crime scene because they're more concerned about saving a life, right?
That correct.
Okay. He asked you, he being the prosecutor, in the 29 years that you've done this, like, it's real important to preserve a crime scene in a double homicide, right?
Yes.
For instance, like, if there was a double homicide where there was a crime scene where no blood evidence was documented, and then it was cleaned up, and a week later somebody came back out, that would be a difficult crime scene for a jury to analyze, right?
Objection. That's argumentative.
It's not.
For a jury to analyze?
Okay. Could you repeat all
Sure.
that? Sure.
In a case where there's a double homicide, okay, and at the scene of the double homicide, when crime scene analysts get there, isn't preserved or documented at all, no blood evidence. And then the scene's cleaned. And then a week later, a crime scene analyst comes back out to document blood evidence. That'd be really difficult, right?
Yes.
Because the scene's been contaminated, hasn't it?
Yes.
Nothing else.
Ladies and gentlemen, do you have any questions for this witness? Okay, seeing no response, so you are excused. Thank you very much for your testimony here today. State and call your next witness.
Call Dean Kelly. Just want to get set up, Your Honor, before we get started. So I may just need a couple minutes. Just want to make sure my computer's clear. So I got to use this for stuff.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, please be seated. You can state and spell your name for the record, please.
It's Dean, D-E-A-N, O'Kelly, O-K-E-L-L-E-Y.
It's okay, Your Honor. I'm just going to start from here just so I can kind of organize a few things and everything. Just kind of get rolling. All right, sir, if you could, what did you used to do for a living?
Before I retired, I was a homicide detective with Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
And what do you do today?
I went back to do cold case homicide investigation back in September of 2015, so coming up on 8 years doing that as well.
All right. How many years before your first retirement with Metro, how many years did you work with Metro?
20 years and 10 months.
Okay, and you may have just said it. How many years were you in homicide, not cold case, we'll put that aside for a second, but how many years were you with homicide?
9 years to the day. I retired on my anniversary date.
Okay. If you could, tell me a little bit about some of the training that you have received over your years as a police officer. I know that may sound a little lengthy, but if you could.
Well, in total, the numbers the last time I looked at was over 3,200 hours of training, including the academy. So we've gone through the academy and then field training. And then I also was a bike patrol officer for a couple of years. So there's extensive training there as well. I had, after the 1992 Rodney King riots, I was part of the department's first rifle team where we started carrying patrol rifles. There was 80 hours of training there. I was in the gang unit for 7 years, so I have extensive training in street gangs. We had quite a few conferences. We actually have an advantage here in Las Vegas because everybody comes here to train. So there's a lot of agencies that, will come to various locations in the valley to train. So we get to go and be a part of that. Sometimes, the department arranges for it, and then other times we'll pay for our own training. So I've done a lot of those conferences, both for gangs, and then when I intended to go into homicide, I took some courses on homicide investigation, practical homicide investigation through, there was a retired lieutenant commander in New York Police Department that wrote the book on practical homicide investigation, and he would have an annual conference here every year. I've attended that several times. Just, continuous ongoing education in addition to, reading periodicals and books. And I'm part of the International Homicide Investigators Association as well. California Homicide Investigations would do their annual conference here in Nevada, and I've attended that several times. So it's just as much training as you can get.
Sure. In your career, approximately how many homicide scenes have you gone to?
Over 300.
Prior to that, how many home burglary, home robbery scenes have you responded to in your career?
I really wouldn't be able to give you a number. One of the advantages of working in the gang unit is we investigated the person committing the crime and not the crime itself. So we had that, we could do burglary investigations or credit card fraud investigations or drug investigations. So we had quite a range of experience working in gangs because, again, it's the person and not the crime that's being investigated. So I wouldn't be able to estimate really, but quite a few, dozens, certainly.
Understood. Tell me a little bit about what firearms training you've received through the course of your life.
So there's the Academy firearms training. Well, in the course of my life, I was a military policeman way back in 1981. So I had that training in the military with the .45 caliber handgun back then and the M16, which is the fully automatic version of what you hear about the AR-15. So I had extensive firearms training there. I was part of the U.S. Army Special Reaction Team. So kind of like for me, it was Fort McClellan, Alabama. So I was part of their response team, or what you would call a SWAT team. So we did quite a bit of training there. After I left the Army, I was at a nuclear power facility in Arizona, where I was a response team member for a couple of years. Then I was promoted and I was a response team leader for 5 years before I came here to Metro.
All right. Detective, did you respond to 6517 Rancho Santa Fe here in Las Vegas, Clark County on May 8th, 2008?
I did.
Around what time do you get to that scene?
About 10:15 p.m. is when I responded, when I arrived. I think it's 10:19 to be specific.
All right. If you could, tell me a little bit about the homicide unit. Are you familiar with the term like a squad, a homicide squad?
Correct.
What is that in reference to?
Well, back when this occurred, there were 4 sergeants over homicide. There were 6 people on each squad. So I was part of Rocky Albi's squad. You had a designated partner that you worked with. My partner was Rob Wilson at the time. He was on vacation when this occurred, so he didn't respond. And then we have 2 other 2-man teams on our squad, and we'd have a rotation that went through all of the squads.
All right. When you arrive, if you arrive to a homicide scene and your group is tasked out there, how do you guys divide up? How's the division of labor work typically?
We take turns as partners. So if you're up in rotation, that means you and your partner are going to catch the next case. And it just
reflect that I'm showing council what's been marked as States Exhibit 63, 64, 65, and 66.
You may.
Detective Obert, I'm handing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 63 through 66 for purposes of identification. recognize those exhibits?
Yes.
What is State's Exhibit 63?
'63 are the blue, white, and red size 11 Nike shoes that the defendant was wearing on July 10th, 2020.
Was this at the time of your interview?
Yes.
All right, and then I've opened those bags for purposes of your testimony, so I would just alert you to that. What is State's Exhibit 64?
64, it is the white t-shirt that the defendant was wearing when I had that interview with him.
State's Exhibit 65?
'65 is the shorts that the defendant was wearing when I had the interview with him.
And finally, State's Exhibit 66.
The black head wrap that the defendant was wearing when I interviewed him.
Were those items seized from him on July 10th of 2020?
They were.
Okay, and then after having seized those items, were they placed in evidence at the Davenport Police Department?
That is correct.
Okay. Relative to the placement of those items in evidence, were they ever removed and sent off for any type of analysis at any laboratories?
They were sent to the FBI lab for analysis.
And then once that analysis was concluded, were they sent back to the Davenport Police Department?
They were. I picked them up from the field office over in Moline.
Okay. Were they placed back into our permanent evidence vault?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibits 63, 64, 65, and 66 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor. Those exhibits will be admitted.
The one exhibit I'm particularly interested in is State's Exhibit 65, the shirt. Could you please pull that item out of the evidence bag?
Should I wear gloves?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
And excuse me, is that 65 or 64 for the record?
60, let me just double check. It's going to be, I'm interested in State's Exhibit 64.
64 is the t-shirt.
Could you hold that item up so that we can see what it looks like? Relative to that shirt, what color is it?
White.
Does it have a label to indicate the size?
It does.
What is the size?
4XL.
And you were out at the scene where Breasia's remains were recovered, is that correct?
That is correct.
Was there clothing that was recovered with those skeletal remains?
There was.
Did that include a white t-shirt?
Yes.
What was the size of that t-shirt?
4XL.
Okay, looking at the t-shirt, first of all, at the front, do you note any type of dirt? I mean, just of any sort?
Nothing blatantly obvious.
Okay, and then at the back of the shirt, is there anything that you notice?
Just appears some sort of stain up on what would be the right shoulder area.
Okay, all right. I have no further questions relative to that. Go ahead and package it back up.
Hang on to that shirt.
Okay.
Detective Obert, with that shirt, again, inspect it for me if you would. Looks like a fairly clean shirt, would you agree?
Yeah.
It's worn, but it's for a white t-shirt that's like an undershirt. It's fairly clean, correct?
Yes.
You don't see any grass stains on it, do you?
No.
No tears from perhaps being close to a fence or a bush or something like that, do you?
There's one little rip on the back left side.
Okay, you can put it back in the bag now. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, I just assumed counsel was taking the witness on voir dire.
Never mind. I'm sorry. I thought you were done, Ms. Cunningham.
No, that's okay. And just based on the observations of what Mr. Dinkins was observed wearing in that quick shot video, is that T-shirt significantly different than the T-shirt that he was observed wearing in the quick shot video?
Quick Shop was a white beater or a white tank top as compared to this T-shirt.
Okay. Now, my final set of questions to you is this. In January of 2021, were you contacted by Clinton County authorities relative to individuals who had information to supply relative to the investigation?
That is correct.
Explain.
Two subjects. Well, one initially said that they had information in regards to something they overheard the defendant say. And then as a result of that interview, another subject was mentioned. And then I also interviewed that subject as well.
What are the names of those two individuals?
Matt Dean and David Baker.
Okay. Your Honor, can I have a moment?
You may.
And did you perform interviews of both of those subjects?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Now I can go. Now I can go. Detective Obert, I've heard you use this term and other officers use this term, and even the prosecution used this term a number of times. When you say the term wife beater, what are we talking about?
A white tank top.
Why do we call it a wife beater here?
In this certain situation, it's just a common term referred to that article of clothing.
Why?
In my common knowledge experiences, someone that wears that, like, if we're going stereotypes, someone that assaults their significant other.
You're not saying that Mr. Dinkins is a wife beater, right?
Correct.
So let's use the word tank top from now on, okay?
Sounds good.
Is that fair?
That is fair.
All right. Appreciate it. Talking about the clothing, items exhibits 63 through 66. You sent those off to the FBI lab yourself?
No.
But the decision was made within the Detective Bureau and decisions were made as to what those items should be tested for by the Detective Bureau?
By the FBI analysis team. There's like no formal form I filled out to say it has to be tested for this, that, or the other.
Did anybody at Davenport request that certain items of forensic evidence be tested off those 4 items of clothing?
Yes.
And who would that have been?
I've been a collective group of Sergeant Pfeiffer and the lieutenants, and then that information was relayed to Cameron Smith and Jim McMillan.
Did you have input into that decision?
Not at that time, no.
Did you provide information to Sergeant Pfeiffer and this group as to what you thought should be tested?
Not at that time.
So the Nike shoes, were impressions ever taken of those shoes, the soles?
Not that I'm aware of.
Were those shoes ever compared to the footprints at Credit Island?
I do not believe so.
The footprints at Credit Island, can you tell me if the footprints were ever analyzed to see if they came from a pair of tennis shoes, first of all?
I do not believe so.
Could they come from a pair of work boots, perhaps?
It is possible. I don't know for certain.
But we don't know, right?
That is correct.
They could come from bedroom slippers, possibly?
They'd have to have like some distinct lines on the bottom of those slippers, I'd say.
Point is that the Davenport Police Department or any other law enforcement agency did not take any footwear impressions of those footprints for comparison purposes, did they?
We took those impressions, but they were not compared to any shoes that we had.
Okay. So Mr. Dinkins gives you a pair of shoes. Those aren't compared, number one, right?
That is correct.
And at this point in time, you don't know what shoes he would have been wearing at Credit Island if he were in fact there, correct?
At what point?
When you're interviewing Mr. Dinkins and he gives you his clothes, right?
That'd be correct.
Because DL never told you he was wearing gold shoes, did he?
That is correct.
You didn't have videos yet, did you?
That is correct.
Were the shoes ever tested for DNA?
I can't say for certain on, I'd have to go back to the report.
The white t-shirt, that was tested for blood, correct?
That is correct.
And why blood?
In any sort of foreign DNA or anything known at that point was just a general thing that the FBI lab was going to test for, along with other things.
You say foreign DNA, we can get DNA in a lot of different ways, agreed?
Yes.
DNA can come from saliva, correct?
Yes.
Tears, correct?
Potentially, yes. I can't speak on that.
You can sneeze and leave DNA, right?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that last one?
Sure. You can sneeze and leave DNA?
Potentially, yes.
You can slough DNA off your skin, can't you?
Yes.
But none of that was tested for on that shirt, was it?
I'm not for certain. I'd have to look at that report.
Do you know if that request was even made by the Davenport Police Department?
I do not know that.
In your training and experience as a detective, would that, in your experience, been the best practice to search for all DNA?
To test it for the other things that you just listed?
For all DNA of
For all
any
DNA.
sort? Would that be a yes?
I would agree with that, yes.
Especially if you only tested for blood and the results come back negative for blood, would it not be best practice for a detective in your training and experience to perhaps send that item off again for testing for any sort of DNA?
That is an avenue that probably could have been explored.
But in your training and experience, would it not be the best practice to do that?
Given what information we had, that could be something that we could have done.
I'm not asking what you could have done. I'm saying if you have a shirt that's tested for only blood and let's say maybe semen, and those come back negative and no other DNA was tested for, would it not be best practice, given your education, given your training, and given your experience, to then send that item off and have it tested for other types of DNA?
The defendant was with Breasia Terrell, that we all know, from July 9th through July 10th. Her touch to the shirt wouldn't negate or add the benefit of that. I mean, if she's within the apartment and he's there as well and the shirt's there, me personally, I feel like touch DNA would not bolster one or the other.
Okay. So your testimony is that DNA from Breasia Terrell on the clothing of Henry Dinkins serves no beneficial purpose.
Touch DNA on the t-shirt.
Very well. And the shorts, item 65, those were also tested for blood and semen, and those came back negative as well, right?
That is correct.
Now, shorts, you have to agree that might be a little different for touch DNA, would it not?
As far as the significance or importance that touch would be there.
Yes.
Yeah, it'd be not like a common place where someone else would touch an individual.
Sure. So if Breasia Terrell's touch DNA were on the inside of Henry Dinkins' shorts, that would throw up red flags, would it not?
Yes.
And would it not be best practice in your training, your education and experience, knowing that Breasia Terrell had never been to Henry Dinkins' apartment with Andrea Culberson before, to have the inside of Mr. Dinkins' shorts he was wearing tested for all kinds of DNA?
That is something that could have been done.
Would you have preferred it as you as a detective?
Yes.
And given the fact that Breasia Terrell had only been in this apartment from the evening of July 9th into the early morning hours of July 10th, you still say that touch DNA has very little significance to this case?
I guess I'd expand on in particulars about that, because we agreed about the shorts, but not the shirt.
Okay, please do.
So, I mean, you want me to expand on other things in the apartment, or?
No, I mean, this girl didn't live at that apartment, right?
That's correct.
She had never been there before, right?
That is correct.
So we wouldn't expect to see her DNA all over the apartment, correct?
All depends on where she was at in the apartment that night.
Okay. And this head wrap, this black head wrap that Mr. Dinkins was wearing, there was no blood or semen found on that, right?
Correct.
Touch DNA, would that have any significance on his head wrap?
Potentially. I mean, I know it wasn't tested. When I'm trying to think of a reason why her prints or touch DNA would be on that head wrap, unless she was asked to hand it off to him at some point in the night or different things like that, it's potential that that could have been on there.
Or perhaps in a struggle and was fighting with him and touched him upon the head?
That is a possibility.
In your training, education, and experience, and in your investigation in this case, where's the primary crime scene?
Where she was located.
So up there in Clinton County by Kunow Implement is the primary crime scene, correct?
That is where her remains were found, yes.
Is that where she was killed?
I mean, I can theorize based on the lack of blood and things found in other parts of this investigation. I would argue it's hard to transport someone that's already been shot and take them up there and then dump them. I believe that she was shot there.
And that makes sense, does it not?
Yes.
Because we looked for blood in the Impala and there's none there, correct?
Correct.
And we looked for other evidence at Credit Island and there's just nothing there as far as blood or anything, right?
Nothing that we found, no.
And no blood evidence in the apartment, right?
Correct.
And we did find at the location where her remains were found that she had been shot 3 times. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And where she had been shot, all 3 slugs were recovered, were they not?
They were.
And 2 of them were embedded in the soil already, right?
Yeah, they're within the topsoil. Yep.
And in your training and experience, that would indicate to you that right there is probably where she was shot.
Yes.
Okay. So you were talking about this firearm with Miss Cunningham. I want you to educate me a little bit. The firearm was found in the pond right next to the location of the remains, correct?
Yes.
Within, I don't know, 50 yards probably?
Yep.
So what's the significance of this firearm?
The significance is when DCI did an analysis of the rounds recovered with Breasia's remains and compared to that firearm that was located in the pond, they cannot rule it out as being a possible, being the gun involved with that. But there's no exact where they can say that is for sure the firearm.
Okay, so we have this gun, it's a 38 special revolver, right?
Yes.
But we can't say that that's the gun that killed her, but it falls within the class of guns that could have killed her.
That's correct.
It could be anywhere from a 357 all the way up through a 9mm, right?
I believe that's what included in the DCI report.
And there's all kinds of guns and manufacturers that make those guns in this country. Fair?
Yes.
And the slugs which were recovered were too, I'm gonna say too far gone, too destroyed to be tested as to whether or not they came from that particular gun, right?
Yeah, they use the word deformed, I believe.
That's a fair word. But they were tested, right?
Yes.
So we have 3 slugs that were tested, but we can't tell came from any particular gun. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay. Does the proximity of this gun to Breasia Terrell's body mean anything to you as an investigator?
Yes.
What's that mean?
In my experience in murders or homicides that involve people with firearms and using them, common practice by these individuals is to discard the murder weapon essentially. And by tossing it near where she was shot in a body of water would make maybe someone believe that they're not going to find it. It's in a body of water that's fairly hard to find.
It's common to ditch weapons in your training and experience in rivers, lakes, ponds, whatever, right?
Yes.
And they're difficult in your training and experience to recover in rivers and ponds and lakes, right?
Yes.
So the theory is that the crime scene is right there by Kunow Implement, that the shooter killed Breasia right there at Kunow Implement, right?
Yes.
Then promptly took shot 3 times, first of all, right?
At least, yes.
Okay. And this gun, it's a revolver, so it's got a cylinder in it, right?
Yes.
And the cylinder holds how many cartridges?
I believe that one was 6 rounds.
So it's an old school 6-shooter, right?
Yeah.
And if you want to shoot a 6-shooter, you pull the trigger 6 times, and then the gun is empty, right?
Yes.
Can't shoot anymore until you eject all the cartridges.
Yes.
Okay. So she is shot at least 3 times, correct?
Yes.
We have no other evidence that she was shot more than that, though, do we?
We do not.
We didn't recover any other cartridges from the location, did we?
No.
We didn't find any casings at all, right?
No.
Does the significance of finding no casings at all mean anything to you?
No casings around where her remains are at?
Yes.
It could indicate that one, it is that revolver and that's where the casings are. And that's what I would argue for that.
I'm sorry, make me understand that again.
So being that we didn't find any casings around where her remains were, one of 2 things could possibly be in that scenario. Is one, they were picked up by the individual who did this, or that when they discarded the weapon, they left the casings along with inside that revolver.
Okay, so if someone, I'm trying to understand here. If someone shot Breasia 3 times with a 6-shooter, there'd be 3 empty cartridges still in the revolver cylinder, right?
There would be.
And 3 live cartridges, right?
Not necessarily.
If it was fully loaded.
If it was fully loaded, yes.
And only the 3 shots were fired, right?
Yes.
So this firearm, when it was recovered, first of all, you're able to trace the history of a firearm, right?
Yes.
Were you able to trace the history of this firearm?
The dealer that sold it, they lost all their records, and that dealer was in Iowa City, and they're no longer in business, and so there is almost no paper trail for this firearm, unfortunately.
That dealer came out of Iowa City, doesn't know where he or she sold it?
They didn't have any of those records. They lost them in some sort of flood.
Okay. Are those not reported to the ATF?
They should be.
Did anybody check with the ATF?
We had connections there, and they were checked, and there was no documentation on the following this firearm.
So the ATF didn't even have the record of the initial sale from the dealer to the person who bought it. Initially,
That was my understanding from the detectives.
I have to pass a background check, right?
Yes.
And that background check, and this firearm then is sent off to the Department of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, right?
I would imagine.
And you're telling me that the Department of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms was consulted and they had no records on that?
Is from the detective that did the trace. That is my understanding.
Who was that?
Detective.
That
There were 6 spent casings.
they were all spent?
Yeah.
Were there any live rounds with this gun?
No.
Did the DCI ever test fire this gun?
I believe so, yes.
They test fire the gun with the same ammunition?
That was found in the gun? Well, that wouldn't have been possible, but they used their own ammo. I don't know the process of that, but they used their own ammo.
Okay. If there were 6 rounds of live ammunition seized in this case, of Winchester 38 Special plus P, do you have any idea where that would have come from?
No.
In the search of Mr. Dinkins' apartment, was any Winchester 38 Special plus P recovered?
I do not believe so.
Was there any trace evidence able to be pulled off that weapon?
No.
you don't put any stock in DL actually being at the scene of Breasia Terrell's death, do you?
At that time, no. I'm sorry. When we did not consider that to be the possibility.
Okay. He's given a number of contrasting statements, hasn't he?
He has.
Okay. So it's kind of hard to put the pieces together with the stories he's given you, isn't it?
With some, yes. With others, we were able to cooperate with video footage and cell phone records.
We'll talk about those. But the one thing he never told you was the bloody machete, right?
Correct.
And how many opportunities has he had to tell you about the bloody machete?
My one-on-one interview with him was just on that one day, and then in passing when I would stop and speak with Aisha throughout the investigation. But the only time where I formally sat down and talked to him was that day.
Okay. Who did he tell the story to the bloody machete to?
I believe that was Detective Hamas.
Were you in the car with him ever during any of these drive arounds?
On one of them, yes, on July 10th.
Okay. And on July 10th in the drive around, he didn't mention anything about seeing a bloody machete, did he?
No.
And he never told you anything about stopping along a road and Mr. Dinkins getting out and pouring bleach along the road, did he?
That is correct.
He never even said that after he reported seeing his sister get shot, didn't he?
No.
So you're aware he said that now, right?
Is that what was testified to or during an interview?
No. Me telling you this today, if I told you he said that on the stand, that would be a surprise to you?
After consulting of this, yes, because it never was relayed to me.
Okay. How about Andrea Culberson? Did you interview her?
I'm sorry, I missed the question.
The question was, Andrea Culberson, did you interview her?
I did interview her.
Andrea Culberson never told you that she was present during the shooting of Breasia, right?
That is correct.
She did say she saw Breasia outside of her apartment at around 3:30 a.m., right?
Yes.
Did she ever say to you that she saw Breasia in the Impala at any point in time?
No.
Has any witness ever told you that they saw Breasia Terrell in that Impala after 3:30 a.m. on July 10th?
No.
So we have no eyewitness testimony putting her in that Impala.
That is correct.
We have no trace evidence putting her in that Impala, do we?
That is correct.
Now, did you communicate with the FBI lab and tell them that Breasia Terrell had been in that Impala?
No.
Did anybody from the Davenport Police Department, the collective group that you talked about earlier, tell the FBI lab that Breasia Terrell had been in that Impala?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. He's asking this witness to testify to something that he would have no knowledge of. Those are questions that should be asked of other individuals.
One moment.
Overrule the objection. The witness may answer if he knows.
I can't say for certain if someone did tell them that. The only thing I know is that they at least tried gathering DNA to see if she was in it.
Do you know that the testing was limited in the Impala to blood and semen?
I do not know that off the top of my head.
In your training and experience as a detective, would you have, had it been your decision, recommended that any items of fabric or cutouts of a seat or carpet be tested for all type of DNA?
Yes.
Why?
to show that the individual was in that vehicle.
And you have yourself reviewed FBI reports in this matter?
I have reviewed some, yes.
And that's part of your investigation in this case?
Yes.
And you have seen the FBI lab reports regarding the Chevrolet Impala?
I have.
And are you aware from a review of those reports that there is no evidence of blood or semen from Breasia Terrell in that Impala?
That is correct.
Do you also note that no DNA was tested in that Impala?
I did no DNA as trace DNA.
Any DNA?
Any DNA. I'm not familiar with that. I'd have to look at that.
Okay. You would agree with me that the reports that you've reviewed from the FBI were back in the hands of the Davenport Police Department no later than the 1st of October, 2020?
The complete FBI lab discovery wasn't provided until later, so I don't know which of 2020 that would.
Well, let's say this. Let's use January 1, 2021. Would that be a fair date to say that the complete lab discovery from the FBI was back in your hands?
I have to refer to my report. If I know where it's at, I can look it up real quick if that's.
Your Honor, would that refresh your recollection if you did?
Yes.
Your Honor, may he refresh his recollection?
I'm sorry.
May he refresh his recollection?
He may.
In my report, it's February 1st of 2022 that I was given a flash drive of the complete FBI lab discovery.
Okay, so in that report, there's no DNA found in the Impala, right?
That's correct.
And the report also shows that only blood and semen was tested for in the Impala, right?
Yes.
So my question is, you never initiated a second request to have touch DNA or any other kind of DNA tested for in that Impala, right?
That'd be correct.
And that could have been done, right?
It could have been. Well, yeah, it could have been possibly.
You know, trace evidence was taken from the Impala, right?
Trace evidence such as hair and different things like that. Is that what you're referring to?
Correct.
Yes.
And that wasn't requested by the Davenport Police Department to be tested either, right?
To be tested as in who the person that would have that hair belonged to.
Right.
No.
So there's evidence out there that could have been tested to see if Breasia Terrell was even in that Impala that wasn't tested. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And we know that Breasia Terrell had not been in that Impala before that day, right?
Yes.
So any evidence that could have put her in that Impala would be relevant and crucial evidence to this investigation. Fair?
That's fair to say.
Is it fair for me to say that the moment Henry Dinkins came there at noon on July 10th, that he was the person of focus in this investigation?
Right away.
Yes.
He was one of the people that was a focus, as well as DL, Andrea, because they were all in the apartment together with Breasia when she went missing.
Well, you were done investigating him at 1:45 p.m., right?
Yes.
And he was allowed to go home, right?
He eventually was detained for the based
Your Honor,
on.
if we could, I think that this is subject to the court's ruling on a motion in limine. And then the question is such that that would bring out testimony that counsel wanted excluded per the motion in limine.
I would agreed that that's most likely going to be the response, Mr. Freeze.
Okay, I'll withdraw.
Thank you.
You'd agree with me that you and your supervisors met that night and came up with a theory of what had likely happened here, right?
There wasn't, I would argue there wasn't enough information at that time to have a full theory of what happened.
Well, who called the FBI?
I do not know off the top of my head who got them involved.
If the FBI had formulated a theory on July 11th that it appeared as though Henry Dinkins had abducted Breasia Terrell based upon information given by the Davenport Police Department, that information didn't come from you?
Your Honor, again, I'm going to object. The question is asking this witness to provide testimony about something he has no knowledge of. And even beyond that, it suggests facts that aren't even in evidence.
I'm going to sustain that objection. I'd ask that you rephrase.
Hypothetically, if the FBI, when they opened their case, was working from a theory that Henry Dinkins had abducted Breasia Terrell on July 11th, based upon information provided by the Davenport Police Department, that information from the Davenport Police Department did not come from you?
I was not the one that relayed that to them because I was not like the point of contact with the FBI to start the investigation.
You seem to put some stock in the fact that Mr. Dinkins did not come immediately down to the Davenport Police Department after the initial call was made. Is that a fair statement to say?
Yes, there was a first call that was made, as in when he makes it to when he speaks with the officer on scene, or what call are you referring to?
That one, yes.
When he's there at the scene, yes, it's 9 a.m. He's there approximately 9 a.m. He's there briefly and then leaves for a couple hours, a few hours.
So between 9 and 12, the fact that he's not coming straight to the police department, you think is suspicious?
It was one of my concerns, but then I also was giving the benefit of the doubt that he was also out looking, because Aisha left as well. So I was giving benefit of the doubt there.
Okay, so the long line of questioning we heard about what he was doing and being out and about in Davenport doesn't really raise a lot of red flags to you, does it?
Not at first, no. Being with the limited information I had, no.
What about now?
Now it is a concern.
Why is that?
The subject advised he was out looking around for Breasia, and we have video footage of him buying bleach at 7 a.m. in a Clinton Walmart, after he emphasizes how this is his daughter, this is his baby, he raised her, and is upset. And you would imagine one would be out looking for her and not purchasing 2 bottles of bleach and also changing articles of clothing by the time he gets to the Davenport police station.
Okay, but I'm talking between 9 a.m. and 12 a.m.
Okay, sorry about that. The concern about him, I guess, can you reword that, please?
What about his movements between 9 a.m. and 12 a.m. p.m., sorry, noon, causes you red flags?
Being with the information I have now, it's very limited. The 2 things that we kind of know is that he was at one point in the southwest end of Davenport based on cell phone records, and then also in the area of his sister's apartment complex, which again, he's going to places he's familiar with, not necessarily where Breasia Terrell would be familiar with.
Okay. Going to his sister's place, I'm just going to ask you just bluntly, so what? What's the deal there?
I can't speak on why the defendant went there.
But what's the red flag for you? He went to his sister's house. His stepdaughter's missing. He goes to his sister's house, who's his sister. What's the problem?
He told me he was out looking around. And
okay.
He also says that he potentially was in that area. But again, it's the objective of why he's out that morning.
You think he's out showering up, scrubbing down himself to hide evidence?
That is a possibility.
You have any evidence of that?
No.
Because I want to think about that a little bit, because I think it's kind of been suggested that that's what he might have done. Agreed?
Yes.
Okay. So 3:30 a.m., he's wearing this tank top, right?
Yes.
He's wearing these colorful shorts, right?
That's correct.
And he's wearing these gold shoes, right?
Yes.
And the next time we see him on video, he's in Walmart in Clinton at 7 a.m., right?
We see his actual person, yes. Yep.
Now, 7 a.m., he's wearing a white t-shirt, right?
Yes.
And a blue shirt, or blue shorts, right?
Blue shorts, yes.
He's wearing the same gold shoes, right?
That's correct.
So he changed his shirt and shorts, but not his shoes, right?
That is correct.
And then we also know that around 3 or 3:30, he stopped back home and was fiddling around in his closet, according to Andrea Culberson, right?
That is correct.
She didn't know what he was getting, right?
That is correct.
Possible he was getting a t-shirt and shorts.
To walk out with those things in his hand, Andrew would have been able to testify to that. I don't know where you necessarily hide 2 articles of clothing within your person. I can't put shorts or shirt in like my pants pocket or anything like that.
She also she never asked where is Breasia, did she?
That is correct.
That's also odd.
I agreed with that.
So she just said she didn't see what he took out of the house, right?
Yes.
She also said she never turned any lights on, right?
Not that I know of, no.
Okay. So the thought is then at 9 a.m., we're at Andrea's apartment and Sergeant Burkle is there and Henry's outside talking to Sergeant Burkle, right?
Officer Burkle, yes.
Okay. He's wearing white t-shirt, right?
Yes.
Blue shorts again, right?
Yes.
Black do-rag
Yes.
and gold shoes, right?
That is correct.
Then he's out and about for 3 hours, not really. We know now where the general areas he was at, but we don't know what he's doing, right?
That's fair.
And one of the solutions is maybe he's out cleaning himself up, taking a shower, correct?
That's a possibility.
And then he comes in and sees you at noon, and now he's changed shoes, right?
Yes.
So the theory is that he put on clean clothes, dirty shoes, and between 9 and 12 goes out and showers, right?
Potentially.
Puts his clean clothes back on, which one would think maybe DNA or whatever could possibly be on those clean clothes, and only changes his shoes to come see you.
If I were to work off my own theory, I don't think he would have. I think he showered prior to. He showers potentially after the clothing of the first time, and wherever he was at for the shower, he didn't have extra pair of shoes to wear, and that's why he had to get stuck wearing those.
But again, we don't know where that would be.
Correct.
We have no evidence of a shower.
Yes.
And operating off your theory, you just said Andrea Culberson would have been able to see him take clothes, right?
That is correct.
So we don't know where he had clothes either.
No, but can I speak on how I became knowledgeable of him having clothes at other places?
No.
Okay.
So just to clarify, we have no DNA of Breasia Terrell on Henry Dinkins' person.
That is correct.
We have no connection to Henry Dinkins on that gun.
That is correct.
But you opine that's the gun that killed Breasia Terrell.
Yes.
Breasia Terrell's remains were found with a white 4X white t-shirt, right?
That is correct.
Obviously a t-shirt that came from Henry Dinkins' apartment, right?
Yes.
No doubt about that, right?
Right.
Was that ever tested for any DNA?
I believe it was.
Okay. It'd be best practice to do that, even though it's been out in the elements, right?
Yes.
You at least try to find DNA on something like that, don't you?
You would try. Go ahead.
You try to find blood or semen on that, wouldn't you?
You try to find those things, yes.
Yeah. Not necessarily expecting to, but you'd sure try. Agreed?
Based on the lab's expert opinions, but that's what I would request, but then they would provide their input on the circumstances of that evidence.
Did you request that in this case?
I was not the one that filled out that request. I believe that was done through Sergeant Pfeiffer and Special Agent Rick Ron.
Now, when you interviewed Ms. Culberson, that was done on July 10th?
My interview with her was on July 14th.
That was the first time you knew that Ms. Terrell was standing outside the Impala, right?
That is correct.
So 4 days later is the first time you get evidence that Breasia was outside the Impala?
Yes.
And we went through all these videos, we went through all these pictures. How many videos do you think you seized or procured?
From businesses?
Yes.
100 to 100. Well, our working spreadsheet was 170, but some of those are labeled as we weren't able to get some from certain businesses. Physically, what we were able to recover out, I'm estimated between 125 to 150 businesses, residences.
And of those 125 to 150 videos, not one of those videos can identify Breasia Terrell in that Impala.
That is correct.
And we don't have one item of physical evidence that puts Breasia Terrell in that Impala, right?
That is correct.
We don't have one item of forensic evidence that puts Breasia Terrell in that Impala.
That is correct.
Did you seek out any other possible subjects in your investigation?
There were tips that came in and we followed up on a handful of numerous tips. But based on my interview with the defendant and the movements and activities from July 9th and July 10th, I did not consider anyone else.
What about the address at 1909 Grand Avenue?
That belongs to, well, a resident there was Genesis Johnson.
Didn't consider that residence to have some connection to this case?
Yes.
In that house, you found a gun, right?
That is correct.
A 9mm?
I believe so.
The size of weapon that could have been used to kill Breasia Terrell?
Potentially, but through interviews with that. The reason why we searched that residence is because Genesis Johnson told us that she was with the defendant that night. We were able to determine through cell phone records and a statement later provided by her that she had her dates wrong and that she did not hang out with the defendant that night.
There was some discussion about these phone issues with Mr. Dinkins, that his phone was turned off or his battery was taken out. What evidence do we have that his battery was ever taken out of his phone in this case?
Besides the statement made by DL, limited. One input I'd provide is under the phone events or activity tab where it's only giving powered on, you would imagine if he's doing an input to power it off, it would say powered off as compared to just removing a battery and then it suddenly loses connection to any network or power.
Sure. Or the phone goes dead, right?
That's a potential.
So you didn't consider that as an option as to when Mr. Dinkins' phone would possibly go dead instead of being powered off, right?
When I asked him about phone calls being made for that time of approximately 9 to noon about why he wasn't answering certain calls, that was not his justification. It was just that his phone acts funny sometimes. He needs to text numbers before getting phone calls. It was nothing about his phone being low on power or powering off.
But you do know that throughout the investigation on July 10th, his phone was dead for quite a while early in the evening, right?
It was advised that it was put on the charger at the apartment.
So what you were advised was that Henry left his phone at the apartment around midnight or so, right?
That he left the apartment around midnight?
Somewhere in that area, yes.
Well, he never said exactly where what times he left. And Andrea went to sleep between 11 and 11:30. So we don't know the exact time that he would have left.
But you also learned that when Andrea woke around 3 o'clock, she noticed his phone was there, right?
Yes.
And that phone was plugged into the computer, right?
I believe that it was eventually plugged into the charger, yes.
But it was plugged into the the computer first, right?
I guess I don't know what you're referring to as the computer.
Well, the tower.
portion. To be charged or?
Yes.
Okay.
You didn't know that?
I'd have to refer to a report for that.
Did she ever tell you, or did you have knowledge of the fact that she took it off the tower and plugged it into the wall charger to get a charge?
That now sounds somewhat familiar, yes.
Okay. Did you know if there was a phone charger in the Impala?
I know there was a cord inside of the Impala. I can't speak for certain if it was the charging cord or an auxiliary cord. I just remember a white cord that was inside of it.
So if that phone had been dead as late as 3 a.m., it's possible that phone could have been charging a little bit and then dying, charging a little bit and then dying. Wouldn't you agree?
If it's
Your Honor, I'm going to object. He's asking the witness to speculate.
Sustained.
But you have no evidence to the contrary that that phone could have been charging and dying.
while it's sitting, charging into the outlet of the wall?
Or in the car?
In the car? I mean, that's a possibility. But I don't know why we would say it's charging and dying if it's not staying plugged in.
But when you look at cell phone records, when somebody is turning the phone off, it says powering off, right?
At the Cellbrite report, that is something you want to see as a manipulation, saying powered on and powered off, yes.
And you don't see powered off on Mr. Dinkins' records, right?
That is correct.
So we have two options. Phone goes dead or someone removes the battery, right?
That is correct.
And you don't have any evidence of either, do you?
His phone was powered on and stayed on the entire course of our interview, so I'd argue that that there's no issue with the power of the cell phone.
At that time, but during the night, you have no evidence of either, do you?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, this interview, there was some discussion about Google Maps and the fact that, again, Henry didn't do something, so therefore he must have inculpated himself in doing something. And the fact that he didn't draw on the maps. You showed Henry some Google Maps, right?
Yes.
And asked him where he went, right?
Yes.
And he showed you on the maps. You point around to places, right?
He did.
He just didn't draw on the maps where he had been, right?
That is correct.
He didn't mislead you, did he?
He just said he was everywhere in the Quad City.
Okay. And he kind of was. He was on the southwest side. Then he was over by Nita McQuay's, which is on the other side of town, right?
Yes.
Okay. Then we know he was way up in Clinton, right?
That's correct.
That's way on the north side to get there, right? You have to go north to get to Clinton, correct?
Yes.
So that's the north side of Clinton you got to go to, or north side of Davenport to go to, right?
I wouldn't say Clinton's the north side of Davenport. It's northeast from Davenport, but it's like 30 miles out.
Right. But I mean, you have to go through North Davenport to get there.
Yes.
So he'd been on the north side as well, right?
Yes.
You can't go to Clinton by going south, is what I'm saying.
Yep.
So his discussion with you and the Google Maps, is that somewhat suspicious for you too?
Yeah, the fact that he just went mark up kind of the general areas he was checking. He wanted to be very vague about it. So
you've interviewed African-American men before, right?
Yes.
I mean, are they always cooperative as you want them to be?
It depends on the individuals.
Okay. Let me ask you this. As I understand your working theory of how this little girl met her demise, she was outside the Impala at the apartment at 3:30 p.m., give or take, right?
Yes.
And somehow she got in that Impala, right?
Yes.
And then Mr. Dinkins immediately goes to the quick shop, right?
Yes.
So you're telling me that Mr. Dinkins abducts this girl, drives immediately to a convenience store that has cameras, right?
I would argue he had her before that 3:33 a.m.
Okay. But we agree that she was according to Andrew Culberson, outside the car at 3:33.
Yes.
Okay. So we know she's alive at 3:33.
Yes.
At 3:38, they're together then at the quick shop?
Yes.
Do we know if she had been restrained in any way at 3:38?
We do not know that.
Do you know where she is in the car?
We do not know that.
But he tells you exactly where he goes. And that's the quick shop, right?
Yes.
And that's the truth because you corroborate that, right?
That is correct.
So he tells you where he goes with the victim of this offense, and you can corroborate that by video evidence, right?
That is correct.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but everywhere you go these days, there's big signs that says video surveillance in use, right?
Yes.
And Mr. Dinkins is, I mean, from the theory I'm working with here with you, is a fairly smart man, right? To pull this off, he's got to be somewhat average intelligence. Wouldn't you agree?
I don't know about that statement.
So it's your theory that he took this child who he abducted and right to a place where you could retrieve video surveillance, right?
Yes.
And then he drove from Quick Shop straight to the area of Kunow Implement where she met her demise.
Yes.
And according to Google Maps, that takes about 30 to 35 minutes, right?
22 minutes.
22 minutes from
the quick shop to Kunow Implement.
Okay, I looked up on Google Maps and it said about 32 to 35 minutes.
The one I just looked at the other day said 22.
Okay. And then he was able to restrain somehow and kill this girl and shoot her 3 times, right?
Are we speculating that he had to hold her to do that?
Well, okay, he shot her 3 times.
Yes.
Okay. And then by 4:30 a.m., so using your time, he was there by 4 a.m., right?
That is correct.
Assuming he did everything according to plan, went straight there on the shortest route, pulled into that spot, got her out of the car voluntarily, walked her. She voluntarily walked, right? And stood over there and looked at him and didn't give him any grief. And he shot her 3 times front to back. And then he had to get out of there, get in his car and go to leave. And by 4:30 a.m., that's when he gets pulled out of the ditch, right?
Approximately, yes.
And that's your working theory?
Yes.
Okay. There was one detective who reported that she smelled bleach in the trunk of that Impala, right?
That is correct.
In the search warrant you wrote, you said detectives, plural, smelled bleach. Who's the other detectives?
That would be an error on that portion. I can't speak for certain on who typed that initial line in there. I'd have to look at the other detective that had it noted in his, and if his was signed prior to mine, I would have taken it from that affidavit.
But to your knowledge, only one detective who was in that trunk smelled bleach.
Yes.
And this is the pregnant Detective Tharp.
Yes.
And also in that trunk at that time was an evidence technician, right?
Yes.
Did anybody talk to her about the overwhelming smell of bleach?
Not that I recall.
Was any type of fabric discoloration noted by anybody?
As far as the interior of the trunk?
Yes.
No.
Was any fabric discoloration noted on the interior of the car?
Not that I know of.
Your interview with Mr. Dinkins, Mr. Dinkins was cooperative and showed you his recent calls, right?
That is correct.
Now, he didn't want you to share his passcode with you, and that's not uncommon, is it?
No, there's people that will not provide passcodes.
Yeah, I mean, your phone's your most private possession, really, right?
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
So people don't necessarily want you to see everything that's on their phone. Sometimes we do things that are not the smartest or perhaps a little embarrassing on our phones, right?
Yes, that's a possibility.
You also said that something about Mr. Dinkins' breathing caused you to be suspicious. What was that?
I just noticed how heavy he was breathing during the interview with me.
You're not trained as a behavioral specialist, are you?
That is correct.
So you're not saying that Mr. Dinkins' heavy breathing indicated to you that he somehow committed this crime, are you?
I would add it as a part of my overall my experience in the line of work, and then everything else coupled with it.
Have you ever interviewed somebody that has asthma?
I may have, but I can't specifically recall.
Have you ever interviewed somebody who's obese?
I have interviewed overweight people, yes.
They breathe heavy, don't they?
This one was, I would say it was more labored than just an average, just breathing heavy. It was a little more, I'm losing the right words to describe it.
Well, he was anxious.
Right. I mean, yeah, I agree with that as well.
Would you also agree that the video of the interview is probably the best recollection, the best view of that for us to make our own determination?
As far as, I mean, I'm closer to him and I can see that his heavier breathing more than the camera. I'd argue that.
Okay. And the Credit Island information, we have no evidence that Breasia was ever harmed at Credit Island, right?
That is correct.
So the whole Credit Island issue is just kind of an albatross. It means nothing in this case, right?
I disagree with that.
Because DL told us that?
DL statements, yes, would draw for concern as to why someone would be wiping down a knife down there.
Okay. DL's comments that he was present for his sister's killing would also draw us pause for concern, right?
Yes.
But those have nothing to do with the case either, do they?
I wouldn't say it has nothing to do with the case. He's provided statements that's been corroborated and others that we can't corroborate one way or the other. So to completely disregard everything, I don't think would be responsible.
Well, you said the footprints couldn't be corroborated, and that's a problem, right?
We cannot compare those to what I think is the gold shoes that the defendant got rid of.
What we could do is we could measure those footprints and tell us what size the footprint is, right?
Yes.
What size is the footprint?
I do not know.
Wasn't measured, was it?
No.
Okay.
The cast impression, I mean, there's impressions of them that were, so like we would actually have a way to measure them if we needed to.
Right, and we could have measured them if they were size 8 and Henry was size 11. Analysis done, right?
That is fair.
That wasn't done here.
Not that I recall.
So it still remains suspicious because Mr. Dinkins didn't come to the police department and give you his gold shoes. That's his responsibility is what you're saying, right?
I think it's something to consider, being that what he said he was out doing compared to what we know he was doing.
All right, so Mr. Dinkins really needs to come forward with evidence to establish he didn't do something is what you're saying.
To help his case, I would say I'd agree with that.
You'd agree with that?
That if he wants to not be looked at, if he didn't truly do something, he would not be changing articles of clothing and doing all these other things while a 10-year-old girl's missing.
Okay. All right, so as I gleaned from you, first of all, there was also some gorilla tape taken from some location. Recall that?
Are you talking about it being like with a t-shirt and that was in like the mass searches in Clinton?
No, I think from either the RV or the apartment.
That could be from one of the search warrants. I can't remember off the top of my head.
But no gorilla tape was found at the scene of Breasia Terrell's remains, right?
On the day that her remains were found, no. I did not believe there was any tape found near her.
Now, all these videos you showed, and Miss Cunningham went through all these videos of cars going by. Correct me if I'm wrong, but there's not any of those where you can definitively say, that's Mr. Dinkins' car.
We're talking about the nighttime ones.
Any of them.
I would argue the morning ones where we can make that see Impala, and then you see him in the lot at 8:24 outside of that Impala. I'd argue around those that is Mr. Dinkins and that is the Impala.
Let's divorce out the 824 one at the motorhome. The other ones showing him just going by on the highway, mile marker 124, Posh Farms. And then you can't say definitively that that's Mr. Dinkins, first of all.
So we can say that's the Impala because the sticker that we pointed out. And how else would he get to Clinton without, I mean, you would add that up to be able to say yes.
But you can't say that for a fact is that Impala. You don't see a license plate, for instance.
No, I did not see a license plate.
In the nighttime ones, you're seeing a lot of dark sedans, right?
Yes.
Size and shape of a Chevy Malibu, perhaps, right?
Potentially Chevy Impala, yes.
Or a Toyota Camry, right?
Yes.
You said one light's brighter than the other. So tell me how the testing on Mr. Dinkins' Impala's headlights went when you did it.
I did not do that.
Right? No one did that, did they?
I don't not believe so.
Should Mr. Dinkins have told you about his headlights in order to prove that that was his car and he was driving too?
I did not have that information at the time, so I went to address him about that.
I want to talk about Detective Hammond's video footage. You recall that, right?
The one where we displayed it up here?
Right.
Yes.
Now, in that video footage, right next to Miss Langford are a number of other people, right?
That is correct.
Is that best practice for a detective to talk to an individual who's involved in a missing child investigation in front of other people?
That wasn't an interview, so we were simply just showing a picture. It was not like a full-fledged interview where we did do that separate of other people.
DL's right next to her, isn't he?
Yes.
Who said to her that we have the FBI down there? We have his mobile home. Was that you?
No.
Who else was there?
That was Detective Hamas.
So she said that?
Yes.
When she said we have his mobile home, make me understand that statement.
That, I mean, we did a search warrant that we had control of it and that we did a search warrant on it is what I'm guessing what she meant by that.
We have his mobile home means we have Henry Dinkins' mobile home, right?
Yes.
And that is the evening of July 10th, right?
That is correct.
Why would she just say that out of left field if you have any knowledge of that?
I can't speak on why she would provide that statement to her.
Then Aisha responds on that video, I can't even talk to him. Do you remember hearing that?
I do.
Do you know who she meant when she said him?
I'm gonna assume she's talking about the defendant.
Why is this kind of colloquial conversation referring to his mobile home and him going on? I mean, it appears to me that the focus right now is on Henry Dinkins. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
So by 9, 10 o'clock that evening, Henry Dinkins is the focus, correct?
He is a focus, yes.
Okay. And then Aisha says, I'm going to quote here for the record.
Your Honor, may we approach?
The last question I have on that issue is to quote Aisha Langford again. And tell me if you recall this, but she says, quote, "What the fuck? She's dead."
She says she's 10.
Okay. Okay. But you'd agree this is all at 9:30 that night of July 10th?
Yes.
All right. So I made kind of a list of things that you suspect or speculate that causes you red flags that point toward Henry Dinkins. One of them is the gold shoes, and we don't have those, right?
That's correct.
The fact that his phone keeps going off, is that right?
The lack of location data from his phone, yes.
Number three, the fact that he didn't mark up the Google map.
That would be another thing, yes.
Number four, the vagueness about his whereabouts.
Yes.
Number five, that he possibly bathed or showered at some point and changed clothes.
But we know he changed clothes.
Okay.
But then that potential of shower, but we don't have evidence for that.
Then you had a testimony that he glanced 7 times toward his vehicle while he paid for his gas.
That is correct.
And this 7 times was toward a vehicle that's never been tested for DNA, right?
That is correct.
There was also the suspicion that he said he only had a couple dollars on him, but can fill his tank with a $100 bill, right?
It took $35 to almost fill up his tank.
Okay. And then the changing into the large white T-shirt had something to do with it too, right?
That Breasia was changed into.
Yeah.
I mean, it's something that was corroborated by everyone, but
Yeah.
that's what she was found when she was recovered.
Something was made about the fact that her mom brought her pajamas, but she somehow was in a large white T-shirt. That really means nothing, does it?
I don't know why he would have her wear that shirt. I mean, I can't really speak to a lot of that, so.
Yeah, maybe a kid wanted to wear a large white T-shirt because Victoria DL did too, did he not?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, kids are funny that way sometimes. Would you not agree?
Yes.
So those are the lists that I compiled. Am I missing anything?
The Impala being stuck and subject coming forward, confident that that's the Impala that he unstuck the vehicle from. And then you didn't include also him buying the bleach in Clinton.
Okay. Okay. And that's it.
Well, and then so his unaccounted for time in those different videos that we talked about allows for it to travel to be there, to be where it remains there.
Okay. You'd agree with me that none of those are an item of physical evidence that we can point to, right?
We call it circumstantial evidence.
That's all you have in this case is circumstantial evidence, right?
And the soil samples were described as inclusive in regards to some found under the Impala.
And we'll talk to that witness. And your testimony is today that the witness who pulled the individual out of the ditch out by Kuhnau Implement, first of all, did so on July 10, right?
That individual wasn't sure on the exact date, but with cell phone records puts them around that time, and that would be the only time that makes sense for us.
It makes sense for you.
It makes
Your
sense
testimony.
and revolves to the investigation.
Sure it does. And that individual who will get his testimony later could not identify Mr. Dinkins, could he?
That is correct.
Couldn't pick him out of a lineup, could he?
That is correct.
Also told you he thought it was a colder time of year and it was October, right?
He said, I believe in that interview, he thought it was fall.
You're aware of the findings of the medical examiner, right?
The findings the medical examiner had.
Right.
Or in regards to
how Breasia died.
Gunshots.
No sharp force trauma?
Correct.
So she wasn't hit with a machete to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge, no.
She wasn't hit with a bat to your knowledge?
No.
Wasn't stabbed with a knife to your knowledge?
No.
Okay. Okay, that's all I have.
Ms. Cunningham, we are going to take our mid-afternoon break.
Okay, thank you, Your
I'll
Honor.
offer you a redirect then.
Okay, I was listening on my phone trying to make some dinner in the pressure cooker, and oops, sounds like audio is on somewhere. Oh, I think I know what was. Let me take a look. Huh. This is very odd. Okay, I can hear something. Maybe it's my phone. I need to finish tending this, getting this set up in the pressure cooker. I'll be right back in a minute. Okay. This pressure cooker or Instapot seems to be a little difficult to figure out how to get the lid on to seal. So I'm going to have to take a few minutes to play with it. Let me see what we can find for the rest of the break. Let's see. Oh, let's go back to the Las Vegas trial. Oh, they're on break too. So much for that idea. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, here, let's listen to what the judge said when I was out of the room. This is the Mackenzie Shirella.
Today is the sentencing of the defendant for the purposeful and intentional murders of Davion Flanagan and Dominic Rousseau. And in a way, it's the second time their families are gathered again to grieve. It's also a day when Mackenzie's family will grieve for the future of their daughter. All three of these families and the friends of these families are suffering, and all of their lives have been irrevocably changed because of the actions of the defendant. The unintended and collateral consequences of a selfish, intentional, and cruel decision by Mackenzie will ripple forever in time. It's literally changed history because it's ended two lives. Two young men are dead. Their deaths were horrible, terrifying, and tragic. I will say again, if any reasonable person reviews Exhibit 802, there can be no doubt in your mind what happened this night. There can be no doubt of the absolute terror of the two people in that car. The defendant controlled all the events. She chose the day. Specifically, she chose a day just before her 18th birthday. She chose to drive the car, the time to drive the car. She chose an obscure, previously scouted route through an industrial parkway. She chose the target to hit and the victims. She chose the means and the method to follow through. And she planned and purposefully executed the events of July 31st, 2022. The review of the evidence supports the factual findings, the forensic testimony, the testimony of the first responders, the testimony of the emergency room doctors who treated the defendant, the testimony of the coroner's medical examiner, the testimony of those who knew the victims and the defendant, and the testimony of the BMV official who provided evidence that not only did the defendant deny any medical condition when applying for her license, which her mother co-signed and attested to, but also that just after the accident, Mackenzie renewed her driver's license and again denied any medical condition. In fact, the defendant was so concerned about driving that, as the state mentioned, during the investigation, she asked if they could just suspend her license for 10 years. It is hard to fathom how a person could be concerned about their driving privileges, having just been responsible for the deaths of two people. There was no medical condition that caused this as an accident. There was no mechanical failure of the car. The record is clear on the facts and the evidence. Her mother's uncorroborated statements without any medical testimony or records is not persuasive. It is also important to remember that even if Mackenzie intended to also die in this crash, that is irrelevant. A failed suicide attempt is not a defense to murder. And even in a murder-suicide attempt, when the perpetrator executing the plan survives, the other death or deaths are still murder. There's only one person who's responsible for the pain of everyone in this room, and that person is you, Mackenzie. Nobody else is responsible. This isn't the fault of Dominic's family or Davion's family or your family. And I know that each of you have asked your questions to yourselves, what if? What if I had done this or that? The truth of it is, none of us can control the intentions of another. And when there is a purposeful intent to harm or kill someone, it is the perpetrator alone who bears the responsibility for the choice and the consequences and the harm that follows. The difficulty for sentencing today, honestly, is whether or not I believe you should get consecutive sentences. I'm troubled that should I give you a concurrent sentence, that people will believe that somehow I'm being disrespectful to one of the victims. And on the other hand, I have to weigh the punishment. There's a very good likelihood, Mackenzie, that you will spend the rest of your life in prison. That won't be up to me. That will be up to the parole board, and that will be up to you to a great extent. I understand that the pain in this room wants me to impose the harshest sentence, but I don't believe that would be the appropriate sentence, because I do believe that Mackenzie will not be out in 15 years. So she's sentenced on count 2, the murder of Davion Flanagan, 15 years to life. She's sentenced on count 1, the murder of Dominic Russo, 15 years to life, to be served concurrent to each other with credit for time served. I'll waive fines, fees, and costs, and your appellate counsel will be assigned. Are there any questions from the state?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any questions?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
You're innocent.
Okay, I still haven't figured out this pressure cooker lid. Let's see what else we've got, which is short. Oh, sounds like we're coming back.
Ms. Cunningham?
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Obert, let's go ahead and start with the defendant's representations. So in terms of the defendant's statements about Breasia Terrell, what very simply did he indicate?
Oh, can you turn on your microphone, please? Thank you.
Sorry about that. According to the defendant, is that sometime in the night he noticed that she was missing and then went out and was looking for her.
Okay. In those statements to you, does he ever identify having woken up Andrea and indicating that Breasia's gone and notifying other individuals in the apartment that she was missing?
No.
Okay. Does that seem odd to you?
Yes.
Okay. Under normal circumstances, if a child comes up missing from an apartment, what would any reasonable person do?
They would talk to the other people in the apartment to see if they knew anything, and then start going out by other nearby apartment complexes and knocking on doors and trying to get more information if they've seen that missing individual.
Okay. And just given the representations made by Mr. Dinkins, did he give you a general idea of when he would have noticed that Breasia was missing?
No.
Okay. But at any rate, as far as his description of activities that night, would it be safe to assume that it was in the middle of the night when it's dark out?
Yes.
Okay. What would any reasonable person do if they come back to an apartment and in the middle of the night they find a 10-year-old child missing? Would they contact law enforcement?
Yes.
Did Mr. Dinkins ever contact law enforcement?
No.
And if she had been missing in the middle of the night, the first call that comes in is at what time?
Approximately 8:30 in the morning.
Who made that call?
Aisha Langford.
All right. Now, is Mr. Dinkins the father of Breasia Terrell?
No.
Was Mr. Dinkins actively involved in Breasia Terrell's life as a father figure?
No.
And so therefore, if he comes back to the apartment, discovers she's not there, what would any reasonable person do as far as reaching out to the mother and notifying the mother right away?
You would imagine they'd contact them right away.
Okay. And then again, what was the first text that he sent to Aisha Langford? What time was that?
8:08 a.m.
All right. And then just based on the timeline provided by Andrea Culberson, what time does Andrea wake up?
3 a.m.
And at what time does she see Breasia standing by that maroon Chevy Impala?
3:30 a.m.
What side of the maroon Chevy Impala is that child standing?
Passenger side.
And being in the middle of the night, was there any indication that there were any other subjects out in that parking lot around Breasia?
None that was mentioned, no.
Okay, so just as a matter of reasonable deduction, with Mr. Dinkins going into the apartment and after digging through the closet and leaving, what would be the reasonable assumption about whether Breasia was in that vehicle or not?
That she left with the defendant is a reasonable, logical conclusion.
Okay. At any point in time, did Andrea or did DL describe Breasia coming into the apartment after she was observed by that maroon Chevy Impala at 3:30 a.m.?
No,
Okay. Did they have any contact with Breasia at all after waking up and discovering that she was gone?
no,
So then from there, as far as the defendant's movements throughout the night of June 10th, after the midnight hour, and up to the point in time that he responded down to the Davenport Police Department, does his movements make any sense when he indicated that he'd been out looking for Breasia?
not the ones that we have on video footage, no.
Okay. Through the course of any investigation that you conduct as a law enforcement officer, when you gathered together evidence, are you looking at a simple piece of evidence or do you look at the totality of the circumstances?
Totality of the circumstances.
And in this particular case, were you looking at the totality of the circumstances after all of the evidence was gathered and an analysis had been able to be done of all of that evidence?
Yes.
All right. Now, did this investigation conclude as of July 10th of 2020?
No.
Was this an ongoing investigation for several months?
Yes.
At what point was this investigation officially concluded?
In May, when the defendant was charged.
Okay. And when was Mr. Dinkins officially charged?
Pardon?
What month and what month and what year?
May of 2021.
All right. So being the last known individual to be seen with Breasia Terrell, does that certainly make him a subject of interest?
Yes.
Okay. Does it make him a suspect?
Yes.
And rightfully so.
Yes.
All right. But until her remains were recovered, and with the newscast, was there a third or a citizen witness who came forward that provided some very vital information that led to the arrest of Mr. Dinkins?
Yes.
What is the name of that individual?
Jared Brink?
Have we heard any testimony about Jared Brink thus far?
No.
All right. Is that something that's going to be introduced later on in the trial?
Yes.
Okay. At any rate, are you aware of what evidence was gathered from Jared Brink?
Yes.
Okay. And then so based on his statements and the processing of his cell phone, was that the final piece of evidence that was collected, which then prompted the arrest of Mr. Dinkins?
Yes.
Okay. Let's walk through this then. Counsel had asked you about various statements provided by DL, and there was an indication made that the child was all over the map. Was the child interviewed multiple times?
Yes.
Now, you talked about having talked with DL on June 10th. Was there a detective who did actually a more extensive interview of DL down at the Davenport Police Department after you spoke with that child?
Yes, on July 10th.
Who was that?
Detective Hammes.
What type of work does Detective Hammes do for the Detective Bureau?
She works in the Special Victims Unit.
And working within the Special Victims Unit, does she work particularly with children?
Yes.
Okay. Because of her work with children, was there a decision made to have her do an interview of DL?
I'd agree with that, yes.
And is she good as far as being able to work with children and do interviews of children?
Given that and that she's a mother herself, so it makes it easier for her.
Certainly. Did her interview of DL then follow your interview?
Yes, it was after mine, yes.
All right. And then if you could place it, all right, you do the interview of Mr. Dinkins. Who do you interview next?
Aisha Langford.
Okay. And then from there, where do you go?
Interview DL.
Okay. And then at what point does Detective Hammes enter into the equation?
I don't know if it's 20 minutes or an hour, but sometime after there was a little break after I was done talking with DL.
All right. And then so is there additional information that's gathered during that interview?
Yes.
And then during the course of DL's interview with Detective Hammes, does he provide even more details of observations that he had made?
Yes.
Okay. Now, how old was DL?
At that time, he was 8.
When you talk with an 8-year-old child, does an 8-year-old child have any idea of what law enforcement does relative to the gathering of statements and information?
Sustained.
Certainly. Let me ask you this. As an 8-year-old, when you were 8 years old, did you have any perspective of what a law enforcement investigation would look like?
Objection, irrelevant, immaterial.
Your Honor, I think it's very relevant. It goes to the age of this child, and just his ability to perform under these circumstances.
I'm going to sustain the objection and ask that you rephrase.
Certainly. All right. Have you worked with children in the course of your investigations?
Yes.
Okay. Have you also worked with adults during the course of your investigations?
Yes.
Have you noticed differences in children when you're conducting interviews of them as compared to adults?
Yes. It can go case by case or individual by individual, but for the most part, when gathering or watching interviews of children with the forensic interviewers, compared to the amount of detail and vivid that adults can do, I would argue that there's separate level of detail that can be added compared to a juvenile.
Okay. With a child, have you participated or been a witness to forensic interviews conducted of children?
Yes.
And just by way of example, a child of sex abuse, if a child's been sexually abused, are there specially trained interviewers who come in to do the interviews of those children?
That is correct.
What is the title that is given to those subjects?
They're forensic interviewers.
Do they receive specialized training on how to conduct interviews of children?
Yes.
Okay. Now, have you ever gone through any type of specialized training in order to conduct a forensic interview of a child?
No.
Okay. Is this a specialty that you've developed thus far in your 7-year career?
I've not had that training to have that specialty, no.
Okay. Detective Hammes, does she tend to work with the types of cases where children are forensically interviewed?
She does.
And then, so does she have a lot more experience in this field?
Being the amount of time she's been a detective compared to me, I would say yes.
Okay. During her interview, was information gathered about a knife or a machete that was wiped off?
Yes.
Okay. And during her interview of DL on that day, is that where then he described that knife being wiped off in the area that he showed you down by Credit Island?
Yes.
Of course, did that prompt the execution of the search warrant on the RV?
The second one, yes.
Okay. And why was a search warrant obtained for the RV?
To recover the machete that was located on top of the microwave.
Okay. And then what was noted about the condition of the machete when it was recovered from the top of the microwave in the RV?
There was pieces of fabric caught in the teeth of the machete.
All right. Now take that and couple it with Detective Tharp's observations when she met with civilian crime scene technician Jill Foster down in the evidence bay of the Davenport Police Department where the Impala had been brought to. Detective Tharp's observations of the odor of bleach, was that corroborative of what the child had reported relative to what had happened when that knife was wiped down?
Yes.
And was that where Clorox was introduced into the equation?
I believe so.
Okay. So when we talk about the child being all over the place, was the child really all over the place, or did the child at various steps when interviews were conducted able to provide more detail about what had happened?
Objection leading.
It wasn't a leading question. The question was the child able to provide more detail?
Overruled.
As more interviews occurred with that individual, yes.
Okay. And then so each time the child was providing more information, was there independent evidence that was corroborating what the child had to say?
Yes.
Typically for an 8-year-old child, what would be the perspective of an adult when a child's providing information?
Yes.
Object is vague and ambiguous.
You know what, and I'll go ahead and I will rephrase this. Was it significant to you to have an 8-year-old child provide information and then there was independent evidence that would corroborate what that child would say?
I would argue that is important, yes.
Okay, now let's jump ahead. As of March 23rd, when Breasia's remains were recovered, were there projectiles found within those skeletal remains?
Yes.
When did you and Sergeant Pfeiffer go to visit with Aisha Langford to discuss that?
I believe that was in April.
Okay. In April, do you know if the state medical examiner's office had already authored their official report regarding cause of death?
Yes.
Okay. So after that report was authored and there was a determination made about cause of death, is that what prompted the visit with Aisha Langford?
Yes.
Where was Aisha Langford living during this time? Was she still in Davenport or was she living up in the Clinton area?
She was in Davenport.
Okay. And then was Aisha still living with her mother, Donita Gardner, or was she living somewhere else?
Somewhere else.
Okay. When you went to her residence, walk us through that as far as who was home and the location of parties when conversations occurred.
Myself and Sergeant Pfeiffer were in the living room with Aisha. I believe I'd have to review the body cam footage. I thought there was another subject, like another adult subject there with her. And then DL was present as well, but then was in a different room at the time of our discussion with Aisha.
Okay. What prompted DL to be in a different room when you had that discussion with Aisha?
Due to the nature of the information, we just thought it'd be appropriate to be separate from DL at that time.
So was the child then removed from the living room area?
Yes.
All right. Do you know if the child was in a position to overhear any of that conversation?
It's a possibility. I'm not for certain on that.
That's fine. At any rate, what were the circumstances of you or Sergeant Pfeiffer learning that DL had disclosed seeing Mr. Dinkins shoot Breasia?
I believe it was first relayed to Sergeant Pfeiffer.
Okay, all right. Now, let's go ahead and let's just leave that out there for the time being if we could, okay? Because then we're going to jump back into the timeline as far as sequence of events. Now, we're going to take that, we're going to set that aside. I want to go to a discussion about the shoes. What is our exhibit number for the shoes that you had seized from Mr. Dinkins on July 10th of 2020?
The exhibit number is 63.
Okay, Your Honor, may I publish this to the court so that the court can look at the bottom of these tennis shoes?
Take them out myself. Thank you.
All right. Detective Obert, have you had a chance to look at the soles of the tennis shoes that were collected from Mr. Dinkins on July 10th of 2020?
I was able to look at them today, yes.
Okay. Now, prior to your testimony, had you ever reviewed any of the photographs that civilian crime scene technician Jill Foster had taken out there at Credit Island?
Yes.
Okay. That being said, were you able to look at the the soles of the shoes that we have introduced and then compare it to photographs that she took?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
And then please let the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's remarked as States Exhibits 3-86 through 88. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay. I want you to look at States Exhibit 386, 87, and 88. All right?
All right.
Okay. And then let's go to, I believe, States Exhibit 3-104.
Okay.
Okay? All right, you feel comfortable with what you're seeing?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I publish these under the elbow?
You may.
Okay. All right. All right, what are we showing under the Elmo at this point in time?
The bottom of the defendant's shoes when he was at the police station.
All right, now going to State's Exhibit 383-86. I want you to look at this particular exhibit. Okay,
Okay.
then we're going to go to 3-87. And then 3-88. All right, and now I'm going to take you back to State's Exhibit 63. Is there a significant difference between what we see on the sole of the tennis shoe that you see from Mr. Dinkins versus what we're seeing in those photographs?
Objection lacks foundation to this expert's expertise as an examination expert in footwear.
Your Honor, it doesn't require expertise in footwear. All you've got to do is look at it and look at the impression.
I'm going to allow the witness to answer if he can.
Okay.
Objection overruled.
The impressions in the mud is different than the impressions that would be left by the defendant's shoes of the ones he was wearing when he went to the police station.
Okay. Now, does the shoe that you collected from Mr. Dinkins give a size? And I'm talking about a size for the United States.
Yes, size 11.
Size 11. Thank you. Taking you to 3-104. The civilian crime scene technicians, do they use rulers to take measurements?
It is common practice that they should be using rulers when they take photographs, yes.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that I'm showing counsel that ruler. May I approach?
You may.
I want you to look at State's Exhibit 3-104 up close. Does this photograph show the use of a ruler to measure that foot impression in the mud?
Sort of. It's a little bit offset, so it's not an exact measurement of it, but the ruler is there.
Okay. That ruler, is it in inches or millimeters?
It's in millimeters.
Okay. Your Honor, may I publish this?
You may.
All right, now let's pick up on what it is that you were saying. The ruler that was used for a measurement, does it start right at the back of the sole and go all the way to the tip of the toe?
No.
Is it offset just a little bit?
Yes.
In what respect?
The ruler starts slightly before the heel of the foot of the shoe.
All right. And then is there the ability just to type a Google search? Well, what's our total millimeters on this?
The ruler itself reads out to 300 millimeters.
Are you able to do a simple Google search and then translate 300 millimeters to 2 inches?
Yes,
Okay.
I imagine.
And would that be consistent with the size of the defendant's shoe in this particular case?
I would have to have that resource to be able to answer that question.
At any rate, would one be able to make that determination?
Yes.
I want to jump, if I could, to the maroon Chevy Impala for a moment. Detective Obert, were you involved in the execution of any search warrants for the maroon Chevy Impala?
I did not execute any of them. I just simply drafted one of the ones that was for the prints and the mud from the vehicle, but I was
Okay.
not present for it.
Did you have an opportunity to observe the condition of the upholstery within the maroon Chevy Impala at any point in time after it was seized in the course of this investigation?
Not in person, no, just through photographs that were taken of it.
All right. Were you aware that the FBI actually had cut out sections of fabric from the front passenger seat and also the rear passenger seat?
If that's reflected in a report.
Okay. And so therefore, to have like a direct personal knowledge of that, was that something that was really the focus of your aspect of the investigation?
It was not my focus, no.
Okay. In the course of this investigation, how extensive were the law enforcement resources?
Argue heavily extensive, being that we were working with DCI and FBI, then our own department, and also eventually with Clinton County Sheriff's Office.
And did each officer involved in this investigation have certain assigned responsibilities that they carried out?
Throughout, yes.
Okay. So other than drafting the search warrant for the maroon Chevy Impala, did you ever have any direct involvement with that?
No.
Your Honor, the state would like to have the record reflect that I'm showing counsel as mark this group as exhibits 12-1 through 12-32. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
All right. Counsel had asked you about whether or not there were any phone chargers in that vehicle. Looking at State's Exhibit 12-1, what do you see in that photograph?
Looks like there are a couple different phone chargers, as well as there's a Newport cigarette box inside of it, and then potentially looks like some sort of receipt for something.
Your Honor, may I publish this photograph?
You may.
Now, I want to direct your attention to State's Exhibit 12-32. In this photograph, does it show any clippings of fabric that had been cut by the FBI out of the Impala?
It does.
Does it have a description of it above each fabric clipping for the location where that was taken from?
Yes.
Okay. And what are those descriptions?
One says mid-rear, and then the back of seat and front of seat, along with front seat, then under back seat of padding.
Your Honor, may I publish this?
You may.
Okay. And then as you looked at that photograph, did you notice any type of staining on that fabric? And I'll show you the photograph up close.
Yeah, I mean, it does look like there might be some sort of stain.
Did you notice some type of staining on both of those fabrics?
Yes.
All right. Now, as a part of your training at the Davenport Police Department, have you been trained in DNA analysis?
No.
What working knowledge do you have of DNA?
That it's just distinct to each individual, and that it can be collected from blood, semen, saliva, touch, things of that nature.
Certainly. But when it comes to evaluating items of evidence to determine whether or not they are to be processed for the presence of DNA, is that something that falls within your I guess, decision-making process, or does someone else make that decision?
I can talk about my experience when I do work my cases and I'm requesting stuff to be sent to the DCI crime lab. I ask what I need them to test, but that's not necessarily what they will exactly conduct, because I'll get reports back that's saying that not every stain was tested, or they conduct the tests that they think are appropriate.
Certainly. Do you know what factors play into their decision in selecting of items of evidence for testing?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, do you know what factors play into their decision about selecting items of evidence to be tested for the presence of DNA?
I do not.
Okay. Do you know how items of evidence would even be examined to determine whether or not there might be some DNA? And let's take blood out of the equation, but let's say, for example, it might be semen, it might be saliva, or something of that nature. Do you even know how that process works, where they would examine items of evidence to see if it's appropriate for DNA testing?
No.
Okay, so as far as any of the questions related to DNA, are those questions that were more appropriate to Tiffany Smith, our FBI analyst who did the testing?
I'd agree with that.
Okay, all right. And did you just have a general working knowledge of what was occurring?
Yes.
But as far as the details, and what factored into their analysis, did you understand, or were you even a part of that?
I was not a part of that process.
Who handled the communications with the FBI laboratory in Quantico?
I believe that was Cameron Smith and McMillan.
Okay, and so therefore, were they the law enforcement contact that would have had conversations with the laboratory in Quantico?
Yes.
And any discussions about what would be appropriate for testing or not appropriate for testing, were those the individuals who were a part of that process?
That is correct.
Were you completely outside that process?
I was.
Do you understand the import of Clorox as it relates to DNA evidence?
Just a common sense understanding of it is that it can be used to destroy DNA.
All right. Now, the 2 bottles of Clorox that were purchased at Walmart, what were the size of those bottles?
81 ounces.
Okay. Were those ever recovered?
No.
I'm going to approach, please let the record reflect that I'm showing council what's been marked as State's Exhibit 8-25. Okay. I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 8-25. And looking at that photograph, do you see the bedroom area of the RV?
Yes.
And next to the bed, do you see a cleaning product?
Yes.
What is that cleaning product?
It's a spray bottle. It says cleaner with bleach.
Your Honor, may I publish that?
You may.
Do you find it significant that Mr. Dinkins would travel to Clinton County to buy 2 bottles of Clorox in the early morning hours of June or July 10th?
Yes.
Do you also find it significant that in that RV, we have a cleaning solution that contains Clorox sitting next to the bed in that RV?
I'm going to object. That item in no way, shape, or fashion, or in this record, is said to contain Clorox.
It's the same.
I'm sorry, bleach.
That spray bottle does say that it has bleach in it.
Okay, so then my same question to you. Clorox, is that a name brand?
It's a
for
name.
bleach?
It's a name brand for bleach. Yes.
Okay. Do you find it significant that we have a cleaning product that contains bleach next to the bed in the RV?
Sorry, can you repeat that again?
Yes. Do you find it significant that there is a bottle of cleaning product that contains bleach next to the bed in the RV?
Yes, for 2 reasons. One is that the defendant had this need to go get a cleaner, that he already had some sort of alternative cleaning thing with bleach, and then also to have it out and sitting next to furniture instead of where we usually keep our cleaning supplies under a sink or in some sort of closet. That would be another thing that sticks out to me.
Okay, and as far as the search at the apartment complex, apartment number 8, was there a container of bleach that was recovered from that location?
There was.
So does it make any sense to travel to Clinton to buy 2 bottles of bleach?
No.
Okay. Now, let's talk about clothing. Mr. Dinkins, when he showed up at the Quick Shop, what clothing was he wearing?
The white tank top, the white / blue and pink shorts, and gold shoes and black do-rag.
If we go back to State's Exhibit 23, and let's talk about that. What time did Mr. Dinkins leave the Quick Shop?
3:38 a.m.
When you reviewed video surveillance footage going out north past mile marker 124 after that time frame, was there any video surveillance footage that showed a sedan passing that location based on what would be an appropriate time travel to get from the Quick Shop to that location?
Yes.
And what was that time?
3:45 a.m.
All right. And then so, assuming that that was that sedan that was traveling out of town, when do we next have that maroon Chevy Impala at a specific location in Davenport?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
When do we next have that Chevy Impala and Mr. Dinkins at a specific location in Davenport?
After coming back from Clinton,
Right.
At mile marker 124 at 7:52 a.m.
No, let me be more specific. All right. You've talked about vehicle traffic that you were watching at mile marker 124 after 3:38 a.m. when the Impala left. And you talk about what we see on the highway there. But what time do we place Mr. Dinkins back at the apartment complex that morning? When did he come back to get DL?
We don't have the definitive time. We just have the time that he's leaving with DL, and that's 5:55 a.m.
5:55. So then sometime before 5:55, he's shown up back there.
Yes.
Between 3:38 a.m. and around the time frame of 5:55, can we account for any of his movements whatsoever?
We do not have that, no.
But what we do have, when he went to the Quick Shop, what did he purchase?
2 packs of cigarettes and $35 worth of gas along with the big letter.
What is the capacity of the gas tank on a 2000 Chevy Impala?
17 gallons.
And so if an individual were to take a trip up to Clinton, come back, make a second trip up to Clinton to buy Clorox and come back, and then go down around River Drive, would they use a significant portion of the gas in that gas tank?
I would say yes.
And then when that gas tank was dropped, how much gas was left in the tank, if you recall?
4 gallons.
4 gallons. Okay. When Mr. Dinkins, well, let me do this. During the interview of Andrea Culberson, and I don't know if this happened in your interview, did either Andrea or DL describe Mr. Dinkins having changed clothes?
Not in my interviews with them, no.
Okay, all right. So if they testified to that, or if Andrea Culberson testified to that, that wasn't something that you were aware of. Would that be fair to say?
Correct.
Was Andrea Culberson interviewed that afternoon at the Davenport Police Department?
She was.
And did she come back for follow-up interviews?
Yes.
All right. So when he gets up to the Walmart at 7 a.m., what clothing has changed?
Shirt and shorts.
Is that the shirt and shorts that we see introduced in States Exhibits 64 and 65?
Yes.
Okay. Did he still have those gold shoes on?
Yes.
Does it make any sense to change your clothes between 3:38 a.m. and Well, at 5:55 a.m., he shows up at the apartment. Does Andrea describe him changing any clothes there?
Objection compound.
When he showed up at the,
Sustained.
okay, when Mr. Dinkins showed up at the apartment around 5:55 a.m., did Andrea Culberson describe him changing clothes there at that apartment?
In my interview with her, she does not talk about that.
All right. So does it make any sense for him to change his clothes before he goes to the Walmart where he purchases Clorox?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Can you come up with any reason why someone would change their clothes between 3:38 and 7 o'clock when we see him there at the Walmart?
Objection calls for speculation.
Your Honor, it does not call for speculation. This officer is testifying to the investigation and the things in the investigation that were important to him.
I'm going to sustain the objection. You may rephrase.
Thank you, Your Honor. Was it significant to you that Mr. Dinkins had changed his shorts and his top when you saw him in that video from Walmart?
In that video, along with the interview I had with him, there was no discussion on that. It was that he simply left and was out looking, and there was no mentioning of changing of clothing.
Okay. So throughout the time that he's describing his activities, he's simply saying he's out looking for Breasia.
That is correct.
All right. Does he still have those gold shoes on? In the Walmart video?
In the Walmart video, yes.
Okay. Counsel had asked you some question about Mr. Dinkins having gone back to the apartment and having changed shoes there. You had indicated that you had knowledge about other locations where he had clothing. What other locations did he have clothing?
His sister Anita McQuay's residence at 1321 East 39th Street, apartment 4.
Was there a search warrant executed at that location?
There was.
And then were there clothing items that were found that were identified as belonging to Mr. Dinkins?
Yes, those were in the basement of the residence.
Okay. Did that include shoes?
I believe there was shoes down there.
Okay. And through the cell phone, well, I should say through the analysis of his cell phone records, does that place his cell phone in the area of her residence during the morning hours of July 10th?
Yes.
Okay. And then at the RV, was there clothing recovered at the RV as well?
I was not down there for that.
Okay. If there are photographs that show clothing, would you simply refer us to those photographs?
Yes.
And any type of shoes that may have been found?
Yes.
So counsel's asking you about best practices relative to DNA testing. And you know, you've offered some opinions, but really, as far as best practice is concerned, doesn't, you know, the decision as to what to test really relies in the area of the experts who are trained in this field?
The ones conducting the testing make their inputs. As I've mentioned before, there are times where I'll submit to the DCI crime lab, and then they put in their report. Not every stain or not everything on there was necessarily tested.
Okay. Staying with that subject matter, counsel discussed with you, well, shouldn't you process the apartment for DNA? Was Breasia known to be in that apartment?
Yes.
Did she take a bath in that apartment?
That was what was gathered through statements, yes.
Did she have clothing in that apartment that was sent back with Andrea? Not Andrea, Aisha, the mother.
Yes.
Was she in the bedroom?
Yes.
Was she sleeping in that bedroom?
Yes.
Was she playing in that bedroom?
Yes.
Did she eat in that apartment?
Yes.
And presumably, if the child is staying there in that apartment, the child would have been in the living room, kitchen area if she's eating. Would that be fair to say?
That would be fair to say.
So then trying to establish the presence of her DNA in that apartment, what's that get us if we know that she's there?
Nothing.
Let's talk about the issue of theories relative to where she was killed. Counsel asked you if the theory was that Breasia was killed in Clinton. Do you recall that line of questions?
Yes.
All right. Now, when we stop and we consider the movements of Mr. Dinkins throughout the morning of July 10th, and that would be after the midnight hour, and then once he left the apartment at 5:55 a.m., having picked up Notorious, when he picked up Detorius, does the evidence suggest that Breasia is already dead at that point in time?
Objection, that calls for speculation.
And I'll rephrase the question. Just based on all of the evidence that was gathered throughout the course of the investigation, do you have any reason to believe that Breasia was still alive when Henry Dinkins picked Breasia or picked DL up?
Objection, once again, calls for speculation.
And this is this.
I'm going to overrule that objection and allow the witness to answer if he does have the answer.
Based on the investigation, I believe Breasia Terrell was already deceased at that point.
Okay. Was there a lot of activity down in the area of the RV between 2 and 3 in the morning?
There was.
Did that include activity going down to Credit Island?
Yes.
Did that evidence reflect Mr. Dinkins coming into that apartment at 3:30 a.m. in the morning and getting something from his closet?
From that last point in time at 2:53 a.m. of that vehicle leaving the Credit Island, that would also be possible that the defendant then would be up at the apartment by 3:30.
Okay. And then did Andrea describe him coming in at 3:30, going to the closet, retrieving an item?
Yes.
Did she have any idea what that item was based on the interview?
No.
All right. Why was that?
Because she didn't see, it was concealed somewhere on his person. That's why she didn't see it.
But Breasia's still alive at that point in time?
Yes.
All right. And then so from there then, if an item is being seized from that closet, Breasia, we know one of the mechanisms of her death was what?
She was shot 3 times.
All right. If an individual is going to perform an act of murder, does that require premeditation?
Objection, that calls for a legal conclusion.
Your Honor, I think it's very relevant to the line of questioning, particularly since counsel's asked questions that really go to the issue of jurisdiction.
One moment. I'm going to overrule the objection.
Okay. Does the act of murder involve premeditation, depending upon what's charged?
Yes.
All right. And then additionally, if that child was taken outside of her will, is that child from Clinton?
No.
Was that child removed from the apartment?
Yes.
And so then if that child is taken from that apartment without the consent of her mother or even that child, is that an act of kidnapping?
Yes.
Objection, calls for legal conclusion.
Sustained.
All right. At any rate, Breasia, do we know definitively know what location she was taken from?
Objection, calls for speculation.
Was Breasia removed from the apartment?
I'd like a ruling.
Sustained.
Okay, all right. What was the last known location that Breasia was seen?
At the apartment complex.
Okay. And at the time that she was seen, did Mr. Dinkins describe having any conversations with Andrea about Breasia and why she wasn't in the apartment?
No.
Did Mr. Dinkins discuss with you reaching out to Aisha Langford and having any discussions with her about Breasia being outside that apartment at 3:30 a.m. in the morning?
No.
Counsel asked you if there was any indication of sharp force trauma to Breasia. Do you recall that line of questioning?
I do.
Okay. And then you were asked about the cause of death for Breasia.
That is correct.
When her skeletal remains were recovered, was there any body tissue left?
There was a small amount that we'd consider mummified. That was around her legs and then also elbow,
okay,
arm area.
Given that her body was found 6 months later, and we're talking about skeletal remains, is there any way to determine whether or not she had died of sharp force trauma?
Objection, this witness has no knowledge and lacks foundation.
Your Honor, it's just a matter of common sense.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Certainly. Was there any tissue that you could see on her body, on her skeletal remains, other than what you've described?
I would say majority of her skin and tissue and things like that were completely decomposed.
All right. Do you know how many times she was shot?
Shot 3 times because of the 3 rounds that were recovered. And then the doctor and the anthropologist that conducted the autopsy were able to locate points of entry or the trauma from those rounds.
All right. We'll get testimony from those individuals, but let me ask you what your understanding was. What would have been the locations?
The jaw.
Where did that bullet travel to, as you understood it?
Left mandible.
Okay, and then where did it travel to upon entry?
All I know is that it at one point hits the jaw. I can't speak to
That's all right.
where the entry is.
All right, and then the second location?
Would have been the scapula.
All right. Have you been involved in a number of investigations where individuals are shot?
Yes.
Okay. And in the investigations that you've been involved in, how common is it for the bullet to remain within the body without traveling outside the body?
My experience, I know that sometimes they'll remain within the body and sometimes they're through and through. It all just depends on what things are hit within the body by the round.
All right. So that being said, when you were talking about the recovery of projectiles, were those projectiles located within the area of the skeletal remains?
Yes.
But at the time, of course, that the body was found, was that tissue, human tissue, gone except for the 2 areas that you've described?
That is correct.
Let's speak to the topic of the clothing being worn by Breasia. If Aisha had sent pajamas for the children to wear, if a mother's selecting clothing items, is she going to be able to identify what those items are if a body is recovered?
Yes.
Okay. But if a child is dressed in something significantly different that the mother is not familiar with, is it going to be more difficult to determine without some type of medical examination of the body and going through the DNA process who these skeletal remains belong to?
I would agree with that.
Now, counsel had asked you about just the various video recordings that we observed, and he said that there was nothing that would tie Mr. Dinkins to the Impala. Did the Impala have specific characteristics that were used to identify that vehicle?
Yes.
What were those characteristics again?
The white sticker on the trunk of the vehicle on the passenger side, and then there was also a sticker in the windshield that's on the driver's side, and then the dark window tint on the vehicle as well.
Okay. Who was known to be associated with that vehicle as of 3:30 a.m. in the morning?
The defendant.
Okay. Was he seen driving that vehicle?
Yes.
And captured on video surveillance?
Yes.
Where was that at?
At the quick shop.
Okay. When he returned to the apartment complex to pick up DL, what vehicle was he traveling in?
The Impala.
What vehicle was he documented being associated with when he arrived at the Walmart in Clinton?
The Impala.
And then when we go down to the activity that morning along South River Drive, was he actually captured by that vehicle?
Yes.
And where was that at?
In the lot of 743 Schmidt Road, captured from Devon self-storage video.
Okay. So if you follow the chain of evidence and look at those specific videos, do those all tie Mr. Dinkins to that maroon Chevy Impala?
Yes.
Let's talk about this. If Mr. Dinkins was out looking for Breasia, how difficult would it be for a child of 10 to walk from the Jersey Meadow Apartments on 53rd all the way to the southwestern end of town where his RV in Credit Island is located?
For a 10-year-old, I would say that's fairly difficult, and also be pretty positive that someone would have called it in, or we would have had video footage of her walking.
Okay. With Mr. Dinkins having been up in the Clinton area, how much sense does it make for him to be up in Clinton if he's out looking for this child?
None.
Okay. If the child has walked away from the apartment complex, how much sense does it make for the child to walk to his sister's residence?
None.
Or to even a subject by the name of Genesis Johnson?
None.
And does this child have any connection to Nita McQuay or Genesis Johnson?
No.
Now, when Mr. Dinkins was at the quick shop, counsel had asked you if we had any evidence, law enforcement had any evidence that the child was in the vehicle at that time. Given the dark tint of the windows, are you able to discern who would be in that vehicle?
No.
Does Mr. Dinkins' behavior there at the quick shop, though, become very concerning when he's standing in and making that purchase?
Like mentioned before, the glances out towards the vehicle is what is of note.
Counsel also asked you, does it make any sense that Mr. Dinkins would go to a location where there are cameras if the child was in the vehicle? Again, my question to you is this: can we see in the vehicle?
No.
When we talk about a 10-year-old child relative to adult, just the dynamic of that. Do children tend to be, well, Breasia, how was she described as a child?
Both by the defendant and Aisha, that she was a really good kid.
Okay. Was she described as being a rule follower? Somebody that would listen to what adults have to say?
I would go that in line with being a good kid, yes.
And if you're pulling up to a business, even if you know that there's video surveillance footage, but you've got dark tinted windows and you don't have the ability to see in those windows, do you think that that would present the concern as compared to a circumstance where there is no tint to a window?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
If there were no tint in the window, would we have been in a position then to be able to see who was in the vehicle?
Objection calls for speculation.
Your Honor, it does not.
You could, there's the potential you could be able to see in the vehicle. All depends on the quality of the video cameras at the business and what time of day.
And in your discussions with Mr. Dinkins, when he talked about going to the quick shop, was he ever willing to give you a time that he'd gone to that establishment?
No.
Do you find it interesting that he purchased a full gallon of, or a full tank of gas at that point in time?
After the fact, knowing what I know, it is not surprising, being that he needed to drive out to Clinton and back, and all those different other travels that we have on video camera.
Okay. As far as the ammunition that was found within the gun recovered from the pond, was that 9mm ammunition?
From the revolver?
Yeah.
No.
What was it?
38.
And taking that a step further, were the bullets in pretty bad shape?
The ones found in Breasia's remains?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Were they sent off to a laboratory with the gun to be analyzed?
Yes, DCI crime lab.
Will there be a criminalist who will come in and testify as to his findings relative to those bullets and whether they could have potentially been shot from this gun?
That is correct.
And were there empty casings inside the cylinder of that gun?
Yes.
All right, let's talk about the trace history of this firearm. Was there a trace history conducted?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you'd mentioned Iowa City. Let me ask you this. Had there been a pretty major flood in the Cedar Rapids area just a few years ago?
I do not recall. I can't speak on that.
All right. At any rate, were you the detective who would have handled anything related to that trace history and records or the lack of records that were able to be obtained, and why?
I was not in charge of that, no.
Okay. Did Sergeant Pfeiffer receive those records and review those records?
Yes.
Okay. In your experience, though, relative to firearms, have you been involved in the seizure of a number of firearms over the course of your 7-year career as an officer?
Yes.
Is it common or uncommon not to be able to trace the history of a firearm?
Like it's all case by case.
Okay. In the course of your investigations, do you come across firearms that were purchased by an individual who has no association with any involved people in the course of an investigation that you conduct?
That happens, yes.
Okay. Are firearms stolen?
Yes.
All right. Are firearms stolen, traded back and forth with the individuals?
Yes.
And so if you can't find any trace history relative to a firearm, is that something that would be surprising, or is that consistent with investigations that you've conducted in the past?
It is common that a lot of these firearms in our cases in Davenport are stolen.
Okay. When the gun was recovered, was it completely submerged within the pond?
It was.
Okay. And so then therefore counsel had asked you if there was any trace evidence on that gun. Do you know whether or not there was any trace evidence?
I do not.
But with it being in a body of water for a significant period of time, is that a factor that has to be considered?
I would imagine that's what the people that would test for that firearm would testify to.
Once Breasia's remains were recovered, was her little articles of clothing sent into the DCI laboratory for testing?
They were.
And what was the nature of the requests that were made?
I would have to look at the report to see how it was indicated, because I was not the one that submitted the request.
And that's okay. And I didn't know if you had or not. Also, the topic of how many videos had been seized in the course of this investigation. How many videos did you say had been seized in the course of this investigation?
Approximately 125 to 150.
Okay. Just so that we understand, when we talk about 125 to 150 videos, as far as the number of videos that were relevant, was it a small number in comparison to the total seizures that were made?
That's correct.
Okay. But at any rate, let's talk about Davenport, the city itself. What are our major east-west streets, starting from the north side of Davenport and going all the way down to River Drive?
Major ones would be 53rd Street, Veterans Memorial, Kimberly Road, Locust, your 3rd and 4th Street, and then River Drive and Rockingham as well.
Okay. And is 2nd Street, does it run into Rockingham?
It does.
All right. Now let's talk about our major north-south streets in Davenport.
Major north-south would be Brady, Welcome Way, Division, Jersey Ridge Road, Elmore Avenue.
Okay.
Would be another one as well.
Okay. And are those, I guess, a pretty representative example of our major thoroughfares?
Yes.
Okay. Now, recognizing that you have had the benefit of there being video surveillance review conducted of all of the footage seized, when officers first went out and canvassed, Were they canvassing all of these major areas, whether or not there was any indication that the vehicle had traveled through those areas?
Yeah, so it was kind of a broad, the initial was strictly around the apartment complex to try to narrow down Breasia, Terrell leaving that area.
Mhm.
And then as information developed, we got wider and wider with our canvas.
Okay. At some point in time, did law enforcement become aware of the RV down there on the south side of town?
Yes.
And so then did law enforcement consider possible routes of travel that Mr. Dinkins could have taken if he left the apartment complex and gone to the southwest areas of town?
Yes.
So just by way of simple example, Division Street, did officers look for video surveillance along Division Street?
Yes.
Was there any indication that his vehicle had traveled along Division Street?
Do not add that.
But did you still take that approach to either determine whether or not there was evidence or it was ruled out?
That is correct.
Okay. And so even though you collected between 125 and 150 videos, was that just because you were throwing everything at the wall and seeing if you could come up with anything?
That is correct.
When you did the review of Mr. Dinkins' cell phone records and you talked about the times that it was powered on at 9:11 and then I think again at 11.
Are we talking the 808, 941, and 1111?
Okay, there we go. Thank you. All right. Cell phone records, if you look at them, what will they tell you specifically?
Cell phone records or the phone download?
Okay, thank you. The cell phone download.
Phone download. I mean, there's a lot of information that gets pulled from there. So, I mean, it includes the content of the phone, different activities such as powering on. I don't know if there's something in particular that you.
It's the powering on. Does that cell phone download show times the phone was powered on?
Yes.
Okay. Did DL describe the battery having been removed from that cell phone when he was in the Impala?
That is correct.
Okay. Did DL describe placing the battery in the phone once his father went into the Walmart?
That is correct.
Did DL describe pulling that battery out so he wouldn't get in trouble with his father when he came out of Walmart?
That is correct.
And then so given that circumstance and what you saw about the timeframes where the phone was powered on, would that be consistent with somebody pulling a battery from a cell phone so that it wouldn't hit on cell phone towers?
Potentially, yes.
The state has no further questions.
Mr. Freeze,
It's fine.
I have individuals that have obligations.
I think it might take a little bit too.
This afternoon, I mean, right after work, and there's just no way to rearrange those. And so we will adjourn for the day. We'll reconvene at 9 o'clock.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay, and that wraps up that for today. Yeah, we've got video of him driving all over the place, minute by minute. His cell phone data. So, we get to do this again tomorrow. It seems to me that they're probably, this is getting to be some pretty compelling stuff, so I'm thinking that they're probably getting closer to wrapping up at this point. So, and there he goes through the door. I find it interesting that they've got a door which leads to the jail and other areas so that nobody can have a clue that he's a prisoner by going through that door. So, a vehicle broken down. That's not fun. Oh, I got the tire fixed Friday, I think it was. I went in Thursday to get the tire fixed, and I couldn't find anything wrong. And then when I was at home, I realized that I told him the wrong tire. I told him passenger, and I meant driver's side. And so I went to a different one of the chain that was further away, and the first one wanted to charge me $21 if there was a nail, if it was a nail hole or something. And the second one didn't charge me anything, and they think it was a nail. So I did good. Rear brake line kaput. Well, you definitely don't want to go driving.
May 8, 2008, 20 hours, 46 minutes, 24
So, oops. Gone back over. Yeah, that was, they wanted to charge me $21 and change for getting the tire fixed. So it served me well to screw up which tire it was. The carbon monoxide poisoning kind of did a number on my brain and differentiating left and right. I mean, I know the difference, but my brain sometimes says the wrong thing. I remember one time we were driving in a bad snowstorm around Bear Lake, and the visibility was really poor. And so my sister was driving, and I was looking out the left side of the car, and Gilbert, who is my sister-in-law's brother, was looking out the right side, and we were telling her left or right according to which way she needed to go to stay in on the road. Kind of a seeing eye dog. And I kept going left, 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 and I meant right, but my brain was mixed up. So that I couldn't understand why she wasn't doing it correctly, and it was my brain telling the wrong thing. So yeah, my other left. So that was Christmas Eve, and they had so much snow. We ended up not being able to go the last block and a half to the house because the snow was 2 feet deep, I would say, maybe 2.5. And so we had the car couldn't go on the side roads, which weren't plowed. And so somebody with some kind of 4-wheel drive with something managed to ferry us the last bit with our Christmas supplies. So okay, well, I think that I probably need to work on getting some stuff done out in the yard, since it's a nice, reasonably cool day. And it's trash day tomorrow, so I want to fill up the garbage bin with some yard stuff. So we will see you for this tomorrow, and hopefully I'll have this crock pot figured out as soon as I watch this video on somebody reviewing and using the, or not crock pot, it's a Instapot. So I think I'll learn how to do it from that. Worst case scenario, I put it in the pressure cooker or the slow cooker, and my friend will take a look at it tomorrow and figure out what the problem is, and that'll be great because then he'll be here and be able to fix a few things around the house. So it doesn't seem like it's a matter of pushing it down. It just there's some trick, and I haven't figured it out. And hopefully, the video review will tell how to do it. So, 4 months out and has $100 bills in his camper. Oh, I should be so lucky. I haven't gone inside my motor home for probably a couple of years because it's full of stuff in the doorway, but I need to do that. Oh yeah, this is from what I read online. This electric pressure cooker won't turn on if it's not sealed properly, so you can't make some mistake with it. So okay, well, I will see you guys tomorrow. Have a good evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.